At this moment, take a deep breath. As you exhale, unwind your body and let go of all the air within and prepare. In today's journey, we'll delve into the paradoxes of ancient Buddhist philosophy. We'll transform how you understand rest, peace, and letting go. Welcome to this exploration of ancient wisdom, a journey into what the Buddha understood about suffering, and how this understanding holds the key to the deep, restorative rest you seek. Tonight, we shall travel together through teachings that have brought peace to countless minds across 25 centuries. These are not mere words to help you sleep. They are truths that transform how you relate to your own mind, your own experience, and ultimately, how you find rest. You see, the Buddha made a remarkable discovery. He found that our inability to rest, our racing thoughts at night, our anxious minds that refuse to settle, these are not random afflictions. They arise from a fundamental misunderstanding about the nature of existence itself. Most sleep guiders tells you to quiet your mind, to push away thoughts, to force relaxation. But the Buddha taught something far more profound. He taught that true rest comes not from suppressing the mind, but from understanding it so deeply that it naturally settles, like mud gradually clearing. From disturbed water, the connection between suffering and sleeplessness is not metaphorical. It is direct, it is causal. And once you understand this connection, once you truly see it, the quality of your rest transforms forever in the hours ahead. We shall explore 3 profound insights from the Buddha's teachings. First, we will examine the first noble truth, the truth of suffering, or, as the Buddha called it in Pali, dukkha. But this is not merely about pain or sadness. It is about the fundamental unsatisfactoriness that pervades human existence when we do not see clearly. We will understand why the unexamined mind cannot rest, why it churns endlessly through the night, replaying the past and rehearsing the future. Second, we will explore the origin of this suffering, what the Buddha called tanha, craving or thirst. We will see how our constant reaching, our endless wanting, our desperate clinging to what we desire, and our fierce rejection of what we fear creates the very turbulence that prevents sleep. The mind that grasps cannot settle. The mind that pushes away cannot rest. And third, we will discover the cessation of suffering, the path of letting go. We will understand anicca, impermanence, and how truly seeing the flowing, changing nature of all things allows the mind to release its grip. This is not philosophical theory. This is the direct path to the peace you seek. Throughout this journey, we shall draw upon the Buddha's own words from the ancient Pali Canon, the earliest recorded teachings. We shall explore stories and parables that have guided seekers for millennia, and we shall see how these ancient insights speak directly to the modern mind, struggling to find rest in our turbulent world. So settle yourself comfortably now. There is nowhere you need to be, nothing you need to do. Simply listen and allow these teachings to work upon your understanding. The Buddha taught that right view, correct understanding, is the foundation of all transformation. Tonight, we cultivate that view together. Let us begin with the first great truth that the Buddha proclaimed upon his awakening, the truth that opens the door to all liberation, the recognition of suffering itself. The Buddha's first teaching after his enlightenment was delivered in the deer park at Sarnath to 5 ascetics who had been his former companions. This teaching, known as the Dhammacappapo Sutta, the discourse on the turning of the wheel of Dharma begins with a statement so simple yet so profound that it has echoed through the centuries. Birth is suffering, aging is suffering, illness is suffering, death is suffering, union with what is displeasing is suffering, separation from what is pleasing is suffering. Not to get what one wants is suffering. This is the first noble truth, the truth of dukkha now. The word dukkha is often translated as suffering, but this translation, while convenient, does not capture the full depth of what the Buddha meant. Dukkha is not merely pain or obvious distress. It is something far more subtle, far more pervasive. Dukkha means unsatisfactoriness. It means the inherent instability and unreliability of all conditioned phenomena. It means the deep, often unnoticed stress that comes from living in a state of fundamental misunderstanding about the nature of reality. The Pali word dukkha is actually composed of two parts. Du means bad or difficult, and ka originally referred to the axle hole of a wheel. A wheel with a poor axle hole, one that is off-center or misaligned, creates a rough, uncomfortable ride. This is dukkha, the journey of life when we do not understand its nature correctly, when we are out of alignment with reality, becomes unnecessarily difficult and uncomfortable. Consider your own experience as you lie here tonight. Perhaps your body is comfortable. Perhaps you are safe. Perhaps there is no immediate crisis. Yet the mind churns. It worries. It replays conversations from the day. It rehearses scenarios for tomorrow. It judges itself for not sleeping. It fears the consequences of tiredness. This churning, this inability to rest even when all external conditions are favorable. This is dukkha. The Buddha made a radical observation. He saw that even in moments of pleasure, even in experiences we call happiness, there is an undercurrent of dukkha. Why? Because all pleasant experiences are impermanent. They arise and they pass away. And in their passing, there is disappointment, there is loss, there is the subtle ache of wanting them to continue. We cannot hold on to pleasure. We cannot make happiness permanent. And this very fact, this inability to secure lasting satisfaction, creates a background tension in the mind. This tension prevents sleep. The mind that believes it can secure permanent happiness, that believes it can arrange all conditions perfectly, that believes it can control outcomes, this mind can never truly rest. It is always vigilant, always planning, always defending, always reaching. The Buddha identified three forms of dukkha, three layers of this unsatisfactoriness that we must understand if we are to find peace. The first is dukkha, the suffering of suffering. This is the obvious pain, physical discomfort, emotional distress, grief, fear, anger. This is what we commonly recognize as suffering. When the body aches, when loss strikes, when fear grips the heart, we know we are suffering. This form is unmistakable. The second is viparinamadukkha, the suffering of change. This is more subtle. This is the suffering inherent in the fact that all pleasant experiences must end. The wonderful meal finishes, the holiday concludes, the moment of joy fades. Even as we experience pleasure, if we are attentive, we can feel the shadow of its ending. We tighten around the experience, trying to hold it, trying to make it last. This tightening is itself a form of suffering. Think of a beautiful sunset you once witnessed. In the moment of watching, there was perhaps a sense of awe, of peace, of connection to something larger. But even as you experienced this beauty, was there not also a subtle sadness, a knowing that this moment would pass, a wish that it could last? Perhaps you took a photograph, trying to capture the moment, to make it permanent. But the photograph is not the sunset. It is a memory, a representation, already one step removed from the living experience. This is viparinamadukkha, the suffering that comes from the changing nature of all pleasant experiences. And the third, the most profound, is sankhara dukkha, the suffering of conditioned existence itself. This is the deepest teaching. The Buddha saw that the very nature of conditioned phenomena, the nature of all things that arise dependent on causes and conditions, is inherently unsatisfactory. Why? Because everything conditioned is impermanent, unreliable, and beyond our ultimate control. We build our sense of self, our sense of security, our sense of meaning upon things that are by nature unstable. This is like building a house upon sand. The structure may stand for a time, but its foundation is unreliable. Your sleeplessness tonight is rooted in this third form of dukkha. The mind is trying to secure itself, trying to establish control, trying to create permanence in a world where everything is flowing and changing. The mind lies awake, reviewing, planning, worrying, because it believes that through mental activity, it can secure what cannot be secured. It believes that through thinking, it can make the impermanent permanent, the unreliable reliable, the uncontrollable controllable. This is the fundamental delusion that the Buddha awakened from. And it is this delusion that keeps you awake. Now, let us be clear about what the Buddha was not saying. He was not saying that life is only suffering, that there is no joy, no beauty, no love, no wonder. This would be a nihilistic misunderstanding of his teaching. The Buddha himself experienced deep peace, profound joy, genuine happiness. What he was pointing to is that if we do not understand the nature of experience correctly, if we cling to pleasure and push away pain, if we try to make permanent what is by nature impermanent, then we create suffering for ourselves. The recognition of dukkha is not meant to make us pessimistic or depressed. Quite the opposite. It is meant to awaken us to reality as it actually is, so that we stop fighting against the nature of things. When we stop fighting, when we stop resisting, when we stop demanding that reality be other than it is, a profound peace becomes possible. In the Majjhima Nikaya, the middle-length discourses, the Buddha uses a powerful simile to illustrate this point. He compares our usual relationship to experience to being shot by two arrows. The first arrow is the actual experience, the pain, the loss, the difficulty. This arrow is unavoidable. It is part of the nature of conditioned existence. But the second arrow, the Buddha says, we shoot at ourselves. This second arrow is our reaction to the first, our resistance, our anger, our fear, our story about what. The pain means our judgment of ourselves for experiencing it. The first arrow is dukkha in the sense of the inevitable challenges of existence. The second arrow is dukkha in the sense of the suffering we create through our misunderstanding and reactivity. The Buddha's teaching is aimed at helping us avoid shooting that second arrow. We cannot always prevent the first arrow. Life brings pain, loss, change, uncertainty. But we can learn not to compound that pain with our reactivity. As you lie here tonight, unable to sleep, consider this teaching. Perhaps there is a genuine difficulty in your life right now, a challenge at work, a strain in a relationship, a concern about health or finances. This is the first arrow. It is real. It requires your attention and skillful response. But notice how the mind multiplies this difficulty. It worries not just about the actual situation, but about all the terrible things that might happen. It judges you for having the problem. It compares you to others who seem to have it easier. It tells stories about inadequacy or unfairness. This proliferation, this multiplication of the original difficulty, this is the second arrow. And this is where most of our suffering actually lies. Let us examine more deeply how this dukkha manifests in the specific context of sleep and rest. The Buddha taught about the 5 aggregates of clinging, the 5 bundles of grasping that constitute what we call the self. These are form, feeling, perception, mental formations, and consciousness. It is through clinging to these aggregates as me and mine that dukkha arises. Consider the aggregate of form, the physical body. As you lie here, perhaps you notice discomfort, a tension in the shoulders, an ache in the back, the body's temperature, feeling not quite right. The mind immediately identifies with this discomfort. This is my pain. My body is not comfortable. I need it to be different. This identification, this claiming of the body's sensations as mine, as something I must fix or control, creates agitation. The body simply has sensations arising and passing. It is the mind's relationship to these sensations, the claiming of them, the resistance to them, that creates suffering. The Buddha taught a practice of observing the body with what he called kyanupassana, contemplation of the body. Not thinking about the body, but directly observing it. Feeling the sensations as they actually are, without the overlay of judgment or story. When you observe the body in this way, you begin to notice something remarkable. The sensations are constantly changing. That ache in the back is not a solid, unchanging thing. It is a flow of sensations, appearing and disappearing, intensifying and softening, moving and shifting. When you stop trying to make it go away, when you simply observe it with clear awareness, often it changes on its own, not because you controlled it, but because change is its nature. Or considered the aggregate of feeling, the pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral tone that accompanies every experience. A thought arises about tomorrow's responsibilities. An unpleasant feeling accompanies it. Immediately, the mind contracts around this unpleasantness. It tries to push the thought away. It judges itself for having the thought. It worries about the worry. Layer upon layer of reactivity builds upon a simple, unpleasant feeling tone. The original feeling may have lasted only a moment, but the mental proliferation around it continues for hours, preventing sleep. The Buddha taught Vedananupassana, contemplation of feelings. This means observing the feeling tone of experience directly, pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. That is all. Not the story about the feeling, not the judgment of the feeling, not the reactivity to the feeling, simply the bare feeling tone itself. When you observe feelings in this way, you notice that they too are impermanent. A pleasant feeling arises and passes. An unpleasant feeling arises and passes. Even what seems like a continuous, unpleasant feeling, when observed closely, is actually a series of moments, each slightly different, appearing and disappearing in rapid succession. And here is the liberating insight. If you do not grasp at pleasant feelings, trying to make them last, they arise and pass naturally without creating the suffering of clinging. If you do not push away unpleasant feelings, resisting their presence, they arise and pass naturally without creating the suffering of aversion. The feelings themselves are not the problem. Your relationship to them, your grasping and pushing, this is where dukkha is created. The aggregate of perception labels and categorizes experience. This is good, this is bad. This thought means I am anxious. This sensation means something is wrong. These perceptions, these labels, are not reality itself. They are the mind's interpretation of reality, but we take them as absolute truth. We believe our perceptions completely, and this belief keeps us trapped in reactivity. The Buddha taught sana, the understanding that perceptions are constructed, not given. They arise based on past conditioning, past experience, learned patterns. A sound in the night is perceived as threatening or benign based on past association, not on the sound itself. A bodily sensation is perceived as dangerous or harmless, based on learned interpretation. These perceptions happen so quickly, so automatically, that we rarely recognize them as perceptions. We think we are perceiving reality directly, but we are always perceiving through the filter of past conditioning. When you recognize this, when you see that your perceptions are interpretations rather than direct reality, something loosens. You can question your perceptions. You can hold them more lightly. You can recognize that the story your mind is telling about a situation may not be accurate. This creates space between stimulus and response, space where wisdom can operate rather than automatic reactivity. Mental formations. The fourth aggregate include all our habits of mind, our conditioning, our patterns of response. Perhaps you have a habit of reviewing the day before sleep, analyzing what went wrong, planning how to do better. This habit feels productive, feels necessary, but it is simply a conditioned pattern, repeated so many times it has become automatic. The Buddha taught that we can observe these patterns without being controlled by them. We can see them as sankhara-conditioned formations, arising due to past causes, not as essential aspects of who we are. This aggregate is vast. It includes all our volitional activities, all our intentions, all our habitual responses. It includes our tendencies toward anger or fear, our patterns of self-judgment, our default ways of interpreting situations. All of this is conditioned. All of this has been learned. And crucially, all of this can be unlearned, or rather, seen through. When you recognize a mental formation as a mental formation, when you see a habitual pattern as just a pattern, not as truth, not as self, you are no longer completely controlled by it. And consciousness, the fifth aggregate, is awareness itself, the knowing of experience. Even this, the Buddha taught, is impermanent and conditioned. Consciousness arises dependent on contacts between sense organ and sense object. It is not a permanent self, not an unchanging witness. It too comes and goes, appears and disappears. Eye consciousness arises when the eye contacts are visible form. Ear consciousness arises when the ear contacts are sound. Mind consciousness arises when the mind contacts a mental object, a thought or memory. This teaching is subtle and can be difficult to grasp. We tend to think of consciousness as the stable background, the unchanging observer of changing experience. But the Buddha pointed to something more radical. Consciousness itself is part of the flow. It arises and ceases, moment by moment. There is no eternal witness standing apart from experience. There is simply the arising and passing of knowing. Different types of consciousness appearing and disappearing based on conditions. When we cling to any of these aggregates as me or mine, when we identify with them, when we try to control them, dukkha arises. The body, feelings, perceptions, mental formations, consciousness, all are flowing, changing, unreliable. To grasp at them for security is to grasp at water. To demand that they be other than they are is to fight against the fundamental nature of conditioned existence. This is why ordinary approaches to sleep so often fail. They treat the symptoms without addressing the root cause. They try to manipulate the aggregates, to force the body to relax, to suppress thoughts, to create pleasant feelings, to control consciousness. But these aggregates cannot ultimately be controlled. They operate according to their own nature, arising and passing based on conditions, not on our will. The Buddha's approach is radically different. Rather than trying to control experience, he taught us to understand it. Rather than fighting against the aggregates, he taught us to see them clearly, to recognize their impermanent, unsatisfactory, and selfless nature. And in that recognition, clinging naturally releases. When clinging releases, dukkha ceases. When dukkha ceases, the mind settles into its natural state of peace. In the Anattalakkhana Sutta, the discourse on the not self-characteristic, the Buddha questions his 5 companions systematically about each aggregate. Is form permanent or impermanent? He asks. Impermanent, venerable sir, they reply. Is what is impermanent satisfactory or unsatisfactory? Unsatisfactory, venerable sir. Is it fitting to regard what is impermanent, unsatisfactory, and subject to change as, this is mine, this I am, this is myself? No, venerable sir. He asks the same questions about feeling, perception, mental formations, and consciousness. Each time, the answer is the same. These aggregates are impermanent, unsatisfactory when clung to, and not fit to be regarded as self. This systematic questioning is not meant to be merely intellectual. It is meant to be investigated directly in one's own experience. The Buddha is inviting us to look closely at what we take to be ourselves and see if it holds up under examination. In the Satipatthana Sutta, the discourse on the foundations of mindfulness, the Buddha provides detailed instructions for observing these aggregates. He teaches us to observe the body in the body, feelings in feelings, mind in mind, mental phenomena in mental phenomena. Not observing from outside, but observing directly, intimately, within experience itself. When observing the body, he says, know the in-breath as the in-breath, know the out-breath as the out-breath, know the body walking, standing, sitting, lying, down, know all positions and movements of the body, and in this knowing, understand, this is simply body, not my body. Not I am the body, simply body, a collection of elements, temporarily configured, arising and passing according to conditions. He teaches contemplation of the body's elements. This body is composed of the earth element, the solidity and resistance in bones and flesh. It is composed of the water element, the fluidity in blood and lymph. It is composed of the fire element, the temperature and metabolism that maintain life. It is composed of the air element, the movement in breath and circulation. These four elements come together temporarily to form what we call a body. They will separate again at death, returning to the greater field of elements from which they came. This is not morbid contemplation. It is realistic understanding. It is seeing the body as it actually is, not as we wish it to be. When observing feelings, know a pleasant feeling as pleasant, an unpleasant feeling as unpleasant, a neutral feeling as neutral. And understand, these feelings are impermanent. They arise and pass. They are not to be grasped or rejected. They are simply the natural response of organism to conditions. In this understanding, the reactivity to feelings lessens. The mind does not chase after pleasant feelings or run from unpleasant ones. It simply observes the feeling tone, recognizes its impermanent nature, and remains equanimous. The Buddha further distinguishes between worldly and unworldly feelings. A worldly pleasant feeling is one based on sensual experience. An unworldly pleasant feeling is one based on renunciation or on meditative joy. A worldly unpleasant feeling is one based on attachment to sensual experience. An unworldly, unpleasant feeling is one based on the sincere wish for liberation, the healthy discontent with the unsatisfactory nature of conditioned existence. These distinctions help us understand our feelings more subtly, more accurately, when observing the mind. Know a mind with desire as a mind with desire, a mind with aversion as a mind with aversion, a mind with delusion as a mind with delusion. Know a concentrated mind as concentrated, a scattered mind as scattered. Know a great mind as great, a small mind as small. Know a surpassable mind as surpassable, an unsurpassable mind as unsurpassable. Know a concentrated mind as concentrated, an unconcentrated mind as unconcentrated. Know a liberated mind as liberated, an unliberated mind as unliberated. This is not judgment, it is recognition. The mind has many states, constantly changing. By knowing each state as it arises, by recognizing its characteristics, we stop identifying with the state. We see that these are visitors, temporary conditions of mind, not who we are. The mind that is scattered now may be concentrated later. The mind with desire now may be free of desire later. None of these states are permanent. None define us absolutely. And when observing mental phenomena, understand the hindrances when they arise. No sensory desire, ill will, sloth and torpor, restlessness and worry, doubt. Understand how they arise, how they are sustained, how they cease. These hindrances are what prevent meditation, what prevent concentration, what prevent clear seeing. And significantly for our purposes tonight, these hindrances are what prevent sleep. Restlessness and worry, uddhaka kukuka, is particularly relevant. The mind that cannot settle, that jumps from thought to thought, that worries about past and future, this is the restless mind. The Buddha taught specific antidotes to this hindrance. One is concentration practice, gathering the mind to a single object. Another is calming the bodily formation, relaxing the body to help calm the mind. Another is reflecting on the teachings, bringing wise attention to bear on the worried thoughts to see their impermanent, insubstantial nature. Observe also the factors of awakening when they arise. Know mindfulness, investigation, energy, joy, tranquility, concentration, equanimity. Understand their conditions, their development, their maturation. These 7 factors, when cultivated, lead to awakening, to the direct realization of the truth the Buddha taught. Mindfulness is the foundation. Investigation examines experience closely. Energy sustains the practice. Joy arises from skillful practice. Tranquility is the calming of body and mind. Concentration is the collected, unified mind. Equanimity is the balanced, non-reactive awareness that sees all phenomena with the same clear gaze. This is the Buddha's medicine for dukkha. Not positive thinking, not distraction, not suppression, but clear, direct, unflinching observation of experience as it actually is. And in this observation, wisdom arises, the wisdom that sees impermanence directly, the wisdom that recognizes the unsatisfactory nature of clinging, the wisdom that understands there is no permanent, unchanging self to be found in these flowing aggregates. This wisdom does not come from belief. It does not come from faith. It comes from direct observation. The Buddha famously said in the Kalama Sutta, "Do not believe something simply because it has been passed down through tradition, or because it has been said many times, or because it is written in scriptures, or because it accords with your beliefs, or because it seems logical, or because it accords with your philosophy, or because it appears true after consideration, or because the speaker appears trustworthy, or out of respect for a teacher. When you know for yourselves that these things are wholesome, blameless, praised by the wise, and when undertaken and observed led to benefit and happiness, then you should enter and dwell in them." This is an extraordinary statement for a religious teacher. The Buddha is telling us not to believe him on authority, but to test his teachings in our own direct experience. If you find them to be true, leading to benefit, to welfare, to happiness, then accept them and live by them. If not, abandon them. So even now, as you listen, you can test this teaching. Observe your own experience. Notice the thoughts that arise and pass. Are they permanent or impermanent? Notice the sensations in the body constantly changing. Are they permanent or impermanent? Notice feelings appearing and disappearing. Are they permanent or impermanent? Is there anything in your experience right now that is truly permanent? Is there anything that is completely satisfactory when grasped? Is there anything that is truly under your absolute control? If you observe carefully, honestly, you will see that the Buddha's teaching is not philosophy or theory. It is description. It is pointing to what is already true, what has always been true, but what we have not clearly seen. We have been so busy trying to control experience, trying to make it conform to our desires, that we have not stopped to observe what it actually is. There is a story from the Pali Canon that illustrates this teaching beautifully. It is the story of Pattakara, a woman who experienced devastating loss and, through that loss, came to profound awakening. Pattakara was born into a wealthy merchant family in Savatthi. As a young woman, She fell in love with a servant in her household. Her parents, disapproving of this relationship, planned to marry her to a man of suitable status. In desperation, she fled with her lover to a distant village where they lived. As simple farmers, years passed, and Patakra became pregnant. As the time of birth approached, she wished to return to her parents' home for the delivery, as was the custom. Her husband refused, fearing her parents' anger. But when he was away, Patakara set out on the journey alone, driven by her longing for her family. Her husband, discovering she had left, rushed after her. But on the road, far from any village, her labor began. She gave birth beside the path. That night, as they huddled with their newborn, a terrible storm arose. Her husband went to gather materials to build a shelter. In the darkness, he disturbed a nest of vipers and was bitten. He died there, alone, trying to protect his family. Patakara, not knowing what had happened, waited through the night with her infant and her toddler son. At dawn, she found her husband's body, grief-stricken, but, needing to survive, she continued toward her family home, carrying her infant and leading her toddler by the hand. They came to a river, swollen by the storm. She could not carry both children across at once. She left her toddler on the bank and waded across with her infant. She placed the baby on the far shore and returned for her older son. But as she reached the middle of the river, a hawk, seeing the infant alone, swooped down and seized it. Patakara screamed and waved her arms, but the hawk flew away. The toddler, hearing his mother's cry and thinking she was calling to him, stepped into the river. The current swept him away before her eyes. Mad with grief, she continued to her parents' home. On the outskirts of the city, she met a man coming from town. She asked about her family. The man, not recognizing her, told her that in the storm, a wealthy merchant's house had collapsed, killing the merchant, his wife, and their son. He pointed to the smoke rising from their funeral pyre. In one day, Patakara had lost her husband, both her children and her entire family. Her mind shattered. She tore off her clothes and wandered the streets, insane with grief, crying out her losses to anyone who would listen. She wandered thus until she came to the Jetavana monastery where the Buddha was teaching. The monks tried to prevent her from entering, but the Buddha, seeing her, said, "Let her come. Bring her to mindfulness." As Patakara approached, the Buddha spoke to her with great compassion. "Sister, recover your mindfulness." At his words, something shifted in her. A small portion of clarity returned. Someone gave her a robe to cover herself. She bowed before the Buddha and told him her story, weeping. The Buddha listened, and then he spoke. "Patakara, do not think you are alone in your grief. Throughout countless lifetimes, the tears you have shed for lost loved ones are greater than the waters of the 4 great oceans. In the long journey of birth and death, you have experienced this loss not once, but thousands upon thousands of times. You have lost children, parents, husbands, friends, beyond counting. This is the nature of conditioned existence. All that arises passeth away. All that meets must part. This is not punishment. This is not personal. This is simply the nature of all conditioned things." He continued, "Searching for your loved ones in birth and death is like seeking someone in a dream. Where have they gone? They have gone where all conditioned things go. They have dissolved back into the elements, the earth, water, fire, and air from which they were temporarily composed. To cling to them, to demand that they remain, is to cling to the impossible. It is this clinging, this resistance to the truth of impermanence, that creates your suffering. Then the Buddha taught her about dukkha, about the unsatisfactory nature of all conditioned existence when we do not see it clearly. He taught her about the arising and passing of all phenomena. He taught her to observe her own mind, to see grief as a conditioned response arising due to causes, and capable of ceasing when those causes are understood. Bhattakara listened deeply, and as she listened, understanding arose in her. She saw that her resistance to what had happened, her desperate wish that things could be different, her clinging to what was already gone, this was the source of her torment. The events themselves were already past. They could not be changed. But her relationship to those events, her understanding of them, this could transform. The Buddha taught her in stages. First, he established her in moral conduct, in sila. She took the precepts, the ethical guidelines that create a stable foundation for practice. Then he taught her about generosity, about dana, the practice of giving that loosens the grip of selfishness. Then he taught her about the heavenly realms, about the fruits of good action. And then, seeing that her mind was ready, pliant, without hindrances, elevated and clear, he taught her the Four Noble Truths. Bhattakara became a nun and devoted herself to practice. Later, after she had developed concentration and insight, she was washing her feet one evening. She poured water from a vessel and watched it flow down the slope. Some water traveled only a short distance before being absorbed into the earth. Some water flowed farther before disappearing. Some water flowed all the way to the bottom of the hill. As she watched this simple phenomenon, sudden, complete understanding arose. She saw that lives are like this water. Some beings live only briefly. Some live longer. Some live to old age. But all, without exception, flow toward death. None escape. This is not tragedy. This is simply the nature of conditioned existence. All formations are impermanent. All formations are unsatisfactory when clung to. All phenomena are not self. In that moment, Bhattakara awakened fully. She became an arahant, one who has realized complete liberation. Her grief did not disappear entirely. The memory remained, but her suffering ended. She could remember her loved ones with tenderness, but without the tearing pain of resistance. She had stopped fighting against reality. She had stopped demanding that impermanent things be permanent. And in that stopping, she found unshakable peace. The Buddha later spoke a verse about her realization. Though one should live 100 years without seeing the arising and passing of things, yet better is a single day lived seeing their arising and passing. Bhattakara became a great teacher herself. Many women came to her to be ordained, drawn by her wisdom and compassion. She understood suffering intimately, and she understood liberation intimately. She could guide others with the authority of direct experience. The verses attributed to her in the Theragatha, the verses of the elder nuns, speak of her complete freedom, her utter release from all bondage. This story teaches us the essence of the First Noble Truth. Dukkha is not the pain itself. Bhattakara experienced genuine, devastating loss. The dukkha, the unnecessary suffering, was her resistance to the impermanent nature of all things. When she saw clearly that all conditioned phenomena arise and pass, when she stopped demanding that reality be different from what it is. Her suffering ceased even though the memory of loss remained. This is the understanding that allows the mind to rest, the mind that accepts impermanence, that does not cling to the past or grasp at the future, that sees clearly the flowing nature of all experience. This mind can settle. It has nothing to defend. It has nothing to secure. It can simply be, moment by moment, with what is now. Patakara's realization was complete and sudden, the fruit of intense practice and the perfect ripening of conditions. For most of us, understanding develops more gradually, but even a partial glimpse of this truth, even a momentary recognition of impermanence, can bring relief. When we see, even for a moment, that our thoughts are just thoughts, that our feelings are just feelings, that this moment of discomfort or anxiety is simply a passing condition, not a permanent state, something loosens in the mind. The Buddha compared the untrained mind to a monkey, swinging from branch to branch, never still, always grasping the next thing. This monkey mind lies awake at night, swinging from thought to thought, worry to worry, memory to planning to judgment, never resting. Why? Because it believes that through this constant movement it can secure itself. It believes that if it just thinks enough, plans enough, reviews enough, it can make things safe, make things permanent, make things controllable. But the trained mind, the mind that understands dukkha, sees the futility of this endless grasping. It sees that safety cannot be found through control, because the nature of conditioned existence is beyond our ultimate control. It sees that permanence cannot be achieved, because the nature of all things is impermanence. And in seeing this clearly, deeply, repeatedly, the grasping begins to release. This releasing is not resignation. It is not giving up or becoming passive. It is something far more profound. It is the recognition of what is actually possible and what is not. We cannot make impermanent things permanent. We cannot control all conditions. We cannot prevent loss and change. These are simply not possible. To exhaust ourselves trying to achieve the impossible is suffering. But what is possible? It is possible to understand our experience clearly. It is possible to observe our reactions without being controlled by them. It is possible to meet each moment with awareness rather than with automatic reactivity. It is possible to recognize impermanence directly and to live in harmony with it rather than in opposition to it. And it is possible to find peace, deep and unshakable peace, not through controlling conditions, but through understanding their nature. This understanding is what the Buddha called right view, samadhi, the first factor of the Noble Eightfold Path. It is the foundation of all transformation. Without right view, we are lost in the forest of confusion, mistaking the impermanent for permanent, the unsatisfactory for satisfactory, the not self for self. With right view, the path becomes clear. We see where we are, where we need to go, and how to get there. Right view has two aspects. There is mundane right view and supramundane right view. Mundane right view is the understanding of karma, of cause and effect in the moral realm. It is the understanding that wholesome actions lead to happiness and unwholesome actions lead to suffering. This view motivates ethical conduct and creates the conditions for deeper practice. Supramundane right view is the direct penetration of the Four Noble Truths, the seeing of things as they actually are, This is the view that liberates, the view that cuts through delusion at its root. This is the view that Patakara realized as she watched the water flowing down the hill. This is the view that ends suffering completely and finally. But even before full liberation, even in the development of practice, right view transforms our experience. When we understand, even intellectually at first, that clinging causes suffering, we begin to notice our clinging. We catch ourselves grasping at pleasant experience, pushing away unpleasant experience. And in that noticing, in that awareness, the grip loosens slightly. We are no longer completely identified with the craving or aversion. We see it happening, and what can be seen can eventually be released. As you lie here tonight, perhaps you can begin to sense this truth in your own experience. Notice the thoughts that prevent sleep. Are they not thoughts of resistance? Resistance to how the day went. Resistance to how you feel. Resistance to the uncertainty of tomorrow. The mind churns because it is fighting against what is, or what might be. What if, just for this moment, you stopped fighting? Not giving up, not becoming passive, but simply ceasing the internal war against reality. What if you allowed this moment to be exactly as it is, with all its uncertainty, all its incompleteness, all its imperfection? What if you recognized that your sleeplessness itself is an impermanent condition, arising due to causes, and capable of ceasing when those causes are understood? This is the beginning of wisdom. This is the first noble truth. Not a pessimistic declaration that life is suffering, but a realistic recognition that when we misunderstand the nature of existence, when we cling to what cannot be held, when we resist what cannot be prevented, we create suffering for ourselves. The good news, the profoundly liberating news, is that this suffering is not necessary. It arises from ignorance, and therefore it can cease through understanding. This understanding is what we are cultivating together tonight. The Buddha did not merely diagnose the disease. He provided the complete cure. But to understand the cure, we must first understand more deeply the cause of the disease. The first noble truth shows us that dukkha exists. That unsatisfactoriness pervades conditioned existence when we relate to it incorrectly. But why? What is the root cause? What is the mechanism by which this suffering arises? This is what we must explore next. We must investigate what the Buddha called the second noble truth, the origin of suffering. We must examine tanha, the thirst, the craving, the endless wanting, that drives the mind's restless pursuit and prevents its peace. For it is not enough to recognize suffering. We must understand its source. A physician does not merely identify symptoms. He traces them to their cause, their origin. Only then can effective treatment be prescribed. The Buddha was often called the great physician, and his teaching follows this medical model precisely. First, the diagnosis. Dukkha exists. Second, the etiology. This is its cause. Third, the prognosis. It can be cured. Fourth, the treatment. This is the path to its ending. We have examined the diagnosis thoroughly. Now we turn to the cause. What is it that keeps the mind turning, churning, unable to rest? What is the engine that drives this endless becoming? This constant dissatisfaction, this perpetual seeking that finds no lasting fulfillment. The Buddha pointed to something both simple and profound. He pointed to craving, to tanha, to the mind's constant thirst for something other than what is. Let us turn now to this exploration, to the second noble truth, to understanding the very root of our restlessness. The second noble truth, Samudaya, speaks to the origin of suffering. In the Dhammacappavan Sutta, the Buddha states it clearly and directly. This is the noble truth of the origin of suffering. It is this craving tanha which leads to repeated existence, accompanied by delight and lust, seeking delight here and there. That is, craving for sensual pleasures, craving for existence, craving for extermination. Tanha. This single word in Pali encompasses the entire mechanism by which suffering arises. It is usually translated as craving or thirst, and both translations point to something essential. Thirst implies an urgent need, a driving compulsion, a state of lack that demands to be filled. Craving suggests a reaching toward, a grasping at, an inability to rest content with what is. Consider actual physical thirst. When the body needs water, everything else becomes secondary. The mind focuses on the need, on finding water, on satisfying the thirst. There is a tension, an incompleteness, a state of non-rest. And even after drinking, after the immediate thirst is quenched, thirst will arise again. It is never permanently satisfied. This is the nature of tanha. It is an endless cycle of wanting, temporary satisfaction, and wanting again. But the Buddha was not speaking merely of physical thirst, or even of obvious desires. He was pointing to something far more subtle and pervasive. He was pointing to the fundamental orientation of the unawakened mind, the mind that has not understood the nature of reality. This mind is always in a state of reaching, always seeking, always dissatisfied with what is, always believing that fulfillment lies just ahead, in the next experience, the next achievement, the next moment. This is why you cannot sleep. The mind is thirsty. It is reaching. It is wanting. It wants tomorrow to go well. It wants yesterday to have been different. It wants this moment of wakefulness to end. It wants sleep, and in wanting sleep, it creates the very agitation that prevents sleep. This is the paradox of tanha. The more we crave, the more we suffer. The more we grasp, the more we create the conditions for dissatisfaction. The Buddha identified 3 types of tanha, 3 forms of craving that keep us bound to suffering. The first is kama-tanha, craving for sensual pleasures. This is the most obvious form. The craving for pleasant sights, sounds, smells, tastes, touch, sensations. The desire for wealth, for status, for the pleasures of the senses. This craving drives much of human activity. We organize our lives around the pursuit of pleasant experiences and the avoidance of unpleasant ones. We work to earn money to buy things that will bring pleasure. We seek relationships that will provide emotional satisfaction. We consume entertainment to stimulate pleasant feelings. None of this is inherently wrong. The Buddha was not an ascetic who rejected all pleasure. He himself had experimented with extreme asceticism before his enlightenment and found it unhelpful. He taught the middle way, neither indulgence nor denial. But he saw clearly that when we are driven by craving for sensual pleasure, when we believe that happiness lies in acquiring and consuming pleasant experiences, we create suffering for ourselves. Why? Because sensual pleasures are impermanent. They arise and they cease. The delicious meal ends. The pleasant sensation fades. The exciting experience becomes ordinary through repetition. And in their ending, in their fading, there is disappointment. There is loss. There is the immediate arising of craving for the next pleasant experience. We are on a treadmill, constantly running, never arriving. The second type is bhavatanha, craving for existence or becoming. This is more subtle. This is the craving to be someone, to become something, to establish ourselves as a particular identity. It is the craving for recognition, for achievement, for the building up of self. We want to be seen as successful, as intelligent, as attractive, as spiritual, as good. We create a self-image, and then we crave experiences that confirm and enhance this image. This craving for becoming is intimately tied to our sense of self. We have an idea of who we are and who we want to be, and we organize our lives around becoming that person. We pursue goals, we develop skills, we cultivate relationships, all in service of this project of becoming. But this too is ultimately unsatisfactory. The self we are trying to establish is itself impermanent, unreliable, constantly changing. The achievements we grasp fade. The recognition we receive is temporary. The identity we build is always under threat, always needing defense, always requiring maintenance. As you lie here tonight, notice this craving for becoming. Perhaps your mind is planning how you will be tomorrow, what you will achieve, how you will handle challenges, how you will present yourself. This is bhavatanha, the mind trying to construct a self, trying to become someone, trying to secure itself through future becoming. And this very activity prevents rest. The mind that is always becoming cannot simply be. It cannot rest in the present moment as it is. The third type is vibhavatanha, craving for non-existence or annihilation. This may seem contradictory. How? Can craving for non-existence be a form of craving? But the Buddha saw this clearly. This is the craving to escape, to avoid, to make unpleasant experiences disappear. It is the wish for difficult emotions to end, for challenging situations to vanish, for aspects of ourselves we dislike to be eliminated. In its extreme form, it is the desire for complete annihilation, for the self to cease to exist. But this too is craving. It is still the mind reaching, still the mind in a state of resistance and dissatisfaction. Instead of grasping to what pleasant experience, it is pushing away unpleasant experience. But the mechanism is the same. It is tanha. It is the inability to rest with what is. It is the constant movement of attraction and repulsion, reaching and rejecting. Notice in your own experience tonight. The mind that cannot sleep is engaged in all three forms of craving. It craves pleasant experiences, perhaps remembering pleasant moments from the past or imagining pleasant scenarios in the future. It craves to become someone who handles things well, who is productive tomorrow, who overcomes current difficulties. And it craves for unpleasant experiences to end, for worries to disappear, for this state of wakefulness itself to be annihilated and replaced with sleep. All three forms of craving create agitation. They prevent the mind from settling. They keep it in constant motion, constantly seeking, constantly dissatisfied. The Buddha saw this pattern with perfect clarity, and he saw that this pattern is not personal, not unique to any individual. It is the default operation of the unawakened mind. It is what the mind does when it does not understand the nature of reality. Now, why does craving arise? What is its source? The Buddha traced it back to feeling, to Vedana. When a pleasant feeling arises, craving to prolong it arises. When an unpleasant feeling arises, craving to end it arises. When a neutral feeling arises, often ignorance about its nature arises, and then craving for something more interesting, more stimulating. This is the sequence. Contact between sense organ and sense object gives rise to consciousness. Consciousness and contact give rise to feeling. Feeling gives rise to craving. Craving gives rise to clinging. And from clinging arises all suffering. This is called paticca samuppada, dependent origination. It is the Buddha's most profound teaching on causality, on how suffering arises through a chain of conditions. Each link in the chain depends on the previous link. Break any link, and the chain is broken. Suffering ceases. This is not fatalism. This is empowerment. Because if suffering arises through causes, then by removing the causes, suffering can be ended. The crucial link, the one where intervention is most effective, is the link between feeling and craving. Feeling arises automatically. It is part of the nature of consciousness. When the eye sees a pleasant form, a pleasant feeling arises. We cannot prevent this. It happens naturally. But what happens next is not automatic. Between feeling and craving, there is a space, a moment where wisdom can operate, a moment where we can observe the feeling without immediately reacting to it with craving. This is the practice. This is where freedom lies. Not in preventing feelings from arising, which is impossible, but in observing feelings clearly, understanding their impermanent nature, and not reacting to them with craving. When we can do this, when we can feel a pleasant feeling without grasping at it, feel an unpleasant feeling without pushing it away, then craving does not arise. And when craving does not arise, clinging does not arise. And when clinging does not arise, suffering does not arise. This is the promise of the Buddha's teaching. Complete freedom from suffering is possible, not by arranging external conditions perfectly, not by achieving all our goals, not by acquiring everything we desire, but by understanding the mechanism of suffering and ceasing to perpetuate it. Let us examine more closely how craving operates in the mind. The Pali texts describe it with the term perupa saturupa, that which is agreeable and pleasing. The mind surveys experience looking for what is agreeable, what is pleasing. When it finds it, it grasps. When it finds what is disagreeable, it rejects. This is happening constantly, mostly below the threshold of conscious awareness. The mind is evaluating, judging, categorizing, reaching, rejecting, all in a continuous stream. This evaluating mind, this judging mind, this craving mind prevents rest. To rest, to truly rest, the mind must stop this constant activity. It must cease. The endless project of seeking pleasure and avoiding pain. It must come to a state of non-craving, of non-reaching, of acceptance of what is. But how? Simply telling the mind to stop craving does not work. Craving is deeply conditioned. It has operated for so long, through so many lifetimes according to the Buddhist view that it feels like our nature. It feels like who we are. We identify with our desires. We think we are what we want, what we fear, what we hope for. To stop craving feels like ceasing to exist. And here we encounter a profound teaching. The Buddha said that craving arises from ignorance, avijja. We crave because we do not see clearly. We do not understand the nature of what we are craving. We think that acquiring the object of craving will bring lasting satisfaction. We think that avoiding what we fear will bring lasting security. We think that becoming what we want to be will bring lasting happiness. These are all mistakes. They are misunderstandings about the nature of reality. Every object of craving is impermanent. It will change and pass away. Every state we hope to avoid will arise again under the right conditions. Every identity we try to establish is unreliable and constantly shifting. We are craving after things that cannot deliver what we hope they will deliver. This is the fundamental ignorance that drives craving. When we see this clearly, when we understand directly through our own experience that no conditioned thing can provide lasting satisfaction, then craving naturally weakens. Not through suppression, not through force, but through understanding. The mind that sees clearly loses interest in chasing after what it now knows to be unsatisfying. There is a famous simile in the texts. The Buddha compares craving to the taste of honey on the blade of a knife. A child, seeing the honey, licks the blade, attracted by the sweetness. But in licking the blade, the tongue is cut. There is both pleasure and pain mixed together. The pleasure is temporary, superficial. The pain is real and lasting. This is the nature of all experience driven by craving. There may be temporary satisfaction, but it is always mixed with suffering, always leading to more craving, always cutting even as it sweetens. The wise person sees this and no longer licks the blade. Not because they suppress desire, not because they grit their teeth and resist, but because they see clearly that this leads to harm. The seeing itself is the freedom. When you truly see that something leads to suffering, you naturally stop doing it. You do not need to force yourself. The clarity itself protects you. This is why the Buddha emphasized wisdom, panna, over willpower. Willpower can suppress craving temporarily, but it creates tension, creates struggle, creates a sense of deprivation. Wisdom sees through craving, understands its nature, and in that understanding, craving releases naturally. There is no struggle, no sense of giving something up. There is simply clarity and the natural response to clarity. Consider how this works in your own experience. When you were a child, perhaps you believed in certain myths or stories that you later outgrew. When did you stop believing? Not through forcing yourself, not through willpower, simply through growing in understanding, through seeing more clearly. The belief fell away naturally when it was no longer supported by your level of understanding. This is how craving falls away through wisdom, not through struggle, but through seeing. As you lie here tonight, you can begin to observe craving directly. Notice when a thought arises and there is a reaching toward it or a pushing away from it. That movement, that lean of the mind, that is tanha. Notice how the mind wants things to be different. It wants sleep when there is wakefulness. It wants tomorrow to come so today can be over. It wants certain thoughts to stop and other thoughts to continue. All of this is craving. All of this is the movement that prevents rest. And notice something else. Notice the suffering that accompanies craving, the tension, the dissatisfaction, the sense of incompleteness. Craving and suffering arise together. They are two sides of the same coin. Where there is craving, there is suffering. Where craving ceases, suffering ceases. This is not theory. This is something you can observe directly in your own mind right now. The Buddha taught about the proximate cause of craving, what conditions give rise to it. He said that craving arises dependent on feeling, but also dependent on ignorance. It is the combination. Feeling plus ignorance equals craving. Feeling plus wisdom equals equanimity. Same feeling, different response, depending on the presence or absence of understanding. So the practice becomes clear. We must develop wisdom. We must understand reality as it actually is. And specifically, we must understand three characteristics of all conditioned phenomena. These are called the tilakkhana, the three marks of existence. All conditioned things are impermanent anicca. All conditioned things are unsatisfactory when clung to dukkha. All conditioned things are not self-onatta. When these three characteristics are directly seen, deeply understood, thoroughly penetrated, craving loses its grip. The mind sees there is nothing to grasp, nothing that will provide the permanent satisfaction it seeks, nothing that can be claimed as me or mine. Let us explore a traditional story that illustrates the nature of craving and its consequences. This is the story of King Pasenadi and the lesson of the 4 horses. Found in the Samyutta Nikaya, King Pasenadi of Kosala was a devoted lay follower of the Buddha and often visited him for teachings. One day, the king came to the Buddha and asked about the different types of practitioners on the spiritual path. The Buddha responded with a simile about 4 types of excellent thoroughbred horses. The first horse, the Buddha explained, moves at the mere shadow of the whip before any physical contact. This horse is so sensitive, so responsive, that the slightest indication is enough. It understands immediately what is required and responds with perfect compliance. The second horse moves when the hairs of its body are touched by the whip. The third horse moves when its flesh is touched. And the fourth horse moves only when the whip strikes to the bone. The Buddha then explained the meaning. The first type of practitioner hears about the suffering in someone else's experience, perhaps in another village, perhaps even in another land. Someone has fallen ill, someone has died, someone has lost everything. And hearing this practitioner reflects deeply. They understand that this same suffering could come to them. Impermanence is universal. No one is exempt. This understanding penetrates so deeply that they are moved to practice with urgency, to develop wisdom, to prepare for the inevitable changes of life. This is like the horse that moves at the shadow of the whip. The second type of practitioner needs to see suffering more directly. Someone in their own village becomes ill. Someone they know experiences loss. Now the reality of impermanence becomes more vivid, more personal, and this moves them to practice. This is like the horse that moves when its hairs are touched. The third type needs suffering to come even closer. Someone in their own family falls ill. Someone they love dies. Now suffering is at their door, and they cannot ignore it. This, finally, moves them to earnest practice. This is like the horse that moves when its flesh is touched. And the fourth type, the Buddha said with compassion, does not practice until they themselves are experiencing acute suffering, until they themselves are sick, grieving, facing death. Only then do they turn to the teachings, seeking relief. This is like the horse that moves only when struck to the bone. The Buddha did not criticize any of these types. He simply observed that people awaken at different rates, with different degrees of sensitivity to the truth of suffering. But he encouraged his listeners to be like the first horse, to learn from the universal truth of impermanence without needing to wait for her. Personal disaster to motivate practice. This story teaches us about craving in a subtle way. What keeps the second, third, and fourth horses from responding earlier? What keeps them from seeing the truth that is already evident? It is craving. Craving for existence to continue as it is. Craving for the pleasant illusion that we are somehow exempt from universal laws. Craving to avoid the uncomfortable truth of impermanence and suffering. We want to believe that things will stay the same, that the people we love will always be here, that our health will last, that our circumstances will not change dramatically. This wanting, this craving for stability in an unstable world blinds us to reality. It keeps us from responding to the truth that is already apparent if we would only look. King Pasenadi himself provides another teaching about craving. The texts record that he struggled with overeating. He loved food and ate to excess, which caused him discomfort and made him drowsy during the Buddha's teachings. The Buddha taught him a verse to recite while eating. When a person is constantly mindful, knowing moderation in the food they eat, their ailments decrease, they age slowly, and they preserve their life force. This simple teaching about food contains the entire teaching about craving. Craving leads to excess. Excess leads to suffering. Mindfulness and understanding of moderation lead to well-being. This applies not just to food, but to all experience. Craving leads us to excess in all things, to always wanting more, to never being satisfied with what is. And this constant wanting is exhausting. It is what keeps the mind churning, unable to rest. The king took this teaching to heart and practiced moderation. The texts say that he became healthier and more alert. He experienced directly how reducing craving reduced suffering. This is not asceticism. This is not denial. This is simply understanding what is enough, what is appropriate, what leads to well-being rather than to excess and suffering. As you lie here, consider your own relationship to craving. What are you craving right now? Perhaps sleep itself has become an object of craving. You want it so badly that the wanting creates tension, and the tension prevents the very sleep you crave. This is the paradox of craving. It creates the obstacle to its own fulfillment. Or perhaps you are craving for tomorrow to go a certain way, for a problem to resolve, for a relationship to improve, for circumstances to change. All of this craving creates tension in the mind. The mind that craves cannot rest because it is always reaching toward something that is not yet present, always dissatisfied with what is. The Buddha taught a practice specifically for working with craving. It is called the contemplation of the unattractive, asubha bhava. This does not mean making things ugly or cultivating aversion. It means seeing clearly the nature of what we crave, seeing through the superficial attractiveness to the reality beneath. When we crave sensual pleasure, we see only the pleasure, not the impermanence, not the ultimate unsatisfactoriness, not the suffering of change. We are enchanted, captivated by the surface appearance. The contemplation of the unattractive breaks this enchantment, not by making things ugly, but by seeing them completely, by seeing all aspects, including the aspects we normally ignore. The beautiful flower is also dying from the moment it blooms. The delicious food will become waste matter in hours. The praised achievement will be forgotten. The comfortable circumstance will inevitably change. This is not pessimism. This is realism. This is seeing the whole truth rather than only the pleasing part. When we see the whole truth, craving naturally lessens. We are no longer chasing after illusions. We see things as they are, and this seeing brings a natural equanimity. We can enjoy beauty without clinging to it. We can experience pleasure without craving for it to last. We can accept comfort without demanding that it remain. This is the freedom that comes from understanding. Another teaching the Buddha gave about craving is found in the discourse on the simile of the snake. He taught that there are two ways of grasping things. One is like grasping a snake incorrectly, by the tail or the middle of the body. The snake, feeling threatened, will bite. The bite brings suffering. The other way is like grasping a snake correctly, with a forked stick behind its head. The snake cannot bite. It can be held safely. The same is true of the teachings and of experience itself. If we grasp the teachings or experiences incorrectly, through the lens of craving and clinging, we will suffer. If we hold them correctly, with wisdom and non-attachment, they will not cause suffering. The problem is not the teaching or the experience. The problem is how we hold it, how we relate to it. This is crucial for understanding craving. Craving is a way of relating to experience. It is not the experience itself. You can have the same experience with craving or without craving, and the result will be completely different. With craving, there is tension, dissatisfaction, suffering. Without craving, there can be peace, contentment, ease. The Buddha also taught about the gratification, danger, and escape regarding sense pleasures. The gratification is the pleasure we experience, the satisfaction, the temporary happiness. This is real. The Buddha did not deny it, but he said we must also see the danger. The danger is the impermanence, the bondage, the way pleasure binds us to the cycle of craving. And the escape is the renunciation, not of pleasure itself, but of craving for pleasure, of dependence on pleasure for our well-being. When we see all three clearly, gratification, danger, and escape, then we are no longer enslaved by sense pleasures. We can experience them without being controlled by them. We can enjoy them without needing them. This is mature renunciation, not the forced denial of the beginner, but the natural no-note attachment of one who sees clearly. Consider the relationship between craving and identity. Much of our craving is tied to our sense of self. We crave things that confirm our identity, that make us feel real, that establish us as someone. If we identify as successful, we crave recognition and achievement. If we identify as attractive, we crave admiration. If we identify as spiritual, we crave peaceful experiences and progress on the path. All of this is craving in service of self-construction. But the Buddha taught unnata, not self. He taught that there is no permanent, unchanging self to be found. In the five aggregates, this teaching directly undermines the basis of craving. If there is no self, who is doing the craving? What is being protected? What needs to be established? When this teaching is deeply understood, when it is directly seen, craving loses much of its power. There is no one to crave, no one to satisfy, no identity to establish or defend. This is not nihilism. It is not saying that nothing exists or that we don't exist. It is saying that what we take to be a solid, permanent self is actually a process, a flow, a series of conditions arising and passing. And when we see this clearly, We stop trying to solidify what is by nature fluid. We stop trying to make permanent what is by nature impermanent. And this stopping is the cessation of craving. The mind that does not crave has no need to remain awake, vigilantly seeking, constantly evaluating. It can rest. It has nowhere to go, nothing to protect, nothing to acquire, nothing to become. This is the peace the Buddha pointed to. This is the peace that makes deep rest possible. Now, the Buddha was very practical in his teachings. He did not just present lofty philosophy. He gave specific practices for working with craving in daily life. One of these is sense restraint, guarding the sense doors. This means being mindful at the moment of sense contact. When the eye sees a form, when the ear hears a sound, when the mind encounters a thought, we are present with awareness. We observe the feeling tone that arises. We observe the movement toward craving or aversion. And in that observation, we have a choice. We can follow the habitual reaction, or we can simply observe without reacting. This is not suppression. We are not trying to stop feeling from arising. We are not trying to prevent perception. We are simply bringing awareness to the process, observing how craving arises, how it operates, how it leads to further mental proliferation. And in this observation, gradually, craving loses its compulsive quality. We see it happening, and what can be seen has already lost some of its power over us. Another practice is contentment, santuthi. The Buddha praised contentment as great wealth. The contented person is rich, regardless of external circumstances. The discontented person is poor, even with abundance. Contentment is not complacency. It is not giving up on skillful effort or improvement. It is the absence of the constant craving for things to be other than they are. It is the ability to be at peace with what is, even while working skillfully to improve conditions. This contentment is especially relevant to sleep. The mind that is content can rest. The mind that constantly wants things to be different churns endlessly. Contentment does not mean you must like everything about your circumstances. It means you recognize and accept what is, even as you work to address what can be addressed. This acceptance, this lack of internal resistance, creates the conditions for rest. The Buddha also taught about the nutriment of craving, what feeds it, what sustains it. He said that inappropriate attention, ayoniso manasikara, is the nutriment of craving. Inappropriate attention means attending to things in a way that increases craving. For example, focusing on the attractive aspects of something while ignoring the unattractive aspects. Focusing on what you lack rather than what you have. Comparing yourself unfavorably to others. All of this is inappropriate attention. It feeds craving. It makes it stronger. Appropriate attention, yoniso manasikara, is attending to things in a way that decreases craving. Seeing things as they actually are, with all their aspects. Seeing impermanence, seeing unsatisfactoriness, seeing not-self. Reflecting on the danger in what you crave and the benefit in what you resist. This appropriate attention starves craving. It withdraws the nutriment that keeps it alive. You can practice this right now. Notice the thoughts that arise about tomorrow, about your current situation, about yourself. How are you attending to these thoughts? Are you feeding craving or starving it? Are you ruminating in ways that increase dissatisfaction? Or are you observing with clear comprehension that reduces reactivity? the ultimate teaching on craving. Is it cessation nirvana? The Buddha taught that craving can cease completely, utterly, without remainder. This is not temporary suppression. This is the complete ending of craving. And with the ending of craving comes the ending of suffering. This is nibbana, nirvana, the unconditioned, the deathless, the supreme peace. The cessation of craving is possible because craving is conditioned. It arises due to causes. It is sustained by conditions. When those causes and conditions are removed, it ceases. This is the great hope of the Buddha's teaching. Suffering is not inherent to existence. It is not punishment. It is not fate. It is the result of causes, and those causes can be addressed. As you lie here tonight, you are practicing. Perhaps you did not realize it, but listening to these teachings, reflecting on them, observing your own mind, this is practice. You are developing understanding. You are seeing more clearly the nature of craving, how it operates, how it creates suffering. And in this seeing, already, craving begins to loosen its grip. The path to the cessation of craving is gradual for most people. There are sudden breakthroughs, moments of profound insight, but these are built on a foundation of accumulated understanding. Each moment of seeing craving clearly, each moment of not following it, each moment of resting in awareness. Rather than reaching with desire, these moments accumulate. They change the mind. They develop new patterns, wholesome patterns that lead toward peace rather than toward suffering. You need not try to stop craving through will. Simply observe it, see it clearly, understand its nature. And as understanding grows, craving naturally weakens. This is the gentle way, the middle way, the way the Buddha taught. Not violent suppression, not forced denial, but wise understanding leading to natural release. And now, having explored the origin of suffering, having examined how craving arises and operates, we are ready to turn to the most liberating teaching of all. We are ready to explore the third noble truth, the cessation of suffering. We are ready to understand how craving can be released, how the mind can find complete peace, how liberation is possible. Let us continue this journey into the heart of the Buddha's wisdom. We come now to the third noble truth, nirvana, the cessation of suffering. In the Dhammacappavan Sutta, the Buddha proclaimed, "This is the noble truth of the cessation of suffering. It is the remainderless fading away and cessation of that same craving, the giving up and relinquishing of it, freedom from it, non-reliance on it. This is the most liberating teaching in all of Buddhism. Suffering can end, not temporarily, not partially, but completely, utterly, finally. The craving that drives suffering can cease. The grasping can release. The mind can find peace so profound that no circumstance can disturb it. This is not wishful thinking. This is not religious faith. This is the direct testimony of one who achieved it, and the confirmation of countless practitioners across 25 centuries, who have followed the same path and reached the same destination. The third noble truth is the declaration that nibbana exists. Nibbana, nirvana in Sanskrit, literally means extinguishing or blowing out. Like a flame that is extinguished when its fuel is exhausted, suffering is extinguished when its fuel, craving, is removed. This is not annihilation of existence. It is the extinguishing of greed, hatred, and delusion. It is the end of suffering, not the end of being. But what does this cessation feel like? How can we understand it? The Buddha used many terms to describe it because it is beyond ordinary language. He called it the unconditioned, the deathless, the supreme peace, the secure, the refuge, the island amidst the flood, the further shore, the end of suffering, the unbinding, the letting go, the freedom, the liberation in the Udana A collection. Of inspired utterances, the Buddha speaks of Nibbana directly. There is, monks, an unborn, unbecome, unmade, unconditioned. If there were not that unborn, unbecome, unmade, unconditioned, there would be no escape from the born, become, made, conditioned. But since there is an unborn, unbecome, unmade, unconditioned, therefore an escape from the born, become, made, conditioned is discerned. This is a profound statement. The Buddha is pointing to something that is not part of the conditioned realm, not subject to arising and passing, not subject to birth and death. This is what makes escape possible. If everything were conditioned, if everything was subject to arising and passing, then suffering would be inevitable and inescapable. But there is the unconditioned, there is Nibbana, and therefore liberation is possible. Now the experience of Nibbana is said to be ineffable, beyond words. But the Buddha did describe its characteristics to give practitioners direction. He said it is permanent, unlike all conditioned phenomena. It is happiness, but not the happiness dependent on conditions. It is peace beyond understanding. It is the complete absence of greed, hatred, and delusion. It is the cessation of craving. It is the ending of dukkha. But how is this cessation achieved? This is what we must understand carefully. The cessation of craving is not achieved through more craving. We cannot crave our way to non-craving. We cannot force cessation through willpower alone. We cannot make it happen through effort. In the ordinary sense, this is a subtle point that many practitioners misunderstand. The Buddha taught that cessation comes through understanding. When the nature of craving is fully understood, when its origin is fully understood, when its danger is fully seen, when the benefit of its cessation is fully appreciated, then craving naturally releases, not through force, but through wisdom, not through suppression, but through seeing clearly. This is why the Buddha emphasized right view as the first factor of the Noble Eightfold Path. Right view is the understanding of the Four Noble Truths. It is seeing suffering, seeing its origin in craving, seeing that cessation is possible, and seeing the path to that cessation. This right view is what makes all other progress possible. Without it, we are lost. With it, we have direction. Let us understand more deeply what cessation means in practical terms. It means the ending of the constant reaching, the constant dissatisfaction, the constant sense of incompleteness. It means the mind no longer leans into experience with grasping or away from experience with aversion. It means perfect equanimity, perfect balance, perfect peace with whatever arises. This does not mean the mind becomes blank or unresponsive. Quite the opposite. The liberated mind is fully alive, fully aware, fully responsive, but it responds with wisdom rather than with reactivity. It meets experience with clarity rather than with confusion. It acts skillfully without being driven by compulsion. Imagine a mind that has no fear because it is not clinging to anything that can be lost. Imagine a mind that has no anxiety because it is not trying to control what cannot be controlled. Imagine a mind that has no disappointment because it is not expecting impermanent things to be permanent. This is not imagination. This is description of the liberated mind. This is what becomes possible when craving ceases. As you lie here tonight, you might wonder, how can I experience even a taste of this cessation? How can I move toward this liberation? The Buddha's answer is clear, through the Noble Eightfold Path. But even before systematic practice of the full path, there are moments when cessation can be glimpsed. Moments when craving temporarily releases and the mind touches peace. These moments often come unexpectedly. Perhaps you are in nature, standing before a vast landscape, and suddenly the constant mental chatter stops. There is simply the experience, pure and immediate, without the overlay of wanting or fearing. This is a moment of cessation, or perhaps, in deep meditation, the mind settles and all reaching ceases. There is simply awareness, resting in itself, content. This is a taste of cessation, or perhaps in a moment of profound loss. After the initial storm of grief has passed, there comes a moment of complete acceptance. Not resignation, not defeat, but a deep letting go. An understanding that this is how things are. This is the nature of existence. In that moment, while pain may remain, suffering ceases. This cessation arising through wisdom born of experience. The Buddha taught that there are two kinds of nibbana. There is nibbana with residue esarupadisa, nibbana and nibbana without. Residue and upadisasa, nibbana. The first is the experience of the living errant, the fully liberated one who still has a physical body and continues to experience the world through the senses. The body may experience pain, may experience pleasant and unpleasant sensations, but there is no craving, no suffering. The mind is completely free even while the body continues. The second is the final nibbana at the death of the Arahant, when even the five aggregates dissolve completely. This is beyond all description because there is no reference point left in the conditioned world. But the Buddha assured his disciples that this is not annihilation. It is not nothingness. It is the unconditioned, which cannot be understood through conditioned concepts. For our purposes tonight, what matters is the first kind, the cessation that is possible here and now, in this very life, with this very mind. This is what the Buddha taught is achievable through dedicated practice. This is what makes the teaching practical and relevant. We need not wait for death to experience liberation. We can taste it now, develop it now, realize it now. The key to this cessation is letting go, relinquishment, vasaga in Pali. This is perhaps the most important word in the Buddha's practical teachings. Letting go. Not suppressing, not denying, not running away, but releasing, relinquishing, allowing to be. But what does it mean to let go? This is often misunderstood. Letting go does not mean not caring. It does not mean becoming passive or indifferent. It does not mean abandoning responsibility or wisdom or compassion. Letting go means releasing, clinging, releasing the grasping, releasing the identification with experience as me and mine. You can care deeply about someone without clinging to them. You can work diligently toward goals without craving results. You can enjoy pleasant experiences without grasping at them. You can learn from unpleasant experiences without pushing them away. This is the art of letting go. This is the middle way between attachment and aversion. The Buddha used the simile of a man carrying a heavy burden. Every step is effortful, exhausting. Then he sets the burden down. There is immediate relief, immediate ease. This is what letting go feels like. The burden of craving, of constant grasping and pushing, is heavy. When it is released, even momentarily, there is palpable relief. The mind becomes light. The body relaxes. Peace arises naturally. You can experience this right now. Notice where you are holding tension, either in body or mind. Notice where you are resisting what is, where you are wanting things to be different. And just for this moment, experiment with letting go. Not changing anything externally, but internally releasing the clinging, releasing the resistance. Notice what happens. Notice if there is even a small sense of ease, of relief, of peace. This is not magical. This is the natural result of ceasing to create suffering. When we stop the internal war against reality, when we stop demanding that impermanent things be permanent, when we stop trying to control what cannot be controlled, suffering naturally decreases. This is cause and effect. This is the law of dependent origination operating in reverse. When craving ceases, suffering ceases. The Buddha taught specific practices for cultivating this letting go. One is the practice of impermanence contemplation, anakonapassana. This means observing directly, repeatedly, persistently, that all conditioned phenomena are impermanent. Every thought arises and passes. Every sensation appears and disappears. Every emotion comes and goes. Every experience is in constant flux. When impermanence is seen clearly, deeply, repeatedly, clinging naturally weakens. Why grasp at what is already slipping away? Why try to hold on to what is by nature flowing? The mind that truly understands impermanence learns to move with the flow rather than against it. It learns to appreciate each moment as it is, knowing it will not last, and therefore not demanding that it last. Another practice is the contemplation of not-self, anattanupassana. This means observing that nowhere in experience can a permanent, unchanging self be found. The body is not self, it is changing. Feelings are not self, they come and go. Perceptions are not self, they are constructed. Mental formations are not self, they are conditioned. Consciousness is not self, it arises and ceases. When not self is understood, the question arises, who is doing the clinging? If there is no permanent self, what is being protected? What is being established? This understanding undermines the very basis of craving. Craving operates on the assumption of a self that needs protecting, satisfying, establishing. When that assumption is seen through, craving loses its foundation. A third practice is the contemplation of suffering, dukkha nupassana. This means observing clearly how suffering arises through clinging and ceases through letting go. Not just believing this intellectually, but seeing it directly in your own experience. Watch how grasping at a pleasant experience creates tension. Watch how resisting an unpleasant experience creates struggle. Watch how letting go brings ease. This direct observation is more powerful than any teaching. When you see for yourself, repeatedly, that clinging causes suffering and letting go brings peace, the mind naturally inclines toward letting go. It is not forced. It is not effortful. It is simply the natural response to clear seeing. There is a story in the Majjhima Nikaya that beautifully illustrates letting go. It is the story of the lute string told by the Buddha to the monk Sona. Sona was a young monk who was practicing with great intensity. He would walk in meditation until his feet bled. He pushed himself relentlessly, thinking that only through extreme effort could he achieve awakening. But despite his heroic efforts, he made no progress. Instead, he became exhausted and discouraged. He began to think perhaps he was not suited for the monastic life. Perhaps he should return to his family, to the wealth he had left behind, and practice as a layperson. The Buddha, through his telepathic powers, knew what Sona was thinking. He appeared to him and asked Sona, "When you were a householder, were you skilled at playing the lute?" Sona confirmed that he was. The Buddha then asked, "When the strings of your lute were too tight, was it in tune and playable?" Sona replied, "No, venerable sir." "And when the strings were too loose, was it in tune and playable?" "No, venerable sir." "But when the strings were neither too tight nor too loose, but adjusted to an even pitch, was your lute then in tune and playable?" "Yes, venerable sir." The Buddha then taught, in the same way, Sona, excessive energy leads to restlessness, and insufficient energy leads to laziness. Therefore, Sona, resolve on an even level of energy, find the right pitch for your faculties, and take up your task there. Sona followed this advice. He adjusted his practice, finding the middle way between extreme effort and laxity. Soon after, he achieved full liberation. He became an arahant. This story teaches us about letting go in a profound way. Letting go is not a matter of more effort, more striving, more forcing. It is a matter of balance, of finding the right adjustment, of allowing rather than demanding. When the mind is too tight with effort, there is strain. When the mind is too loose with laxity, there is no progress. But when the mind finds the middle way, when there is alert relaxation, engaged ease, then progress becomes natural. This is directly relevant to sleep. The mind that tries too hard to sleep cannot sleep. The trying creates the obstacle, but the mind that gives up all effort may simply continue churning. The middle way is alert relaxation, aware but not striving, present but not grasping. This is the quality that allows sleep to come naturally. The Buddha also taught about gradual cessation, how the mind progressively lets go of grosser attachments before it can let go of subtler ones. He compared it to the ocean, which deepens gradually, slopes away gradually, not plunging suddenly to great depths. In the same way, the practice leads gradually to deeper and deeper letting go. First, we let go of gross unwholesome behaviors. We stop harming others. We stop taking what is not given. We stop harmful speech. This is moral conduct sila, the foundation of practice. Without this foundation, the mind is too disturbed, too burdened with remorse and consequence, to progress further. Then we let go of gross hindrances. We observe the mind's tendency towards sensual desire, ill will, sloth and torpor, restlessness and worry, doubt. We see these arising and we practice not feeding them, not following them. This allows concentration to develop. As concentration develops, we let go of identification with thoughts. We see thoughts arising and passing like clouds in the sky. We do not take them so personally, so seriously. This is a significant letting go. Most people are completely identified with their thoughts, believing that their thoughts are truth, are reality, are who they are. When this identification releases, there is great freedom. Then we let go of identification with emotions. We see emotions as energy moving through the body-mind, arising due to conditions, passing when conditions change. We do not need to suppress them or act them out. We can simply observe them with equanimity. This letting go brings stability. Progressively, we let go of identification with all 5 aggregates. Form, feelings, perceptions, mental formations, consciousness, all are seen as impermanent processes, not as self. This is the deepest letting go, the letting go that leads to complete liberation. But we need not achieve complete liberation to benefit from the teaching of letting go. Every small release, every moment of non-clinging, brings a measure of peace. The practice is not all or nothing. It is gradual, progressive, cumulative. Each step taken is valuable in itself and prepares the ground for the next step. The Buddha taught that there are 4 stages of awakening, for progressively deeper realizations of truth. The stream enterer has glimpsed Nibbana directly and can never again completely fall back into ignorance. The one's returner has weakened sensual desire and ill-willed significantly. The non-returner has eliminated them completely. The Arahant has eliminated all fetters, all chains that bind consciousness to suffering. But even before stream entry, even in the very beginning of practice, there are benefits. The person who practices moral conduct experiences the peace of blamelessness. The person who develops concentration experiences the peace of a settled mind. The person who cultivates wisdom experiences the peace of understanding. All of these are valuable. All of these are worth pursuing. And here is a liberating truth. You are already practicing. Right now, as you lie here listening to these teachings, contemplating them, observing your own mind, you are engaging in wise reflection. You are developing understanding. You are planting seeds of wisdom that will bear fruit. The Buddha said that there are 3 ways of making merit, of creating positive karma: dana, giving sila, moral conduct, and bhavana, mental development through meditation and study. You are engaging in bhavana. Right now, you are developing your mind. This is powerful. This has consequences. This is changing you in subtle but real ways. Let us explore more deeply the relationship between letting go and impermanence. The Buddha taught that truly understanding impermanence is the direct path to cessation. Why? Because when impermanence is deeply seen, directly experienced, thoroughly penetrated, clinging becomes impossible. You cannot cling to what you truly know is flowing away. You cannot grasp what you see is by nature ungrasping-able. Most of us know, intellectually, that things are impermanent. We know people die. We know circumstances change. We know our bodies age. But this knowing is superficial. It has not penetrated deeply. We live as if things are permanent. We make plans assuming continuity. We cling to relationships as if they will last forever. We identify with our body as if it is stable. This is the ignorance the Buddha pointed to. True understanding of impermanence comes through direct observation. Watch the breath. Each inhalation is unique, never to be repeated. Each exhalation dissolves into space. The breath of this moment is not the breath of the last moment. It is constantly new, constantly dying, constantly being born. This is impermanence, not as concept, but as lived reality. Watch sensations in the body, that ache in the back, is it constant? Look closely. Is it not a flow of sensations, sometimes sharp, sometimes dull, sometimes spreading, sometimes concentrated, appearing, disappearing, changing moment by moment? Where is the solid, unchanging ache? It cannot be found. There is only flow. Watch. Emotions. Anger arises, seems overwhelming, appears as if it will last forever. But watch it carefully without feeding it with thoughts. See how it changes. See how it has a peak and then begins to subside. See how it is made of components, body sensations, mental images, evaluative thoughts. See how these components themselves are changing. The anger that seems so solid reveals itself as a process, a flow, empty of permanent essence. This seeing, this direct observation, is what the Buddha called vipassana, insight. It is not thinking about impermanence. It is seeing it directly, and in seeing it, understanding arises. Not intellectual understanding, but experiential understanding. Understanding that transforms because it changes how we relate to experience. When impermanence is truly seen, three insights naturally follow. First, if all things are impermanent, they cannot provide lasting satisfaction. This is the insight into dukkha, unsatisfactoriness. Second, if all things are impermanent and unsatisfactory when clung to, they are not suitable to be regarded as me or mine. This is the insight into unicca, not self. These three characteristics, impermanence, unsatisfactoriness, and not self, are called the three marks of existence. To see them clearly is to see reality as it is. The Buddha taught a specific meditation for deep insight into impermanence. It is called the contemplation of death, Marananusati. This is not morbid. It is realistic. Death is certain. The time of death is uncertain. This is true for everyone, without exception. Contemplating this focuses the mind wonderfully. What becomes important when death is clearly understood? What attachments seem worth maintaining? What conflicts seem worth perpetuating? Ajahn Chah, a great Thai forest master of the 20th century, used to encourage his students to contemplate death regularly. He would say, if you are not sure whether you are practicing correctly, ask yourself, am I prepared to die right now? If the answer is no, your practice needs adjustment. This is not meant to create fear, but to create urgency, to help us use our time wisely, to encourage letting go of what is not essential. Another practice for cultivating letting go is the practice of generosity, dana. Generosity is literally the practice of letting go. You have something, and you give it away. You release your hold on it. You practice non-clinging in a very concrete way. The Buddha taught that generosity is the foundation of the path. Before people are ready for deeper teachings, they should first practice giving. Why is generosity so important? Because it directly counters greed, one of the three roots of suffering. When you give, you experience that letting go brings happiness. You see that your security does not depend on accumulating and hoarding. You see that there is joy in releasing rather than in grasping. This experiential understanding then carries over into other areas of practice. You can practice generosity of material things, of time, of attention, of presence, of forgiveness. All of these are forms of giving, forms of letting go. All of them create happiness for yourself and others. All of them weaken the grip of craving. The Buddha also taught metta, loving kindness, as a practice that leads toward letting go. When the heart is filled with love, with genuine care for the welfare of others, there is no room for hatred, for ill will, for resentment. Metta is a way of releasing the heart from negative states, allowing it to rest in a positive, wholesome quality. That traditional metta practice involves mentally reciting phrases of well-wishing. May I be happy. May I be healthy. May I be safe. May I live with ease. Then extending these wishes to others, to loved ones, to neutral people, to difficult people, to all beings. This practice softens the heart. It reduces the sense of separation between self and other. It cultivates a quality of openness and care that naturally reduces clinging. As you lie here, you might practice metta for yourself. You might recognize that you deserve kindness, you deserve care, you deserve peace. The mind that is harsh with itself, that judges and criticizes, cannot rest. But the mind that meets itself with friendliness, with compassion, can settle. May you be at peace. May you be free from suffering. May you rest easily. These are not just nice words. They are powerful intentions that shape the quality of mind. Let us return to the central question. How does cessation actually occur? The Buddha described it as the fading away of passion, viraga. Viraga means dispassion, but not in the sense of becoming cold or unfeeling. It means the ending of feverish craving, the cooling of the burning of desire. When passion fades, when craving lessens, when grasping releases, cessation naturally occurs. This fading happens through seeing clearly. When you see the danger in what you crave, when you see the benefit in letting go, when you see the impermanent nature of all objects of craving, passion naturally fades, not through force, but through understanding. The mind that sees clearly loses interest in what it previously craved, not because it suppresses desire, but because it sees the futility of pursuing what cannot satisfy. Think of how you might have craved certain things as a child that you no longer crave as an adult. Perhaps toys, perhaps games, perhaps foods. These cravings do not end through willpower. They ended through growing in understanding, through seeing that these things no longer satisfy in the way you need. This is natural maturation. The spiritual path is the same process, but applied to all cravings, even the subtlest ones. The Buddha compared this process to the ocean gradually evaporating under the heat of the sun. Drop by drop, the ocean decreases. In the same way, moment by moment, through clear seeing, through understanding, through non-engagement with craving, the ocean of suffering gradually evaporates. There may not be a dramatic moment where everything suddenly changes, though such moments do occur for some. More commonly, there is gradual transformation, gradual lightening, gradual peace. This gradual path should encourage us. We need not achieve complete enlightenment in one night. We need only take one step, understand one thing, let go of one clinging. This is enough. This is valuable. This is progress. And each step makes the next step easier. There is a beautiful teaching in the Itavataka, a collection of short discourses. The Buddha says, there are these two kinds of happiness, the happiness of household life and the happiness of renunciation. Of these two, the happiness of renunciation is supreme. There are these two kinds of happiness, the happiness connected to attachment and the happiness not connected to attachment. Of these two, the happiness not connected to attachment is supreme. There are these two kinds of happiness, the happiness of the senses and the happiness not of the senses. Of these two, the happiness not of the senses is supreme. This teaching points to progressive, letting go leading to progressively deeper happiness. We might think that letting go means losing happiness, but the Buddha teaches the opposite. The happiness that comes from letting go is superior to the happiness that comes from grasping. Why? Because it is not dependent on conditions. It does not fade. It does not disappoint. It is the happiness of freedom itself. You might taste this even now. Notice if there is any moment where craving has temporarily ceased, perhaps in a moment of full attention to the present, perhaps in a moment of acceptance of what is. In that moment, how does the mind feel? Is there not a quality of ease, of peace, of okayness? This is the happiness of non-clinging. This is what becomes available when we stop fighting reality. The final teaching we must understand about cessation is that it is not a distant goal, not something that exists only at the end of the path. Every moment of letting go is a moment of cessation. Every moment of non-craving is a moment of peace. The practice is not about achieving some future state. It is about this moment, this breath, this experience, met with wisdom and non-clinging. The Buddha taught about two kinds of release. Release through wisdom and release through concentration. Release through wisdom is seeing clearly the three characteristics and thereby letting go of clinging. Release through concentration is the temporary suspension of hindrances through deep meditative absorption. Both are valuable. Both bring peace. Ultimately, complete liberation requires wisdom, but concentration supports and enables the development of wisdom. As you lie here, you might experience moments of deep concentration naturally arising. The mind settles, becomes absorbed in the teachings, becomes quiet. These are valuable moments. They give the mind rest. They show what is possible. They create faith that peace is achievable. Do not grasp at them. Do not try to force them to continue. Simply appreciate them when they occur and let them go when they pass. This itself is practice of letting go. We must also understand that letting go does not mean we become passive or indifferent. The Buddha was enormously active. He taught for 45 years after his enlightenment, traveling constantly, establishing the Sangha, guiding thousands of students. He was not passive, but he was free from craving. His actions came from wisdom and compassion, not from craving and aversion. This is the key difference. You can engage fully with life while letting go of clinging. You can work diligently without craving results. You can love deeply without grasping at the beloved. You can care about outcomes without being attached to. Then, this is the middle way, the balanced way, the wise way. It is not cold detachment. It is warm engagement combined with wisdom. As we come to the end of this exploration of cessation, let us reflect on what we have understood. Cessation is possible. It is the ending of craving through understanding. It comes through seeing clearly the impermanent, unsatisfactory, and not self-nature of all conditioned phenomena. It develops gradually through practice, and it brings happiness that surpasses all conditioned happiness. This is the third noble truth, the truth that gives hope. the truth that motivates practice. Because of this truth, we know that our efforts are not in vain. We know that peace is possible. We know that the suffering we experience is not necessary, not permanent, not inevitable. This knowledge gives us strength to practice, patience, to persist, faith to continue. And now, having understood that cessation is possible, having glimpsed what it might mean to let go, we turn to the practical question: how? What is the actual path? What are the specific practices that lead to this? Cessation. This is the fourth noble truth, the truth of the path, the most practical and detailed teaching the Buddha gave. Let us explore this path together, the path that leads from suffering to peace, from bondage to liberation, from ignorance to wisdom. And so we come to the end of this journey through the Buddha's wisdom. We have traveled together through the landscape of suffering and its cessation, through the territory of craving and letting go, through the understanding that transforms. How we meet each moment. Let us rest now in what we have explored. There is no need to hold tightly to any of it. These teachings are not possessions to be grasped. They are signposts pointing to truth, invitations to look more deeply at your own experience. The words will fade, but the understanding they point to can continue to unfold. Remember the essence. Suffering arises from misunderstanding, from relating to experience through the lens of craving and clinging. When we see clearly the impermanent, flowing nature of all things, when we understand that grasping at what cannot be held creates pain, when we learn to meet life with wisdom rather than with compulsive reactivity, suffering naturally decreases. Peace naturally arises. This is not distant philosophy. This is immediate, practical truth. Right now, in this moment, as you lie here, you can practice what we have explored. Simply notice experience as it is. The breath moving in and out. Sensations in the body appearing and disappearing. Thoughts arising and passing like clouds. All of it flowing, changing, empty of permanent essence. And notice your relationship to this flow. Are you fighting against it? Are you wanting it to be different? Or can you, just for this moment, allow it to be exactly as it is? Can you rest in the flow rather than struggling against it? This is the practice. This is the path. This is what leads from agitation to peace. The Buddha taught that we should be like the earth, like water, like fire, like wind. The earth receives all things, pleasant and unpleasant, clean and dirty, without preference, without rejection. Water flows around obstacles, adapting to conditions without resistance. Fire burns all things equally, transforming without attachment. Wind moves through space freely, unobstructed. This is the quality of the awakened mind. Receptive, flowing, transforming, free. You need not achieve this perfectly. You need only incline toward it. The mind that inclines toward wisdom, toward letting go, toward understanding, this mind is already on the path, already changing, already moving toward peace. As you settle deeper into rest, know that this is not wasted time. This listening, this contemplation, this gentle observation of your own experience, all of this is practice. You are cultivating the seeds of wisdom. These seeds will grow in their own time, according to their own nature. Your task is simply to plant them, to water them with attention, to provide the conditions for growth. The growing itself happens naturally. Let go now of any effort to understand completely, to remember everything, to achieve anything. Let these teachings settle into the deeper levels of mind where they can work silently, transforming from within. Trust the process. Trust the wisdom of the Buddha who walked this path before you. Trust your own capacity for understanding, for letting go, for finding peace. The Buddha's final words to his disciples were these: all conditioned things are subject to decay. Strive with diligence. This is not a harsh command. It is a gentle encouragement. Everything changes. This moment will pass. This night will end. This life will conclude. Knowing this, use your time wisely. Practice with sincerity. Develop understanding. Cultivate peace. But strive with the right kind of effort. Remember Sona and the lute string. Not too tight, not too loose. Find the middle way. The effort that is relaxed yet alert, engaged yet peaceful, directed yet flowing. This is the effort that bears fruit, and even as you practice, remember to be gentle with yourself. The path is gradual. Progress is not always obvious. There will be difficulties, doubts, setbacks. This is natural. This is part of the journey. The Buddha himself, before his awakening, experienced 6 years of intense struggle. But he persevered, he adjusted his approach, and he found the way. You too will find the way in your own time, according to your own conditions. For now, simply rest. Let the body be at ease. Let the breath flow naturally. Let thoughts come and go without engagement. There is nowhere you need to be, nothing you need to do, nothing you need to become. Just this moment, just this breath, just this awareness. Simple, natural, complete. That wisdom you have touched tonight will continue to work within you. In dreams, in the space between sleeping and waking, in the quiet moments of tomorrow, insights will arise. Understandings will deepen. Peace will grow. Trust this process. It is the nature of wisdom to unfold, to reveal itself progressively, to transform the mind gradually but surely. May you rest in peace. May you awaken with clarity. May you move through your days with the wisdom of impermanence, lighting your path. May you find the freedom that comes from letting go. May you know the happiness that does not depend on conditions. May you be well. May you be at ease. May you be free from suffering. These teachings have been offered by countless awakened beings across the centuries, transmitted from teacher to student in an unbroken lineage of wisdom. You are part of this lineage now. You have received the teachings. You have contemplated them. You have begun to understand. This connects you to all who have walked this path before, and to all who will walk it after. Rest now in this connection. Rest in the timeless truth that the Buddha discovered. Rest in your own capacity for awakening. Rest in the peace that is always available when we stop fighting against reality and learn to flow with it. The Buddha once said, "Peace comes from within. Do not seek it without." This is the final teaching. What you are seeking is not far away. It is not in some future achievement or attainment. It is here, now. In the simple act of letting go, of accepting what is, of resting in awareness itself. So let go now. Release the day that has passed. Release concern for the day to come. Release even these teachings. Let everything settle. Let everything be. And in this letting go, Discover what remains when all grasping ceases. Discover the peace that has always been here, waiting beneath the turbulence, waiting beneath the striving, waiting to be recognized. Sleep well, rest deeply, and may the wisdom of the Buddha's teachings bring you lasting peace, now and always. The cell was silent, except for the faint echo of dripping water. Stone walls pressed inward, the air thick and cold, the kind that seeps into bone and thought alike. Somewhere beneath Paris, a young man named Francois-Marie Arut sat in the darkness, waiting for the next sound. Perhaps the turning of a key, perhaps the beginning of another long night. He had been arrested for writing words. Not for wielding a weapon or leading a revolt, but for arranging sentences that mocked those who'd claimed absolute power. In the 18th century, that was enough to make you dangerous. And so the Bastille took him in, as it had taken so many. Before men whose only crime was daring to think out loud. Tonight we begin with him in that silence. The flicker of a candle barely touches the walls. He presses his palm against the rough stone, measuring time by the beating of his heart. What kind of person risks everything for the freedom to speak? What faith drives a human being to believe that a single sentence could shake a kingdom? This is the story of the man the world came to call Voltaire, a man whose pen frightened kings more than armies, whose laughter wounded tyrants, and whose wisdom still whispers in the quiet hours when the world feels heavy. But before he became Voltaire, before the salons and the fame and the thunder of applause, he was simply a young writer locked away for a few lines of satire. It is there, in the darkness of his imprisonment, that the seed of rebellion took root. He once wrote that to hold a pen is to be at war. The Bastille taught him what that war truly meant. The Paris of 1694, the year of his birth, was a city of contradiction brilliance, wrapped in decay. Candlelight spilled from palaces, while beggars froze outside their gates. The king was the sun, and all others revolved around his glory. Words were meant to praise, not to question. Yet even as a boy, Francois felt the weight of obedience and quietly tested its edges. His father wished him to be a lawyer. His teachers wished him to be devout. He wished only to be free. At the Jesuit college, he absorbed the classics, not as lessons in obedience, but as invitations to rebel. Cicero, Horace. The bold laughter of ancient satire, they stirred something restless within him. By the time he reached his 20s, he had learned the language of wit as others learn the language of prayer. He could pierce hypocrisy with a phrase. And in a society built on appearances, that gift was dangerous indeed. One evening at a gathering, he recited verses mocking the powerful Duke of Orleans. The laughter that followed carried farther than he intended. Within days, the verses were repeated across Paris, each retelling sharpening the insult. The Duke heard, and the young poet soon found himself taken by night to the Bastille. There, surrounded by damp stone and silence, he began to shed his old name. Francois-Marie Arut would not survive the walls. Voltaire was born from them. The name itself was a riddle, part anagram, part rebirth, entirely defiance. It sounded crisp, sharp, and free of the weight of ancestry. A new identity for a man who refused to bow. Imagine the rhythm of days inside that cell. Hours blurred into one another. He wrote verses in his head because ink and paper were forbidden. He rehearsed conversations with imaginary opponents, refining his logic, polishing his irony. when the guards mocked him, he smiled, a small act of rebellion that no punishment could erase. They could confine his body, but not his thoughts. And thought, once set free, spreads quietly through time. After nearly a year, he was released different. Harder, certain that words could move the world more surely than swords. He returned to Paris, a writer who understood the cost of expression, and he chose to pay it willingly. The years that followed were a storm of creation. Plays, poems, letters, essays, each line testing the limits of what could be said aloud. Each success brought applause and suspicion in equal measure. Yet Voltaire thrived on the tension. To live without danger, he believed, was to live without purpose. Tonight, as you drift deeper into thought, picture him at his desk in a small Paris apartment. A single candle, the quill moving swiftly, laughter in his eyes. Outside, the city murmurs with gossip and fear. Inside, sentences form like spark-steamy fires in the dark. He writes of love, of reason, of injustice. He mocks kings, disguised as gods, and priests, disguised as saints. He believes that humor is the sharpest blade, because it cuts without drawing. Blood yet leaves the deepest mark, and always there is that quiet resolve, never to stop writing, never to stop questioning. We begin to see why kings feared him. They could silence a man, but not an idea. They could burn a book, but not the laughter it inspired. Voltaire's words slipped through walls, crossed borders, hid in letters, whispered in cafes. They made people think, and once people think. They are no longer so easily ruled. But for all his wit and courage, he was still young, still learning where ideas met consequence. When the pressure became too great, exile followed. England welcomed him, and there he found a world, unlike his own land, where Parliament debated openly, where newspapers mocked ministers, where scientists questioned even the heavens. To Voltaire, it was revelation. He attended plays that ridiculed authority, and no one was arrested. He met thinkers who spoke freely of God and nature without fear of the scaffold. He saw, perhaps for the first time, what freedom sounded like. Those English years shaped him. He studied Locke's philosophy, Newton's physics, the calm confidence of a nation unafraid of ideas. He began to understand that liberty was not chaos but discipline, the courage to let truth stand without chains. When he returned to France, he carried more than books in his luggage. He carried a new faith, that reason could civilize power, that tolerance could tame fanaticism, and that laughter could outlast persecution. Yet freedom, he knew, is never granted forever. Each generation must earn it anew. He would spend the rest of his life doing just that, testing the limits, defying decrees, and proving that the pen, when guided by conscience, can be the most dangerous weapon of all. As we settle into this long night of thought and rest, let his beginning stay with Euther, young rider alone in the Bastille, forming in darkness the light that would spread through Europe. From that silence came the voice of an age, and from that voice a challenge that still lingers. Will we think for ourselves, or let others think for us? The question drifts, gentle but unending. As the first section closes and the next begins, a soft fade, as candlelight dissolves into dawn, and the dangerous mind begins to awaken. Morning light returned to Paris as if nothing had changed. Carriages rattled, merchants opened their stalls, the church bells marked the hour. But within one apartment, a man who had known confinement now studied freedom as if it were a delicate instrument, beautiful but easily broken. Voltaire's release from the Bastille was not an ending. It was a beginning, sharpened by memory. An ambition, he walked through the streets with the quiet confidence of someone who had seen power at its most fragile. Behind the grandeur of palaces and cathedrals, he recognized fear, fear of thought, fear of laughter, fear of the mindset. Loose. And he smiled. For he had learned that laughter, once born, cannot be imprisoned. Voltaire began again, writing with the energy of one who owed the world an answer. The salons of Paris, glittering with chandeliers and conversation, soon welcomed him. He observed the courtiers, the nobles, the poets, each trapped within the rules of elegance and obedience. He mastered those rules, only to twist them. His verses sparkled, his epigrams travelled, and behind every clever line lay a subtle defiance. He understood something few others did. Ridicule could reveal truth more clearly than sermons. It stripped away pretense, leaving only what was absurd and unjust. Where philosophers debated endlessly, Voltaire preferred a single sentence that would make a tyrant blush. The young poet's fame grew, but fame is never a stable ally. Every success attracted jealousy. Every joke risked punishment. He learned to balance on that thin wire between admiration and arrest. Each letter he sent, each play he staged, carried both praise and danger. He began to live in anticipation of the knock on the door, and soon it came again. This time the quarrel was personal. Noblemen insulted him, and Voltaire, unwilling to bow, answered with words so cutting that the man replied with violence. Voltaire demanded satisfaction. He requested a duel, believing in honor more than safety. But nobility in France was privilege, not virtue. The nobleman's servants beat him before dawn, and Voltaire, battered and humiliated, was again thrown into the Bastille. The irony was bitter but instructive. Once more he found himself in a cell, writing invisible sentences in his mind. He realized then that courage without prudence was waste. What mattered was not to die for freedom, but to live for it long enough to make a difference. After weeks of confinement, the authorities offered him a choice: silence in France or freedom in exile. He chose exile in England. The crossing of the Channel was rough, the wind cold and heavy with salt. Voltaire stood on the deck, shivering not from chill but from excitement. Behind him lay a country chained by hierarchy. Ahead a land that whispered possibilities. London astonished him. He saw newspapers arguing openly with ministers. He heard preachers contradict each other without fear of the scaffold. He visited the Royal Society, where scientists demonstrated experiments before audiences that included common citizens. He read Locke's essays, Newton's Principia, and was struck by a revelation that would guide him forever. That knowledge grows only where questioning is allowed. The contrast between Paris and London could not have been greater. In Paris, truth belonged to authority. In England, authority trembled before truth. He began to write letters on England, a series of reflections that compared the two worlds. He praised English tolerance, admired its constitutional monarchy, and celebrated the free exchange of ideas. He was careful, witty, but unmistakably critical of his homeland's rigidity. When the letters eventually reached France, they were condemned and publicly burned. Voltaire, safely abroad, only smiled. Ideas, he knew, cannot be reduced to Ashdod. His English years refined him. He met thinkers who taught him moderation and skeptics who taught him humility. He studied commerce and saw how prosperity grew not from decrees, but from cooperation. He admired Quakers who refused violence, yet lived by conscience. He attended Newton's funeral and wrote, "He was the greatest man who ever lived." He proved the universe obeys laws, not caprice. To Voltaire, this was revelation. If nature itself was governed by reason, then reason must also govern mankind. Superstition, fanaticism, cruelty or were violations of the same harmony that move the stars. He began to dream of an enlightened France, one where education replaced dogma, where merit outweighed birth, where thought could breathe. But dreams are dangerous things, especially when written by hands known to mock the throne. After 3 transformative years, Voltaire returned to France. He was older, calmer in manner, but fiercer in conviction. He dressed elegantly, spoke smoothly, but carried dynamite within his sentences. Friends noticed a difference. His humor had purpose now. He no longer mocked for pleasure. He mocked to reveal. He published tragedies that drew crowds and controversy alike. His plays entertained, but always carried hidden commentary. Audiences laughed, cried, and went home uneasy, sensing meanings just beyond the curtain. Voltaire had turned art into philosophy disguised as theatre. He understood that people resist doctrine but welcome stories. Through stories, he could smuggle truth past senses and into hearts. It was a delicate dance between intellect and instinctor. Rhythm he perfected with time. Paris loved him, envied him, feared him. He had become something new, a public intellectual in an age when thinking publicly was perilous. Letters arrived from admirers across Europe. Princes sought his friendship. Priests cursed his name. He thrived on the contradiction. To be praised by power was comfortable. To be condemned by it was meaningful. He preferred meaning. Voltaire's correspondence grew into a network of thought. From Amsterdam to Geneva, from London to Berlin, ideas moved faster than armies. He believed this was how revolutions truly began, not with gunfire, but with conversation at night. He worked tirelessly, composing essays that challenged superstition, poems that ridiculed cruelty, and treatises defending tolerance. He wrote letters to ministers, to philosophers, to anyone who might listen or might one day remember. His wit became legend. When asked why he opposed certain powerful men, he answered, "Because they are wrong." When a censor demanded that he retract a line, he replied, "Very well, I shall retract it into 10 more editions." The more they tried to silence him, the more his words multiplied. And yet, for all his fire, Voltaire was not without doubt. He watched revolutions of spirit fail because men preferred slogans to sense. He feared fanaticism, whether in religion or reason. He began to see that freedom required discipline, that truth without kindness becomes another form of tyranny. He wrestled with these thoughts in solitude, seeking balance. He was no dreamer, detached from reality. He was a craftsman, shaping his own mind as carefully as a sculptor shapes marble. Each essay, each dialogue was another stroke toward clarity. In those years he began to form the philosophy that would guide his entire life. That tolerance is not weakness but strength, that happiness is found in usefulness, and that reason, though fragile, is the only true light. His private notebooks reveal a quiet aside reflections on mortality, friendship, and the absurd theater of human ambition. He wrote, "We are all made of weakness and error. Let us forgive each other's woes. Follies, that is the first law of nature." It is in such lines that the revolutionary and the sage converge. The Paris he returned to was restless. The Enlightenment was dawning, but darkness still lingered in its corners. Censorship remained harsh. Faith and fear shared the same pulpit. Voltaire moved through it all with the grace of a survivor. He knew when to jest and when to hide, when to provoke and when to retreat. To wage war with words required patience. He often said, "The secret of being a bore is to tell everything." He learned instead to suggest to let readers draw the dangerous conclusion themselves. It was a form of intellectual aikido, turning censorship's weight back upon itself. Through this subtle rebellion, Voltaire matured into more than a writer. He became a mirror held up to his age. Those who looked into it saw either inspiration or insult, depending on their conscience. His reputation expanded beyond France. Across Europe, thinkers whispered his name with admiration. Governments whispered it with unease. He had become, in every sense, a revolutionary one who fought not with armies, but with enlightenment. By the time the 1730s arrived, Voltaire was no longer merely a provocateur. He was a symbol. People read his works secretly, discussed them, by candlelight copied them by hand. Each reader found a different message. Skeptics found reason, believers found tolerance, reformers found courage. That multiplicity was his genius. He never imposed belief. He invited reflection, and yet fame carried danger. A single misstep could mean exile, or worse. He lived always half-packed, prepared to flee should a pamphlet offend the wrong bishop or minister. Still, he continued, convinced that comfort was the enemy of progress. When he looked back on his imprisonments, he saw them not as tragedies, but as education. The Bastille had taught him endurance. Exile had taught him perspective. England had taught him liberty. Together, they formed the crucible in which the revolutionary mind was forged. He emerged not as a saint or a martyr, but as something rarer, a man who chose intellect over impulse, irony over anger, and principle over safety. Thus ends the making of the revolutionary. The wit, once playful, had become purpose. The exile had become teacher. And the dangerous mind that once mocked kings was ready to challenge entire systems of thought. As we drift onward into the next chapter, imagine the candle burning lower on his desk, ink drying on the final lines of a letter that will soon be. Read in secret and discussed in whispers. The writer pauses, listening to the city breathe. He smiles softly, knowing that the revolution he began will move not through noise, but through thought. And so we fade again, from the restless energy of youth into the steadier flame of conviction, as Voltaire steps fully into the philosophy of freedom. Freedom. It is a word that glows brightly in the mind, yet feels fragile in the hands. In Voltaire's century, freedom was not a birthright, it was a suspicion. To question power was to endanger yourself, and yet he could not stop. He once said that thinking is disagreeing. To him, that disagreement was the highest form of respect for truth. The world around him, however, was built upon obedience. Kings ruled by divine right. Priests claimed heaven as their endorsement. Voltaire looked upon this structure of fear and saw an illusion, a system maintained by habit and silence. And he knew that silence, more than swords, kept people enslaved. He began to write with new precision. His essays became less ornamental and more direct. His purpose was clear: to awaken minds dulled by reverence. Reason, he argued, was the one authority that required no permission. It was not granted by kings, nor confined to scholars. It was the common property of every thinking being. He saw superstition as the oldest enemy of liberty. Superstition whispers that obedience is virtue, that ignorance is safety. But Voltaire had learned in prison that ignorance never protects, it merely delays punishment. He believed that to use one's reason was not rebellion, but duty. To think freely was the true act of gratitude toward existence itself. He expressed this belief through stories and dialogues, through the gentle art of seeming to entertain while teaching deeply. In philosophical letters, he praised the English for their tolerance of religion, not to flatter them, but to expose the narrowness of France. He compared nations like a physician compares fevers, noting which symptoms mark sickness, which mark recovery. The Church called him dangerous. They were right, though not for the reasons they claimed. He did not want to destroy belief. He wanted to strip it of cruelty. He respected faith that inspired kindness, but despised faith used to justify harm. When he wrote A Crocès l'Infame Crush, the infamy, he was not calling for violence, but for the end of oppression in sacred disguise. To him, fanaticism was the enemy of both God and man. He had seen too many wars fought in the name of salvation. He understood how easily faith can become a weapon once it ceases to question itself. So he preached tolerance not as a luxury, but as survival. If God did not exist, he once quipped, it would be necessary to invent him. He meant that humans crave meaning, but that meaning must never be imposed by force. The heart of his philosophy lay in three intertwined convictions. First, that reason is the highest virtue. Emotion without reflection leads to chaos. Belief without doubt leads to tyranny. He did not despise emotion. He wrote with warmth and laughter, but he insisted that feeling must bow to truth, not command it. Second, that freedom of speech is the guardian of all other freedoms. To silence a person, he argued, is to confess one's own weakness. He famously declared, though the words were later summarized by others, that he would defend to the death another's right to speak, even if he disagreed with what was said. He lived by that creed. When opponents mocked him, he replied with wit rather than vengeance. He believed debate was not a threat to truth, but its test. Third, that tolerance is not mere acceptance, but active compassion. It means recognizing the shared vulnerability of all humans. It means refusing to punish difference, even when difference offends us. He urged rulers to govern as philosophers, not as priests. He urged citizens to think as humans, not as heretics or sects. Together, these three beliefs, reason, speech, tolerance, formed the core of his revolution. But these convictions did not come without struggle. Every word risked retaliation. Books were banned, printers arrested, and yet the word spread. Copies traveled hidden in barrels, disguised in false bindings, passed hand to hand like contraband light. Voltaire was relentless, but he was not naive. He knew that ridicule could be misused, that mockery without conscience could wound more than it healed. He wielded humor as a surgeon's knife, cutting away hypocrisy but leaving the patient alive. In a world addicted to certainty, he introduced the medicine of doubt. He wrote dialogues where priests and skeptics debated kindly, letters that began in courtesy and ended in revolution. His genius was not that he destroyed institutions, but that he revealed their absurdity so gently that they destroyed themselves. Voltaire understood the psychology of power, that it collapses not when attacked, but when laughed at by those it seeks to command. For tyranny feeds on solemnity, and laughter is its famine. His enemies often accused him of inconsistency. He was not purely rational, they said, not purely revolutionary, not purely anything. They were right again. He believed in complexity. He argued with priests, yet supported some monasteries for their charity. He mocked kings, yet corresponded with them. He was, as he admitted, a man of contradictions, because the world itself is a contradiction. This flexibility was not hypocrisy, it was wisdom born of observation. Voltaire understood that ideals, when frozen, become dogmas, and dogmas, however noble, soon demand victims. He therefore treated truth as a living thing, something to be cultivated, not worshipped. He often compared philosophy to gardening. Ideas, he said, must be tended, pruned, tested. A garden left wild becomes a jungle, just as liberty without discipline becomes chaos. He saw the mind itself as soil and reason, the gardener's hand. Voltaire's battles were many, and not only with theologians. He clashed with fellow philosophers, most famously with Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Rousseau believed in nature's innocence, that civilization corrupts and emotion redeems. Voltaire, pragmatic and scarred by experience, disagreed. He had seen too much cruelty to trust nature, and too much ignorance to worship reason blindly. Their debate was not hatred, it was the Enlightenment arguing with itself. Rousseau dreamed of utopia. Voltaire sought improvement. Rousseau prayed for virtue. Voltaire demanded justice. Both loved humanity, but one through ideals, the other through evidence. When Rousseau sent him the social contract, Voltaire replied with a smile and a dagger of wit, "I have received your new book against the human race, and thank you for it." Behind the sarcasm lay admiration and warning both. He knew that even noble theories could lead to tyranny when they forget the limits of human frailty. By midlife, Voltaire had become both famous and exiled, both celebrated and condemned. He lived under pseudonyms, moving from city to city, writing in the shadows of censorship. His letters, multiplied thousands upon thousands, a one-man network of resistance and inquiry. He defended scientists accused of heresy. He wrote treatises against torture and slavery. He offered financial help to widows ruined by injustice. Each act, small by itself, formed part of a greater movement, the belief that reason without compassion is sterile, and compassion without reason is blind. Voltaire's philosophy was therefore not abstract. It was lived. It was practiced daily, in patience, humor, and work. He did not retreat into solitude or seek divine certainty. He stayed among people, arguing, laughing, writing, cultivating the imperfect garden of humanity itself. His life became proof of his doctrine. He suffered illness, betrayal, censorship, exile, and yet he wrote every day, believing that persistence is the most rational form of faith. He called himself a hard-working bee, making honey even while surrounded by wasps. This quiet endurance gave his words a depth the sermons lack. He taught not by preaching, but by example, by continuing. He once wrote, "The best is the enemy of the good." He meant that perfectionism paralyzes progress. To act imperfectly is better than to dream flawlessly. It was this modest realism that separated him from zealots. He never promised heaven, only improvement. An improvement, he said, begins with thought. The risk never ended. Authorities monitored his writings, but the more they suppressed him, the wider he spread. His letters were smuggled across borders, his ideas copied by candlelight, his name whispered as both warning and inspiration. To those in power, he was a nuisance. To those in darkness, he was dawn. He never founded a school nor claimed disciples, but his influence became a quiet contagion. Every person who began to think for themselves became, unknowingly, a child of Voltaire. And yet, amid all this intellectual fire, his most profound insight remained simple, that happiness begins not in conquest or fame, but in understanding. To think clearly is to live peacefully. To reason is to be free. By now, his ideas had outgrown their author. He had become the embodiment of a movement, the Enlightenment itself. Princes quoted him to appear wise. Commoners quoted him to appear bold. He knew the irony. Once dangerous ideas become fashionable, their sharpness dulls. So he kept writing, kept refining, urging readers to question even him. He feared that dogma might one day wear his own name. So he insisted on humility. Doubt, he said, is not a pleasant condition, but certainty is absurd. He invited all who read him to doubt him, too. In that invitation lay the purest freedom of all, the freedom to disagree, even with the teacher. This was the essence of his philosophy of freedom. That liberty is not license, that thought is not rebellion, that doubt is not despair, and that laughter, when kind, is the truest prayer of the wise. As this section draws toward its quiet close, picture Voltaire at his desk again, older now, the candle shorter, the quill moving steadily in practiced rhythm. Each word another step away from ignorance, another seed for gardens he may never see bloom. He smiles, aware that his own freedom came at a price, but certain it was worth paying. The cell in the Bastille, the exile in England, the duels of wit, and the scars of battle, they were not burdens but tuition. Through them he learned what no book could teach, that true liberty is not given. It is cultivated, one thought, one act, one moment of courage at a time. And as he dips his pen again into the ink, he writes the words that would echo for centuries. Simple, steady, unflinching. Think for yourselves. The candlelight trembles, and with it begins the next chapter, where satire becomes prophecy, and a book called Candid will change everything. The year is 1759. Europe trembles under the noise of armies, sermons, and earthquakes littoral and moral. Empires are at war, philosophers argue about optimism, and the ground itself seems uncertain. Somewhere on that shifting continent, an aging Voltaire sits by candlelight and begins to write the book that will distill half a century of observation into a single work of laughter and sorrow. He calls it Candid, or optimism. The idea arrives after a disaster. On the morning of November 1st, 1755, Lisbon shakes. Churches collapse during Mass. Fires devour the city, and tens of thousands die. Priests call it divine punishment. Philosophers debate whether such suffering can coexist with a benevolent God. Voltaire, staring at the ruins from afar, feels the futility of those arguments. He writes a long poem of grief and rage. Then something quieter grows within him, a desire to show, through story, how fragile optimism truly is. Candide begins in innocence. A young man lives in a beautiful castle in Westphalia, tutored by the cheerful Dr. Pangloss, who teaches that all is for the best in the best of all possible worlds. The phrase sounds harmless, even comforting, but Voltaire sharpens it like a blade. Through that single idea, he will expose the gulf between philosophy and reality. Candide is expelled from paradise for loving the Baron's daughter, Cunegonde. He is beaten, conscripted, shipwrecked, betrayed, flogged, and starved. He witnesses cruelty in every shape: wars, stupidity, slavery's horror, religion's hypocrisy. Each episode is a mirror held to humanity's self-deception. Everywhere, someone insists that everything is for the best. Everywhere, the world replies with pain. Voltaire's prose is light, almost cheerful. That is its genius. He never raises his voice. He simply describes, and the absurdity condemns itself. The laughter he evokes is uneasy. The laughter that trembles on the edge of recognition. When readers first opened Candide, they found themselves smiling and wincing at once. A battle described as a beautiful arrangement of butchery, a sermon interrupted by robbery, a philosopher defending optimism while sinking in mud. Voltaire's irony was merciless but never cruel. His sympathy remained with the victims. Never the theories that explained them away, Pangloss. Ever faithful to metaphysics, persists through disease and disaster, proclaiming that all is well. He becomes the emblem of philosophical blindness, reason detached from experience, logic unmoored from compassion. Through him, Voltaire mocks the comfort of abstract certainty. He teaches that when we use intellect to deny suffering, we lose both intellect and humanity. Yet Candide is more than satire. It is a journey from illusion toward responsibility. Candide begins as a believer, becomes a skeptic, and ends as something rarer, worker of his own small patch of earth. After all the adventures, he concludes with 9 simple words: Il faut cultiver notre jardin. We must cultivate our garden. Those words close the book like a sigh after a storm. They do not offer triumph, only peace earned through labor and humility. Voltaire's message is not withdrawal from the world, but engagement with what is real and within reach. The garden is both literal and metaphorical, a call to action scaled to human hands. To understand its depth, imagine the Europe that read those words. Philosophers promise systems explaining everything. Churches promise salvation for obedience. Kings promised order through conquest. Voltaire promised nothing, only a hoe, a seed, and a mind awake. He suggested that the search for meaning begins not in heaven or empire, but in the small, daily work of decency. It was radical advice disguised as modest wisdom. Instead of overthrowing the world, he proposed tending it. Instead of explaining evil, he proposed alleviating it. The effect was electric. Some readers laughed, Some were outraged, and many were frightened. Governments banned the book. Priests denounced it, but people copied it anyway. Within months, Candide spread across Europe, translated, smuggled, whispered. It became a mirror no one could put down. The church called it impious. Revolutionaries called it inspiring. Voltaire accepted both judgments with a smile. He had achieved what he desired most, to make people think without telling them what to think. Beneath its humor, Candide carries quiet compassion, each grotesque episode reveals not only folly but endurance. Even in ruin, the characters continue moving forward, searching for something better. Voltaire understood that survival itself can be a kind of wisdom. The novel's cruelty is always balanced by resilience. He never despairs completely, because despair would flatter the absurdity he mocks. Consider the old woman who tells Candide she has suffered everything yet still loves life. Her tail loss, slavery, disfigurement becomes a parody of tragedy. So extreme it circles back to tenderness. Voltaire invites readers to laugh, then to wonder why they are laughing, and finally to feel compassion. That oscillation between amusement and empathize, the pulse of Candide. Even Pangloss, ridiculous as he is, receives forgiveness. Voltaire allows him to survive, scarred but unrepentant, because he knows humanity rarely learns completely. We cling to illusions because they comfort us. Better, Voltaire implies, to recognize them and smile gently than to hate ourselves for needing them. The Lisbon earthquake, the executions, the betrayals, these are not random episodes. They are symbols of an age struggling with faith and doubt. Voltaire shows that suffering is not a test from heaven nor proof against God. It is simply part of the fabric of existence. Our task is not to justify it, but to respond humanely. In this sense, Candide becomes a spiritual text for the unbelieving. It teaches moral courage without metaphysics, hope without naivety. Its final lesson, cultivate your garden, compresses an entire philosophy. Tend to what you can, repair what you touch, and leave metaphysical debates to those who prefer clouds to soil. For Voltaire, this was not retreat, but revolution. He had seen how grand theories led to grand cruelties. He wanted a wisdom that begins with breakfast, with friendship, with the simple refusal to harm. The garden is not escape, it is ethics, made tangible. In later years, readers would interpret those words endlessly. Some saw resignation, others defiance, still others serenity. Voltaire encouraged all interpretations and claimed none. That was the trick. He left space for the reader to think. The very openness of Candide was its freedom. He once said that tragedy should make us weep, comedy should make us wise. In Candide, he achieved both. Its laughter washes the dust off reason. Its pain reminds us why reason matters. When the book reached Rousseau, he accused Voltaire of cynicism. "How," Rousseau wrote, "can you laugh while people suffer?" Voltaire answered, "How can you sing hymns while they burn?" The difference between them was not morality, but method. Rousseau sought salvation in emotion, Voltaire in lucidity. Both longed for a better world. Voltaire merely refused to lie about the one that existed. The making of Candide also reveals Voltaire's mastery of craft. He wrote it in 3 months swiftly, secretly, moving between inns and borrowed studies. He disguised it as a translation. from the German to evade censors. Each sentence is polished, short, rhythmical, designed to sound effortless. Behind that simplicity lies perfect control. He chose the name Candid from the Latin candid sclera, shining, naive. The hero begins pure and ends wise, not by revelation, but by exhaustion. After seeing the world, he stops asking why, and begins asking what now. That shift from metaphysics to practice is the heart of Enlightenment thought. Voltaire himself lived that transition. He had chased theories in youth. In age, he cultivated gardens of justice, friendship, and knowledge. Candid is therefore autobiography, disguised as fable, the journey from cleverness to clarity. As success spread, danger returned. Authorities raided printers, confiscated copies, threatened imprisonment. Voltaire, living near the Swiss border, kept moving manuscripts between safe houses. He joked that his books traveled more than he did. In letters to friends, he called Candid a book that makes people laugh and priests nervous. Yet despite persecution, the world refused to unread it. Within decades, it became a cornerstone of modern thought, influencing everyone from revolutionary pamphleteers to quiet moralists. It taught that skepticism could coexist with kindness, that laughter could reform nations. Even the structure of the novel's short chapters, fast scenes, abrupt transitions, feels modern, almost cinematic. Each page a cut, each irony a fade. Perhaps that is why it endures. It moves like a mind awakening in the stillness of night. One can imagine Voltaire rereading the final line. He sets down his quill and looks toward the window, where dawn hints behind the hills. The world outside remains unjust, noisy, full of superstition, but his little estate will soon wake. Workers will tend the vines, letters will arrive, arguments will continue. And that, he realizes, is enough. He has replaced the perfection of heaven with the imperfection of labor. He has traded metaphysical comfort for moral clarity. In that exchange lies peace, the peace of a mind reconciled with limits. The lesson of Candid is not that the world is meaningless, but that meaning must be made daily. Not in proclamations, but in gardens. Not in temples, but in workshops. Not in eternity, but in time. When Voltaire wrote those final words, he was nearly 65. His health was fragile. His humor was not. He called himself half-blind, half-deaf, entirely amused. But within that amusement lay serenity earned through struggle. He had watched philosophers rise and fall. He had outlived kings and enemies alike. Now he wanted to leave something durable, not an empire of ideas, but a way of being. And so Candid endures, not because it resolves questions, but because it teaches how to live among them. It offers no salvation, only sanity. It does not end in revelation, but in rest. For listeners drifting through this story, picture the old philosopher standing among rows of vines at Fernie years later. The sun warm, the earth rich, a book in his pocket and laughter in his eyes. Around him, workers prune branches, children chase insects, and he, the once dangerous writer, hums softly to himself. He has cultivated his garden, literally, philosophically, spiritually, not because the world is good, but because it can be. Tended, that is the triumph of Candid, a victory without parade, a wisdom without pride. It is the story of humankind growing older, learning that perfection is a childish dream, and that peace belongs to those who keep working after they stop pretending. As night settles over our journey, the pages of Candid close quietly. No fanfare, no prophecy, only the calm of understanding. From the ruin of optimism, Voltaire built a sanctuary of reason. From the chaos of history, he drew one enduring sentence: we must cultivate our garden. The candlelight fades, leaving the reader, the listener, the dreamer with that single thought, blooming softly in the dark. That freedom begins not with rebellion alone, but with care. And as the ink dries, Voltaire sets aside his quill, ready to turn from ideas to action, from satire to service, from laughter to justice. The storm of Candid has passed. Now the air is still, the field soft beneath the sun. Voltaire, no longer the restless wanderer, begins to live the metaphor he once wrote. He tends a real garden rows of vines and fruit trees near the border. Village of Ferney. Each morning he walks the paths slowly, staff in hand, eyes thoughtful. He watches workers prune and harvest, watches life renew itself through simple effort. Here the philosopher becomes the farmer. Here the dangerous mind finds its peace. Yet what does it mean, this phrase the world now repeats? Il faut cultiver notre jardin. To cultivate, not to conquer. To care, not to command. To choose labor over illusion. For Voltaire, it is both creed and confession. He has spent his life battling superstition, arguing with kings, mocking priests. Now he discovers that wisdom is not only resistance, but reconstruction. The garden is the place where rebellion becomes creation. He writes to friends, explaining his routine. Mornings spent dictating letters, afternoons among trees, evenings at his desk. Visitors expect fiery debates. Instead, they find a calm host, offering fruit from his orchard. Philosophy, he tells them, is digestion. It must take its time. They smile, unsure if he jokes. But he means it literally. Thoughts, like plants, require patience, seasons, repetition. The same soil that grows bitterness can, with care, grow nourishment. To cultivate one's garden is to accept the limits of power. You cannot reform the entire world, but you can improve the ground beneath your feet. Each weed pulled, each seed planted, becomes an act of quiet defiance against despair. The garden is humility made visible. It reminds the thinker that ideas, like crops, thrive only when tended daily. Voltaire had seen too much destruction done in the name of perfection. He believed improvement was enough. Small deeds, multiplied, could equal revolutions. His correspondence shows the rhythm of this conviction. Letters to kings advising tolerance, donations to families ruined by injustice, pamphlets arguing for education and against cruelty. He no longer writes to wound, he writes to heal. He warns his readers not to trust grand theories that promise happiness to all. Beware, he writes, of those who seek to make you better by force. True virtue, he insists, begins in usefulness. Plant something, teach someone, relieve a neighbor's hunger. That is enlightenment more durable than any philosophy. The tone of his late work changes. Where once he laughed sharply, now he smiles gently. He keeps irony, but tempers it with gratitude. He speaks often of work not ambition's work, but sustenance's work. He sees in labor the rhythm that reconciles body and mind. Work protects from idleness. Idleness breeds fantasy. Fantasy breeds fanaticism. To cultivate one's garden is therefore to cultivate one's sanity. In these years, he transforms Fernie into more than a home. It becomes a symbol. Travelers arrive from across Europe to glimpse the legendary philosopher in his sanctuary. They find him walking with villagers, settling disputes, funding schools. He builds workshops so the poor can earn wages. He pays teachers to educate girls as well as boys. He writes, half amused, that the village once known for ignorance now exports clocks and ideas. Voltaire calls himself the innkeeper of Europe. His house never empties. Princes, poets, refugees, skeptics all pass through. Some expect a profit. They meet a man in a straw hat offering pears. He listens more than he speaks, laughs more than he lectures. He tells them, "My garden is my argument." The example replaces the sermon at night. When the guests sleep, he sits again at his desk. The candlelight touches piles of correspondence. He answers them one by one. Letters about justice, tolerance, war, and faith. He no longer expects quick victories. He has learned that truth travels slower than rumor, but endures longer. He writes, "We must judge progress by the number of children who can read." It is a sentence as humble as it is revolutionary. In the stillness, he reflects on his long path. He remembers the Bastille, the duels, the exile, the applause. He feels no bitterness, only clarity. The struggle has not ended oppression, but it has enlarged thought. He sees that the world changes by increments, not miracles. The philosopher must learn to live inside the unfinished. That is the essence of the garden philosophy, to accept incompleteness without surrendering hope. He explains this to a young visitor, who asks him for the meaning of happiness. Voltaire answers with a story. There was once a man who wanted to change the climate. He shouted at the sky, cursed the rain, prayed for sun. He died before the harvest. His neighbor watered the soil and picked weeds. He lived to eat. The visitor laughs. Voltaire adds softly, "Be the neighbor." Happiness, he says, is the equilibrium between effort and acceptance. Work keeps despair from rotting the heart. Acceptance keeps pride from choking it. The wise man does not demand perfection from the world. He collaborates with it. That collaboration between will and limitation is the true art of living. Voltaire extends this idea beyond the self. Each person's garden totters in others. Communities, nations, civilizations are networks of adjoining plots. When one lies untended, weeds spread to the rest. Therefore justice is not charity, it is maintenance. He urges rulers to care for their people as gardeners care for crops, not with sermons, but with watering cans. He writes essays calling for legal reform, arguing that tolerance is the seed of peace. He exposes cases of injustice with precision, not merely to punish the guilty, but to teach compassion as a civic duty. He becomes, almost without noticing, a statesman of conscience. His words restore the idea that moral improvement is practical. Work as years pass. The garden deepens its symbolism. When he speaks of God, he no longer argues theology. He calls God the great clockmaker, a mind beyond our comprehension, not an authority demanding obedience, but a law of order. He prays by cultivating. He worships through usefulness. He writes, "Labor keeps us from three great evils: boredom, vice, and need." That sentence, like the garden, is plain, sturdy, enduring. Through it, Voltaire redefines enlightenment. It is not dazzling revelation. It is steady light sufficient to work by. He tells a correspondent that optimism and pessimism are both escapes. The wise person stands between them, hoe in hand. He believes that the greatest act of faith is persistence. Fernie flourishes. The philosopher's presence turns the village into a beacon. Travelers arrive to thank him for defending victims of injustice. Parents name children after him. He accepts the admiration with gentle irony, reminding them that he, too, is imperfect. When praised for transforming a barren region, he replies, "I merely let people work." It is his final lesson in leadership. Trust the competence of ordinary hands. The garden philosophy grows outward like vines on a wall. It touches economics work as dignity. It touches politics power as stewardship. It touches morality virtue as cultivation. In each case, the metaphor holds: neglect breeds decay. Attention restores harmony. Voltaire writes that the philosopher who despises manual labor is a fool. He warns against detachment disguised as superiority. To think is divine, he says, but to act is human, and we are not angels. In that humility lies his greatness. He is old now, his hair thin, his body bent, but his eyes still bright. He walks slowly through the orchard each evening, stopping to inspect a bud, a bee, a patch of soil. He tells a companion, "When I plant, I believe in tomorrow." It is perhaps the closest he comes to prayer. Faith, for him, is not hope of heaven, but confidence in sunrise. Sometimes he reflects on those who mocked or punished him. He feels no vengeance. He says, "They helped." May cultivate patience. This gentle irony is his final weapon, a kindness, sharper than any satire. He receives letters from across Europe asking for advice. Most he answers with variations of one theme. Do what good you can where you are. The phrase repeats through his correspondence like heartbeat. It becomes the distilled form of his philosophy, an instruction simple enough for anyone, profound enough for all time. Evenings at Fernie are tranquil. Candles flicker in the windows. The fields breathe quietly. He writes until his hands ache. Then closes his notebook and listens to the crickets. He feels gratitude more than triumph. He has lived long enough to see the seeds of his ideas sprout beyond him. He senses that revolutions of thought move like seasons slow, inevitable, returning. He wonders if future generations will understand that his laughter was love in disguise. He hopes they will remember that to cultivate a garden is to believe in continuity. He smiles at the thought that someday someone he will never meet might pick fruit from trees he planted. That, he decides, is immortality enough. When visitors later write of meeting him, they describe a man at peace, but never idle. Even in frailty, he debates, jokes, dictates letters. He says, rest is good after work, not instead of it. His mind remains sharp, his humor kind. He repeats his maxim endlessly, aware that repetition is how truth sinks in. Cultivate your garden, cultivate your garden. He knows people crave grandeur, yet he gives them simplicity. He knows they want revelation, yet he gives them routine. He trusts that maturity will make them grateful for both. By the time he nears 80, the world outside Fernie is changing fast. New revolutions stir. New thinkers quote his words. Some interpret them as calls to rebellion, others as calls to reason. He watches from afar, amused and a little weary. He tells a friend, "They will improve upon me, or they will not. Either way, the weeds will keep returning." There is no bitterness, only awareness that every age must weed its own soil. He does not live to see how widely his seeds will spread, how future nations will claim his ideas as their foundation, how his insistence on tolerance will shape laws, how his laughter will echo in the concept of human rights. But perhaps he would have shrugged. For him, the reward was always the work itself. As this section draws to its close, picture the old man in his chair at twilight. The sky turns gold, then grey, then deep blue. He looks toward the horizon and whispers a line half to himself. The earth is the only paradise we shall ever know if we learn to care for it. Then he smiles, sets his quill aside, and lets the silence of the garden complete the sentence. The candle fades. Another day ends in the philosophy of freedom transformed into the philosophy of tending. No monuments, no victories, only the simple miracle of things growing. And so we fade with him, into evening light and patient soil, carrying forward the lesson that wisdom is work, and that every mind, every life, is a garden waiting to be cultivated. The garden at Fernie is peaceful, but the world beyond its hedges is not. From across France come stories that disturb Voltaire's quiet mornings, families ruined by prejudice, men condemned without trial, women silenced by superstition. Each new letter reminds him that weeds grow fastest in places untended. He realizes that philosophy, if it stays only among books, becomes decoration. To mean anything, it must act. Thus begins the final transformation of Voltaire, the philosopher. Becomes the warrior. His pen, once playful, now sharpens into an instrument of justice. He will spend the last decades of his life not in contemplation, but in combat, fighting cruelty with words precise enough to cut and measured enough to heal. It begins with a tragedy that echoes through. Europe, the case of Jean Cola is a Protestant merchant from Toulouse, accused of murdering his own son to prevent his conversion to Catholicism. The evidence is thin, the witnesses contradictory, yet the courts, swayed by fanaticism, condemn him. He is tortured, broken on the wheel, and executed. His family is disgraced, his name destroyed. Voltaire hears of it months later. He reads the reports in disbelief, then anger, then purpose. Here, he sees, is everything he has fought in theory: superstition, intolerance, the arrogance of power, compressed into one human catastrophe. The philosopher who once mocked priests now takes up the case like a lawyer for the dead. He writes to ministers, ambassadors, magistrates. He gathers testimony, publishes essays, letters, arguments, not in fury but in relentless clarity. He refuses to let the world look away. For 3 years he works to prove Carla innocent. He appeals to reason, not revenge. "Let us not avenge him," he writes. "Let us vindicate him. The difference is everything. Vengeance imitates the crime. Justice corrects it. Finally, the pressure becomes too great. In 1765, the verdict is overturned. The king issues an official exoneration. The Collar family is restored to honor. Voltaire weeps quietly when he hears the news. He says, "I am old, but I have seen something good." The victory changes him. He discovers that philosophy need not end in resignation. The garden, it turns out, includes the world beyond the fence. From that moment, he becomes the conscience of Europe. When others suffer injustice, they write to Ferney, knowing the old man will answer. The letters arrive by the hundreds. Cases of torture, false accusation, religious persecution. Voltaire reads them all. He cannot rest. Each one feels personal. He answers with arguments, essays, and petitions, turning public opinion into a force more powerful than decrees. He understands that to change minds, one must move hearts first. He tells stories of victims as if they were neighbors. He describes families ruined, lives ended, and asks readers, "What if this were you?" His tone is never hysterical. It is calm, factual, devastating. He makes empathy logical and reason. Emotional, his next great battle comes with the Savine affair. Another Protestant family accused, another miscarriage of justice. He fights again tirelessly, methodically until innocence is proved. Then comes the case of the Chevalier de la Barre, a young man executed for failing to salute a religious procession. Voltaire's outrage burns through his letters. So they have cut off a boy's head for singing an irreverent song. He writes, "The true blasphemy is cruelty itself." Each campaign takes years, but he persists. He has become the Enlightenment in motion. His house turns into a court of appeal for all who have none. Farmers arrive at his gate carrying petitions. He feeds them, listens, and sends letters that travel faster than armies. People begin to say that Ferney is more than a villageate, is a tribunal. Some call him the patriarch. He laughs at the title, but fulfills the role. From his desk, he governs nothing and influences everything. The methods he uses are revolutionary. He wields publicity as weapon. He understands that scandal, once illuminated, loses its power. He exposes cruelty not by screaming but by describing it until denial becomes impossible. He turns reason into theatre, making the reading of injustice a moral awakening. In pamphlets, he dissects trials line by line, showing contradictions, mocking absurdities, always ending with a plea for tolerance. He never allows himself to hate. Hatred, he believes, is ignorance reborn. Instead, he uses ridicule to dismantle what others would burn. He writes, "Fanaticism is a monster that dares call itself God." He insists that every faith, every nation, must choose between cruelty and civilization. He calls for the abolition of torture, the protection of minorities, the separation of religion from law. Each idea seems radical, but all spring from one root, the conviction that reason and compassion are the same virtues seen from two sides. The burden of battle weighs on him. At 70, he should rest, but cannot. His body grows frail. His spirit does not. He writes through illness, dictating when he can no longer hold the quill. He jokes that death will find him mid-sentence. He is probably right. Visitors to Ferney describe a paradox, a man physically weak, yet morally immense. They find him surrounded by papers, letters piled like fortifications. Each morning he dictates with the calm of someone long past fear. When asked where he finds strength, he answers, from injustice. It keeps me alive. He no longer writes for fame or vengeance, but for what he calls the tenderness of reason. He believes the Enlightenment must learn to feel as well as think. Compassion, he says, is the logic of the heart. Through these campaigns, Voltaire reshapes Europe's moral landscape. He proves that public opinion, when informed, can correct courts and kings. He inspires others to write, petition, and protest. What begins as one man's outrage becomes a collective conscience. He calls it progress. Others call it revolution in slow motion. His enemies multiply, but so do his allies. Princes who once banned him now quote him. Young thinkers visit Ferney as if on pilgrimage. They find no mystic, no saint, only a human being who never stopped caring. That, perhaps, is why they trust him. He shows that morality need not require perfection. One can be flawed and still fight for what is right. He writes to a friend, "I am not a good man, only a man who prefers justice to injustice." It is both confession and creed. As the years pass, his campaigns blend together. He becomes less interested in victory than in persistence. He says, "Every time we prevent cruelty, we plant a seed of civilization." He knows some seeds will fail. Still, he plants them. The act itself is the meaning. He often repeats his favorite image. The truth is like a torch, cannot be touched without burning, but it lights the way. He has been burned many times, yet the light remains. In his late letters, fatigue seeps through the wit. He confides to a friend, "My only wish is to see reason have the last word before I have my last breath." It is a prayer disguised as irony. One afternoon, near the end of his life, a visitor asks whether all his battles were worth it. Voltaire looks out the window at his fields, pauses and answers softly, "Look around you. The wheat grows straighter when it is tended." The visitor nods, understanding. Justice, like agriculture, is never finished. It demands constant cultivation. He writes one final appeal on behalf of a prisoner he has never met. He seals it with unsteady hands, smiles, and says, "The garden must never be left alone." That is his final message to the world, that conscience is maintenance, that civilization is continuous care. By the time he is 80, he has become both legend and lesson. Children learn his maxims by heart. Rulers read his essays in secret. He has outlived persecution. The voice once forbidden now shapes law. Yet he remains humble, reminding admirers that truth is older than any author. "I did not invent justice," he says. "I only reminded people it exists." When asked what kept him writing for so long, he replies, "The world kept misbehaving, and then, with a laugh, I could not allow it the last word." As we drift toward the close of this chapter, imagine the old philosopher at dusk, quill resting beside a half-written letter. The window is open, evening air stirs the curtains. Outside, voices of workers returning home. He listens, content. For all the battles, this sound ordinary life continuing is his reward. The warrior for justice has become a guardian of peace. He has learned that righteousness without gentleness hardens into tyranny, that truth without humor dies of solemnity, and that compassion, practiced daily, is the highest form of reason. The candle burns low. He leans back, closes his eyes, and murmurs, "Let us cultivate the garden of justice, for the weeds never rest." And with that thought, we fade into the next part of the journey, a reflection on the age he helped shape, and the enemies his light exposed. The 18th century calls itself an age of light, but the shadows are never far. Every candle burns against darkness. Every idea meets resistance. Voltaire knows this better than anyone. He has lived long enough to see knowledge advance, and ignorance advance beside it. For every mind awakened, another retreats behind dogma. The struggle, he realizes, is not between good and evil, but between curiosity and fear. By now, the world names him a leader of the philosophes, the writers, scientists, and dreamers who believe reason can civilize humankind. Their movement is not an organization, but a conversation, a network of letters stretching from Paris to Berlin, from Geneva to St. Petersburg. They debate, they argue, they contradict, but all share one belief, that light is worth its cost. Voltaire watches this awakening with mixed pride and caution. He knows ideas spread faster than understanding. He warns his friends, "Let us enlighten, but let us not inflame." For he senses that every philosophy, once simplified, can become a banner for zeal. He has seen how easily reform turns to revenge. The Enlightenment, to him, is not rebellion, is renovation. He does not wish to destroy the old house of faith, only to open its windows. He does not want atheism to replace religion, but tolerance to replace cruelty. He writes, "If God did not exist, we should have to invent him." Not as theology, but as irony, a reminder that belief can serve morality only when it ceases to serve oppression. He admires science, but distrusts arrogance. He honors Newton as a saint of reason, but warns that even science, if worshipped, becomes superstition by another name. Reason must remain humble before mystery. That humility is what separates the sage from the fanatic. Voltaire's personal faith is quiet, almost agnostic. He calls himself a deist, believing in a creator who does not govern by miracle. The world, he says, runs on laws. The miracle is the law itself. He prefers the god of geometry to the god of thunder. It is a faith compatible with reason, a reverence without fear. Yet the age is not ready for such balance. Around him, monarchs tremble, priests plot, and revolutionaries sharpen words into weapons. He watches as thinkers younger than himself turn his moderation into militancy. They demand immediate change. He counsels patience. They call him cautious. He calls them reckless. He sees that enlightenment itself has enemies on every side. On one side, the old powers, the church, the court, the censors. On the other, new radicals who mistake destruction for liberty. Both, he says, are blinded by certainty. The true philosopher walks between, trusting in reason and experience, never in slogans. He writes, "Doubt is uncomfortable, but certainty is ridiculous." That line becomes a shield for generations to come. In it lies his whole method, to live intelligently in a world that resists intelligence. Voltaire studies the history of fanaticism as others study war. He collects examples of intolerance from every religion, not to mock faith, but to remind believers that cruelty wears many names. In his treatise on tolerance, he pleads for conscience without persecution. He writes, "It does not require faith to be virtuous, but it requires virtue to make faith harmless." He argues that religion's purpose should be consolation, not control. That prayer means little if it blesses injustice. That salvation, if it exists, must depend more on kindness than on creed. He does not abolish the sacred, he purifies it. For him, the enemy is not belief, but fanaticism, not ignorance, but arrogance. He calls dogma the poison of certainty. His antidote is curiosity. Every question asked in good faith, he insists, is an act of worship. Among the philosophes, Voltaire stands apart. Diderot dreams of universal encyclopedias. Rousseau preaches natural virtue. Montesquieu designs political balance. Voltaire, ever practical, concerns himself with human pain. He measures progress not by theories, but by suffering reduced. Let others speculate, he says. I will prevent one injustice, and it will be enough. His influence spreads beyond literature. Economists quote him, scientists thank him, statesmen read him in secret. Catherine the Great of Russia invites him to court. Frederick of Prussia calls him friend, then rival, then friend again. They correspond for decades, trading philosophy and sarcasm in equal measure. Voltaire enjoys their attention, but never forgets that power flatters to neutralize. He flatters back, but keeps his independence. To kings he offers advice wrapped in wit. To subjects he offers laughter sharp enough to wound without bleeding. He proves that diplomacy and defiance can coexist. His letters are theatre, half flattery, half resistance. They allow him to whisper truths that would be dangerous if shouted. Still, danger finds him. Books banned, plays censored, pamphlets condemned as heresy. He answers each attack not with retreat, but with more writing. He claims that persecution is advertisement. Burn my books, he says, and you light my words anew. In time, his defiance becomes legendary. Young writers adopt his tone, mixing courage with comedy. Voltaire becomes not only a thinker, but a style, a rhythm of irony, a way of being fearless without hatred. But as his fame grows, so does the backlash. Priests accuse him of corrupting youth. Some scholars envy his influence. Even among allies, jealousy breeds suspicion. He endures it with amusement. He says, "To be hated by fools is the beginning of wisdom." The enlightenment he helped ignite becomes a constellation too bright for one man to control. New thinkers push beyond him, toward revolutions he will not live to see. He reads their manifestos and feels both pride and unease. They speak of liberty, equality, fraternity, words that echo his own. But with heat instead of light, he fears that in destroying tyranny, they will forget tolerance. That in freeing themselves from kings, they will enslave themselves to anger. He senses the future approaching with the sound of marching feet. Beware, he writes, of those who burn to reform mankind. They will burn mankind itself. Yet, he does not despair. He believes ideas evolve beyond intention. The philosopher sows, history harvests. He will not live to see how the harvest turns, but he trusts the soil. In these twilight years, Voltaire writes, less polemic and more reflection. He returns to themes of aging, forgiveness, and mortality. He asks what the Enlightenment has truly achieved. People think more freely, yes, but do they feel more kindly? Science has advanced, but has wisdom kept pace? He answers himself softly, perhaps progress is not speed, but direction. To move toward reason, however slowly, is already victory. He watches children playing in the streets of Fernie, and imagines a world where laughter is safe. That, he decides, is civilization's test, not the splendor of cities, but the peace of ordinary joy. Through all these meditations, his humor never deserts him. He jokes about death, about God, about himself. He says, I am at the age when one must choose between dying of boredom or dying of something else. Friends call his levity blasphemous. He replies that only despair is sin. His laughter, even now, is service it keeps fear at bay. He understands that laughter and light share the same property. Both reveal, both comfort, both vanish when forced. That is why he refuses fanaticism on every side. He loves reason too much to make it a religion. Visitors ask him to define enlightenment. He answers without hesitation. It is the habit of judging things by evidence and people by their humanity. That sentence could stand as his epitaph. He sees enlightenment not as knowledge acquired, but as prejudice discarded. It is not a destination, but a discipline, a way of looking without hatred. He warns that light creates shadows. Every new truth exposes new errors. The work of thought, therefore, never ends. He imagines the future continuing this work, generation after generation, each one correcting the last. That image comforts him more than any creed. Late in life, he visits Paris again after decades in exile. The journey is both triumph and temptation. Crowds fill the streets to see him. Theaters perform his plays. Academies welcome him as a hero. He rides through the city as through a living book. Students shout his name. Women throw flowers. Priests mutter prayers he does not need. He bows from his carriage window, smiling faintly. He knows that fame, like faith, is a form of illusion. But he accepts it as one accepts sunlight, brief, warm, undeserved, and gone by evening. That night, in his hotel room, he writes the last words he will ever publish. May all men remember that they are brothers. It is both blessing and warning. It is the enlightenment reduced to a whisper. As this chapter of his life closes, the enemies of light remain, but so do its keepers. The movement he helped shape will survive him and divide without him. Some will turn his moderation into rebellion, some will misquote him to justify cruelty. He cannot prevent it. Ideas, once born, belong to history, yet he leaves behind a pattern, a method of thought that resists corruption, doubt, humor, patience, and courage. Together, they form an invisible armor, stronger than dogma, lighter than pride. And so, as night settles on the Enlightenment's greatest witness, Voltaire sits once more at his desk. The candle flickers. The pen rests between aging fingers. He writes one last note to a friend. The truth is slow, but it walks. He seals the letter, sets it aside, and listens to the quiet world he helped to free. Outside, the wind stirs his garden. The same garden he once made metaphor now rustles like applause. The philosopher smiles, knowing that the light he tended will wander on without him, fragile, flickering, but alive. And as we fade toward the next part of this journey, the final letters, the final home, The final piece, his words linger softly behind. The more I see of mankind, the more I love my garden. In the century before instant words and glowing screens, letters with a bloodstream of ideas. They carried thought from one solitude to another, stitched together the countenance-hidden conversations, and no one wrote letters like Voltaire. His pen connected kingdoms, scholars, merchants, and friends. He wrote as if correspondence itself were a republic, a nation without borders, ruled only by curiosity. His letters were many things at once: confession, argument, performance, and disguise. Each one revealed a part of him and concealed another. They were the mirror through which Europe saw its conscience. He called them little ambassadors of truth. They carried humor where sermons could not, reason where pamphlets were banned, and compassion where the law was deaf. By the end of his life, he had written more than 20,000. A lifetime of sentences sent across mountains and seas, each one a spark of intellect searching for its match. Through them, Voltaire built the most powerful weapon of the Enlightenment: communication. He understood that wit could cross borders, that armies could not. While census-inspected books and sermons thundered from pulpits, his letters slipped quietly from desk to desk, turning into echoes that could not be contained. He addressed kings as equals, priests as students, friends as partners in the grand experiment of reason. He wrote with grace and danger balanced so delicately that even his enemies could not resist reading him. To Catherine the Great, he offered counsel disguised as flattery. To Frederick the Great, he offered flattery disguised as counsel. Their exchanges reveal a man who could disagree without provoking wrath, a master of tone who never confused humility with submission. He knew that a gentle truth, well-timed, was more revolutionary than any shout. The art of wit, to Voltaire, was not mockery for its own sake. It was the discipline of clarity. To write wittily was to think clearly enough that even the dull would listen. He said, "A witty phrase is a truth smiling." And he smiled often. Among his most dangerous letters were the letters philosophites, the philosophical letters written after his stay in England. They compared English liberty with French absolutism, English science with French dogma. Each essay was a mirror angled just enough to reflect discomfort. He praised the English Parliament not to glorify Britain, but to embarrass France into thinking. When the book appeared, it exploded like quiet dynamite. Readers laughed first, then realized what they were laughing at. The clergy denounced it. The government banned it. Copies were burned in public squares. Voltaire, from exile, watched the smoke rise and murmured, "Fire purifies my ideas, will be sterilized and reborn." Those letters marked the birth of modern journalism. Fact and opinion fused into art, argument disguised as conversation. Voltaire had discovered that information, when made elegant, could move faster than authority could suppress it. What made him truly dangerous was accessibility. He wrote not for academies, but for anyone who could read. He refused the obscurity of scholars, believing that knowledge locked in jargon was as useless as treasure buried in stone. He wanted light to reach kitchens and workshops. His enemies called him vulgar. He took it as praise. "Let us be clear," he said, "so that clarity itself becomes contagious." He believed that reason must be shared to survive. An enlightened few accomplish little. An enlightened many transform the world. So he simplified without betraying depth. He laughed in sentences short enough for memory. He quoted himself before others could misquote him. And always, he wrote as if speaking to one attentive mind, the reader alone at night, candle burning. Lo, heart open to thought. Voltaire's wit served not only philosophy, but humanity. He used humor to comfort the afflicted, to reassure them that laughter need not vanish in suffering. In letters to grieving friends, he writes not of theology, but of endurance. He tells one widow, "Your tears are proof of love, and love is proof of life. Therefore, you honor the dead by living kindly." To another, he writes, "We cannot choose our tragedies, but we can refuse to be their accomplices." His compassion is always practical, never sentimental. He treats sorrow as he treats tyranny, something to resist through clarity. He once advised a friend tormented by doubt, "Do not be ashamed of uncertainty. It is the first step of reason, and the last of pride." These lines, written for one person, would later circulate through Europe as anonymous wisdom. Every letter he sent risked interception. So he developed a style of subtlety. Jokes within jokes, meanings within meanings. Censors could not punish what they failed to understand. His metaphors became armor, his laughter camouflage. He sometimes used pseudonyms or fictional editors. One pamphlet would quote another that did not exist. One character would contradict another, so that blame dissolved in ambiguity. It was a chess game of intellect and survival. He loved it, not for deceit's sake, but for the elegance of evasion. Yet he never hid completely. He wanted his opponents to know that behind the masks was always the same smile. He wrote, "They will never catch me, for I run faster than their anger." And he did through wit, through mobility, through sheer endurance, the charm of his letters lay not only in ideas, but in tone. He wrote as if speaking softly across a table, never as a lecturer above a podium. He replaced dogma with dialogue. Even when he corrected, he invited. Even when he mocked, he included. He used humor to level the field between philosopher and reader. To a young writer, he advised, "Do not preach, converse." To another, truth enters through the ear that laughter has opened. He believed that reform achieved through conversation endures longer than reform achieved through coercion. Because conversation, unlike conquest, preserves dignity on both sides. This is why his letters outlasted his polemics. While essays grow dated, letters preserve tone, the texture of living thought. They reveal a mind in motion rather than a monument. Some of his finest insights hide in casual sentences. To a mathematician he writes, "Precision is the politeness of thinkers." To a soldier, courage without reason is a wild dog. To a poet, the rhythm of a verse is the rhythm of breathing. If it stops, so does the reader. He could be teacher, friend, and provocateur in the same paragraph. He turned correspondence into mentorship on a continental scale. Many of his recipients never met him, yet felt they knew him intimately. He belonged to them, not as idol, but as companion in the art of questioning. He gave them permission to think aloud. And that permission, granted quietly through envelopes, became one of the most subversive acts of his century. The tone of his letters also reveals a paradox. For all his attacks on hypocrisy, Voltaire loved the theatre of life. He enjoyed playing roles: courtier, rebel, sage, comedian. He believed irony was not deceit but perspective. It allowed him to see both sides of truth at once. Seriousness, he said, is the refuge of the mediocre. Yet his laughter always served. Sincerity. He joked, only to expose what people took too seriously. In his later years, the letters mellow. He no longer fights with everyone. He chooses his battles with care. He praises young thinkers, encourages women, writers, and debates priests who have learned, finally, to answer with civility. The age has changed, partly because he forced it to. But not all his correspondence is gentle. Sometimes the old fire returns. When he reads of injustice, the sentences sharpen instantly. He writes to a bishop defending intolerance. If you wish to serve God, begin by making men less miserable. He writes to a minister who excuses censorship. Do you fear words? Then you have already lost. Even at 80, his pen still carries the precision of outrage. He signs each letter not as philosopher or noble, but simply Voltaire, cultivator of Ferney. That title, half humorous, becomes his signature philosophy. Cultivator, one who tends the soil, the mind, the human conscience. It replaces all other honors. Through these letters, Europe learns to think aloud. They form the nervous system of the Enlightenment, carrying shock, sympathy, and stimulation across distance. Voltaire teaches that conversation itself is civilization. That where people exchange words, they are less likely to exchange blows. His wit softens disagreement into curiosity. He makes the act of correspondence a moral duty. He writes, "To answer is to exist." He means that silence is complicity, and that every reply, even in disagreement, keeps reason alive. He anticipates the future without knowing it, a world connected by voices instead of chains, a world where words travel faster than armies. In his letters lie the first architecture of modern dialogue, toward the end. As his strength fades, he writes fewer lines, but with more tenderness. He thanks his correspondents for keeping him alive in spirit. He writes, "When I can no longer travel, my words walk for me." He feels the limits of his body, but not of his reach. Every sealed envelope carries another fragment of his immortality. In one of his last letters, he muses, "I have spent my life fighting foolishness, and I see that it is immortal. But perhaps, if it never dies, neither will laughter." That single line could stand as the motto of his age. He does not expect victory. He expects continuity. And that expectation, humble and steadfast, is the true essence of enlightenment. When he dies, his letters remain in drawers, trunks, pockets. They circulate slowly, outliving censorship, outliving even the revolutions they inspired. Future generations will piece them together and find not a hero, but a human voice, curious, weary, amused, alive. They will see that his greatest creation was not a book or a theory, but the habit of correspondence itself, the ongoing dialogue. Between minds seeking clarity, Voltaire's wit was dangerous because it proved that truth need not be solemn to be powerful. A joke, sincerely meant, could loosen the grip of tyranny. A letter, honestly written, could change a world one reader at a time. As this section fades to its quiet close, imagine him once more at his desk, the quill moving slowly across parchment. He signs his name, folds the sheet, and presses wax upon it. The candlelight flickers on his face. He smiles, not triumphant, but content. He has learned that words, like seeds, find their soil in distant minds. And somewhere, perhaps tonight, someone will open a letter and feel a sudden lightness of thought, a quiet rebellion, a smile at the edge of revelation. That is how enlightenment travels, not by decree, but by correspondence, and in the hush that follows, his voice drifts on, patient and amused, to whisper through centuries, still teaching us to think, still reminding us to laugh, and still daring us to tell the truth gently. By now the world has changed, and Voltaire with it. He has written his way through prisons, courts, and revolutions of thought. He has outlived kings, out-argued bishops, outlasted his enemies, and yet he remains what he was at the beginning. A man in search of a place where he can think freely, live honestly, and write without fear. That place will be Ferney, a small estate near the French-Swiss border, a frontier between nations, between safety and danger, between silence and speech. It is fitting that his final home lies between worlds, for Voltaire himself has always lived there, half rebel, half diplomat, half jester, half judge. He arrives in Ferney in 1758, an old man in years, though not in energy. The journey has taken him through exiles in England, Geneva, and Lorraine, each offering temporary shelter, but never rest. He has been a guest of princes, a fugitive of priests, a man too free for any government's comfort. Ferney is his compromise with fate. A place close enough to France to matter, but far enough from Paris to survive. The land is wild when he buys it. A handful of peasants tilt thin soil under mountain winds. The houses lean with age. The fields produce little. Voltaire sees not poverty but potential. He looks at the valley and imagines a living philosophy, a village where work, knowledge, and tolerance could coexist. He begins to build. He renovates the manor, plants orchards, digs wells, hires masons and carpenters. Soon the sound of hammers replaces the silence of neglect. Ferney becomes a construction site for reason. Voltaire walks among the workers, sleeves rolled, discussing both measurements and metaphysics. He tells them, "We shall cultivate, and therefore we shall live." They laugh, thinking it jest, but he means it with sacred seriousness. Word spreads that the great philosopher has settled near the border. Visitors begin to arrive, refugees, scholars, merchants, dreamers. Some come seeking wisdom, others protection. They find both. Voltaire's home becomes a sanctuary without formal walls. Catholics and Protestants live side by side under his roof. He insists they share meals, arguing that reason requires no uniform creed. He builds a chapel, and above its entrance carves an inscription that confuses authorities. Dio rerexit Voltaire to God. Voltaire built this. It is part devotion, part joke, part defiance. The message is clear. A man may believe in God without belonging to any church. The local bishop protests. Voltaire replies politely, saying that charity is better theology than quarrel. He continues his work, turning Ferney into a model of peaceful productivity. Within a decade, the barren village becomes prosperous. He introduces better farming methods, founds a watchmaking workshop, brings in teachers and artisans. He ensures the poor are paid fairly, that the children learn letters as well as trades. He pays for dowries, repairs roads, funds hospitals. Ferney becomes known as the city of Voltaire. Travellers marvel at its order and civility. When asked why he invests so much in a small village, he answers, because the world begins. Wherever we stand, that is the garden philosophy made flesh. What he once wrote in satire, he now lives in practice. Fernie is not only refuge, it is proof, a demonstration that enlightenment, applied patiently, can feed the hungry and calm the fearful. The house itself becomes legendary. Guests come from all corners of Europe. They find a host both humble and theatrical, a man who can quote Latin one moment and gossip about local harvests the next. He delights in conversation more than ceremony. The dining room becomes his new salon. Each meal a symposium, each guest both student and teacher. He listens intently to stories, asks questions that turn anecdotes into parables. He laughs easily, yet beneath the humor lies purpose. He tests ideas the way farmers test soil, by seeing what grows. He writes less now, but what he writes carries the weight of distillation. Each letter, each essay, feels like a seed packed with seasons of experience. Despite the peace of Fernie, controversy finds him still. The church denounces him anew for his epitaph to reason. Critics call him a hypocrite for his wealth, as if comfort disqualified conscience. He answers with the same composure as always. Let them shout. The more noise they make, the less harm they do. Even kings tread carefully around him now. They need his approval as much as they once feared his scorn. Frederick of Prussia still writes, sometimes flatteringly, sometimes bitterly. Their friendship has cooled, but not died. Voltaire answers courteously, always returning to the same theme, that wisdom is better than power, because wisdom needs no guards. He corresponds with Catherine the Great, sending advice on law, education, and tolerance. She admires him enough to call him the teacher of Europe. He replies, half amused, I am but a student who never stops asking questions. Fernie becomes both fortress and lighthouse. From its quiet hills, Voltaire watches the world evolve. He sees revolutions stirring in America, reforms rising in France. He senses the tremor of an era ending. He is too old to travel, yet his words move faster than any courier. Visitors describe him as radiant in his frailty, thin, pale, but glowing with vitality of mind. He speaks of the past with affection, of the future with curiosity, of himself with irony. He refuses to be solemn, saying, one must die as one has lived amused. In those twilight years, he becomes philosopher, mayor, and father to his villagers. When disputes arise, they come to him. He listens, decides, and often pays from his own purse to settle matters. He prefers peace to principle, because peace feeds more people. He writes that governments could learn from gardeners, remove weeds, but never the roots of life. It is both agricultural and political advice. When winter settles on Fernie, he spends evenings near the fire reading letters. He comments aloud to himself, sometimes laughing, sometimes sighing. He keeps one letter from an old friend pinned above his desk as simple line, "You have made thought humane." He reads it often, as if reminding himself that enlightenment is not about brightness, but warmth. In these moments, he feels gratitude rather than pride. He knows that the ideas he helped nurture will outlive him and grow in unpredictable ways. He no longer worries about credit, only continuity. He says, truth does not need heirs, only witnesses. The seasons turn gently. He watches snow cover the garden, then melt into new green. The rhythm comforts him. Life, he realizes, repeats itself, not as punishment, but as promise. Every return of spring is proof that labor was not wasted. Friends who visit in those final years describe the same scene. Voltaire sitting by a window, a quill in one hand, a basket of fruit beside him. He offers pears, stories, and questions. Always questions. Are we better? He asks one evening. Not perfect, just better. The visitor hesitates. Voltaire smiles. That hesitation, he says, is honesty. Keep it. Fernie becomes his metaphor for the human condition in imperfect paradise maintained by imperfect hands. He writes that civilization is a garden under siege by weeds. Weeds will always return. The task is to keep them manageable. He has no illusions of final victory, only faith in the daily act of care. He reminds his villagers that thinking is also cultivation. He funds a small school, teaches arithmetic and reading, believing ignorance is the root weed of them all. When someone thanks him, he replies, "Do not thank me. Thank the idea of progress, it belongs to everyone." He continues to write letters late into the night, his sentences shorter now, but no less clear. He ends one with, "My body sleeps, my mind keeps gardening." It is both metaphor and fact. As he grows weaker, Paris calls to him once more. Friends urge him to return, to receive the adoration he has long been denied. For years he refuses. Then, one spring morning in 1778, he decides to go. "I shall see my children once more," he says, meaning his readers. The journey is slow, but when he enters the city, it feels like history itself coming home. Crowds gather, shouting his name. The theater dedicates a performance to him. The streets bloom with applause. He bows, weary but smiling. After decades of exile, Paris has become the world he imagined a city daring to think aloud. He stays only a few weeks. The excitement exhausts him. One night he whispers to a friend, "I die loving God, cherishing my friends, not hating my enemies, and detesting superstition." Then he sleeps. They bury him in secret, for the church still fears his presence even in death. But fear cannot silence affection. Years later, the revolution will carry his remains to the Pantheon, where crowds will chant his name and call him the soul of France. Fernie, meanwhile, remains. The gardens continue to bloom, the workshops hum, the schools teach. His villagers keep a chair for him at the table and say, "He is not gone. He is working elsewhere." And so, as we leave this quiet refuge, picture the estate at dusk, the air cool, the fields golden. A single lamp glows in the study window. Inside, an empty chair, a quill resting in its holder, the scent of parchment. An ink still fresh dot outside. The garden hums with life bees moving between blossoms, branches stirring in gentle wind. Everything continues, as it always does, as he always hoped it would. The man is gone, but his refuge remains, a living symbol of reason's patience. Proof that thought, when rooted in kindness, can become a home. And from that quiet place between nations, between faith and doubt, between laughter and truth, Voltaire's voice still carries, soft but unending, "Cultivate your garden. It is the only world that will ever belong to you." The year is 1778. Voltaire is 83 years old, thin as parchment and just as full of words. He has lived through a century that feared him, mocked him, and finally learned to listen. Now, after 27 years away, he returns to Paris, the city that once imprisoned him, the city that now greets him as a prophet returned from exile. He travels slowly, stopping in villages along the road. Everywhere, crowds gather. Farmers, students, merchants, people who had never read a line of his work, lined the streets to see the face that had argued with kings. They call his name not as a philosopher, but as a friend. Some kneel, others laugh, and he, amused, waves them to their feet. He whispers to his companion, "When I left, they cursed me. Now they cheer." It seems success is simply exile that lasted long enough. When he enters Paris, the city erupts. The noise is overwhelming, the cheers rising from every quarter like the sound of an awakening. Windows blaze with candles. Carriages follow his coach through the streets. The Academy welcomes him as a returning patriarch. Theatres perform his plays to standing ovations. Crowds wait outside his lodging just to catch a glimpse of him. He bows from the balcony, thin and radiant, eyes gleaming with both exhaustion and disbelief. He has outlived all who condemned him. He has outlasted every threat. In that moment, the philosopher becomes a legend made flesh. The applause seems endless, but beneath it he hears something deeper, the murmur of a century closing behind him. He senses that he has become the bridge between worlds, the old of kings and creeds, and the new of liberty and reason. He knows bridges do not last forever, but while they stand, they carry everything across. During those weeks in Paris, he lives as if the years have rolled away. Visitors crowd his rooms from dawn to nightfall. He speaks, jokes, argues, blesses. Students ask for guidance. Nobles beg for wit. Painters sketch him, poets quote him, and children recite his aphorisms like prayers. He laughs softly at the irony that after a lifetime of being too dangerous to print, he has become the safest symbol of intellect the world can offer. Yet even as he enjoys the adoration, he feels its fragility. He tells a friend they applaud ideas they have not yet understood. When they begin to understand them, they will tremble again. He knows popularity is not proof of progress. Still, he accepts it with grace. To deny joy, even temporary, would be ungrateful. He spends his last nights attending the theatre. The audience rises when he enters. Actors stop mid-performance too. Bow. He bows back, smiling faintly. A physician warns him that the excitement will kill him. Voltaire replies, "Then let me die," applauded. The exhaustion does come. After so many years of surviving persecution, his body cannot withstand celebration. He grows weak, though his mind remains clear. Friends gather around his bed. Priests send polite invitations for confession. He declines gently. "I have nothing to confess except curiosity," he says. He insists on reason, even in farewell. He murmurs, "I am tired of hearing people ask for miracles. It is miracle enough that we are alive." One night, sensing the end near, he dictates his final statement. "I die loving God, cherishing my friends, not hating my enemies, and detesting superstition." Then he adds, smiling, "Now leave me to die in peace. Do not make a ceremony." Of it, a few hours later, in quiet sleep, he does Paris mourns and celebrates at once. The church refuses him burial in consecrated ground. The people ignore the refusal. Friends smuggle his body by night to a monastery near Troyes, where he is laid to rest secretly, as if even death feared his voice might rise again. But silence will not hold him. 11 years later, after the storm of revolution, France reclaims him publicly. The revolution's leaders, believing themselves heirs to his pen, order his remains carried to the Pantheon, the temple of the nations great. The procession is immense. Tens of thousands follow the coffin through streets lined with banners. Inscribed on the side, "He gave mankind the spirit of liberty." Some weep, some sing, some carry candles, and above them all, the bells ring not for religion, but for reason. His body, once smuggled in secret, now rests beneath marble open to the sky. The irony would have delighted him. His legacy, however, is not stone but atmosphere. It lives in the habits of thought he made possible. Before him, people asked, "What must I believe?" After him, they began to ask, "What can I know?" Their change subtle, immense reshaped civilization. He did not invent the Enlightenment. He embodied its temperament, curiosity without cruelty, courage without hatred, and the refusal to take oneself too seriously. He left behind no disciples, only readers, millions of them. His influence moved through institutions he never trusted. Through revolutions he never joined, through laws he never wrote. It became invisible, as air becomes invisible once everyone breathes it. Philosophers debated his theology. Politicians quoted his wit. Common people remembered his laughter. He became a presence rather than a person, a whisper reminding each generation that reason is not cold, that truth need not shout, and that progress begins with a question. The paradox of his life endures. He mocked power yet advised rulers. He doubted God yet prayed in labor. He lived for peace yet fought endlessly. Through contradiction, he remained coherent, because his loyalty was never to systems but to conscience. He believed that the mind, like the world, must be cultivated daily. His garden was never perfect, but it was alive. In every age since, his name reappears whenever freedom trembles. Whenever censorship returns, someone quotes him. Whenever fanaticism spreads, someone reads him again. He becomes the eternal companion of rebellion tempered by thought. His laughter echoes in courtrooms, classrooms, and cafes. It is the laughter of a man who has seen folly and forgiven it. The laughter that clears the air before dawn. Centuries later, the philosopher remains modern. His ideas anticipate the rhythm of the digital age, fast, witty, skeptical, global. He would have loved this world of endless conversation and feared it equally. He would have warned us that speed without reflection turns communication into noise, that enlightenment must keep pace with invention. He would have told us, as he told his own century, to be skeptical not of truth, but of those who claim to own it. His garden survives now as metaphor. We cultivate it each time we choose understanding over outrage, dialogue over dogma, kindness over pride. Every act of patience continues his work. Every question asked in good faith extends his light another generation. That is his real immortality, not a statue, not a book, but the rhythm of thinking that refuses to stop. If you walk today through the Pantheon in Paris, past marble heroes and carved prayers, you may see his tomb bathed in quiet light. Visitors stand in silence, reading the inscription, Poet, historian, philosopher, he prepared us to be free. Some smile, some nod, some simply linger. They may not realize it, but in that silence, they are participating in his last request to think for themselves. And somewhere beyond stone and centuries, one can almost hear the faintest echo of his voice, still curious, still amused, still whispering to all who would listen, cultivate your garden. Speak gently, but speak. And if you must fight, fight only with reason. The applause of his final return never truly ended. It continues quietly each time a person questions fear, each time laughter survives injustice, each time a mind opens. Instead of closing, that, more than any revolution, is Voltaire's victory. And so the story closes as it began, with a man and a pen. A cell replaced by a study, darkness replaced by dawn. He left the world no perfect system, only a method of courage, to live with light enough to see, and humility enough to doubt. The candle burns low once more. Ink dries on the page. The philosopher rests, his words still moving quietly through time. A reminder that freedom is never granted once, but cultivated forever. The story of Voltaire ends, but his invitation does not. Each generation inherits the same question. What does it mean to cultivate our garden today in this restless century of ours? The words sound simple, almost quaint, yet within them lies an entire philosophy of survival. It is not about literal soil alone. It is about the peace of the world that each of us can tend, the small circle of influence where care still matters. It is the idea that improvement, not perfection, is the real work of a lifetime. Voltaire's garden was once a patch of land at Ferney. Ours may be a household, a classroom, an online conversation, a business built with integrity, or simply a quiet discipline of attention in a noisy world. Every place where effort meets patience is a continuation of that same enlightenment. We live in a time flooded with light screens, information, opinions, and yet so much of it blinds rather than illuminates. Voltaire would recognize this paradox immediately. He would remind us that light without clarity becomes glare, that knowledge without perspective becomes confusion. He would tell us that the gardener's task is not to own the sun, but to guide its warmth to what needs it most. He would ask, are you cultivating your mind or merely consuming? For him, thought was labor, low, methodical, honest. It required weeding out prejudice, watering compassion, letting humility breathe between rows of certainty. He would insist that wisdom still begins when noise ends in silence long enough. To hear one's own reason, to cultivate our gardens today is to resist despair. Every age believes itself in crisis, but perhaps what changes is only the form of distraction. In Voltaire's time, tyranny wore robes and crowns. In ours, it often wears exhaustion. We hurry from task to task, forgetting that the gardener's greatest strength is patience. He would tell us, slow down. Do not wait for utopia or collapse. Attend to the ground beneath your feet. The weeds of ignorance, cruelty, and apathy are easier to pull when they are small. Neglect them, and they become forests. He would smile at our technology, marvel at our tools, and then ask the same question he asked of kings. To what end? For him, progress was never a matter of invention alone, but of intention. A machine is neutral, only its use has morality. To cultivate is to choose purpose over power. Voltaire's voice would fit naturally in this century of argument. He would scroll, observe, and laugh softly. He would see crowds proclaiming certainty in every direction, each shouting that they alone have truth. He would remind them that shouting is not proof. He would write a sentence short enough for our attention span and sharp enough to cut through the noise. Those who think alike are not necessarily thinking. He would ask us to bring humor back to discourse, to argue as gardeners debate, whether with passion, yes, but also acceptance of limits. For a reason, like the seasons, thrives on cycles of growth and rest. We must plant ideas, knowing some will fail. Failure, to Voltaire, was never disgrace. It was compost future nourishment for better thought. To cultivate our gardens today also means courage. Freedom of speech remains fragile, threatened not only by laws but by indifference. He would tell us that silence, even when born of fatigue, feeds the roots of tyranny. He would not demand constant rebellion, only honest participation, the willingness to speak gently but persistently. He believed persuasion begins not with shouting but with listening. Speak, he might say, as if your opponent could. Be your neighbor tomorrow. He would urge us to defend reason without cruelty. The enemy is not the believer or the skeptic, but the arrogance that refuses to learn. Tolerance, he wrote, is not weakness. It is the recognition that all of us are fragile in different ways. In a world divided by ideology, his garden remains open ground. Perhaps most of all, he would remind us to find happiness not in theories, but in usefulness. He once wrote that work protects us from boredom, vice, and need. That still holds. 2. Create, repair, teach, or help. These are acts of faith in the human project. They are how we turn thought into life. Voltaire never trusted purity. He trusted improvement. He knew perfection is a mirage that leads to cruelty. Better, he said, to do small good daily than to dream of grand goodness deferred forever. The gardener's joy lies in tending, not in finishing. When we look around at the scale of modern problems, climate, injustice, confusion, his philosophy may seem too small. What can a garden do against a storm? But he would answer, the storm does not last forever, the garden does. He believed in endurance over spectacle. Every error that forgets moderation, he warned, must relearn it through pain. The cultivation of one plot, one mind, creates ripples across generations. The person who teaches a child to think plants trees that will shade strangers. The worker who insists on fairness waters roots that feed unseen futures. Such acts are not dramatic, but they are the foundation of civilization. Voltaire would also remind us of humor's sacred place. He knew laughter is not escapism, but oxygen. To laugh at folly is to deny its authority. To laugh at oneself is to remain free from vanity. He would tell us that solemnity has ruined as many nations as sin, when we can still smile at absurdity. We prove that reason is alive. He would not ask us to be saints, only to be awake. He would forgive our contradictions as he forgave his own. He would say that doubt, properly tended, bears the fruit of humility. And humility is the soil in which wisdom grows, as the night deepens. Imagine sitting in that old garden of Ferny, the air cool, the leaves whispering. You can almost hear the faint scratch of a quill, the sound of a chair creaking, the voice of an old man smiling as he writes, "Let us cultivate our gardens." He meant it literally, and he meant it for eternity. It is not instruction, but reassurance, that goodness is still possible, that effort still matters, that the world, for all its noise, is still capable of being tended. We cultivate our gardens. When we study instead of scroll, when we build instead of complain, when we forgive instead of argue for sport, we cultivate them. When we plant trees we will never see mature, when we mend a friendship instead of winning an argument, when we leave a space more peaceful than we found it. These small actions, multiplied silently, are what keep civilization breathing. He would call this the arithmetic of kindness. No sermon, no ideology, just numbers that add up over time. 1,000 tiny efforts outweigh a single grand declaration. Every thoughtful person becomes a gardener of their own era. In the end, cultivating our gardens today is nothing more and nothing less than remembering that freedom is a form of responsibility. To think clearly, to speak honestly, to act usefully, to rest without surrendering curiosity. These are the tools of the gardener's trade. Voltaire's life taught that the battle for reason is not fought once. It is maintained every sunrise. He gave us not conclusions, but habits. He did not ask us to worship his name, but to continue his work. As this journey draws to its quiet close, imagine returning from the vastness of history to your own small garden. It may be literal or invisible, a piece of mind or earth or duty. Look at it the way he would, without cynicism, without illusion, but with care. The weeds will always be there. So will the light. He would wish you not perfection, but persistence. He would remind you that every moment of clear thought, every act of kindness, every refusal to hate is another stroke of cultivation. He would leave you with a final whisper, gentle, practical, eternal. Do not wait for the world to be wise. Begin with your garden. Plant reason, water compassion, harvest peace. And as those words settle, the garden fades into stillness, the air filled with quiet breathing, the night deep but kind. Another century sleeps, and the light of reason, small yet steady, continues to burn.
Welcome back, dear friends. Before we begin, let me know where in the world you are watching, and please don't forget to subscribe and like to support the channel. Close your eyes for a moment. In this precise instant, who are you? Not the name your parents gave you, not the job title on your business card, not the accumulation of your past or the projection of your future, but right now, this very second, what is the consciousness experiencing these words? Where does it reside? How did it come to be? And perhaps most mysteriously of all, will it be the same consciousness when you wake tomorrow morning? This question, deceptively simple yet infinitely complex, haunted one man so deeply that his answer would reshape the foundations of civilization itself. His name was John Locke, and tonight, as you settle into the quietness of approaching sleep, we will walk together through the cathedral of thought he constructed, stone by philosophical stone, until we discover something extraordinary. We will find that the questions he asked about consciousness, about identity, about freedom and knowledge are not merely academic puzzles gathering dust in forgotten books. They are the very questions that pulse beneath every moment of your waking life, and perhaps, as we shall see, even your sleeping one. Picture England in the year 1632. A world balanced on a knife's edge between the old certainties and a dawning age that would question everything. In a small village called Rington in Somerset, a child enters the world who will grow to challenge not just the political order of kingdoms, but the understanding of what it means to be human. This child, John Locke, would become many things in his lifetime. A physician who studied the workings of the human body, a political revolutionary whose ideas were so dangerous he would be forced to flee his homeland, living under an assumed name in foreign exile, an advisor to the powerful who helped shape the course of governments, and above all, a philosopher who asked questions so fundamental that we are still, more than 3 centuries after his death, attempting to answer them. But here is what makes tonight's journey so remarkable. Locke's great insights did not emerge from pure abstraction or ivory tower speculation. They grew from careful observation, from watching patients as a physician and noting how the mind emerged from the fog of fever, from experiencing firsthand the tyranny of absolute power and wondering what made any government legitimate, from studying his own consciousness as it woke each morning and asking what connected yesterday's self to today's, from noticing how children learned and questioning whether we truly arrive in this world with knowledge already inscribed upon our souls. The world into which John Locke was born believed it knew the answers to fundamental questions with absolute certainty. The king ruled by divine right, ordained by God himself, and to question this was to question the very architecture of creation. Knowledge was something innate, planted in the soul before birth, waiting only to be remembered. Your station in life, whether peasant or prince, was determined by providence and immutable law. The structure of reality itself seemed fixed, hierarchical, and ultimately beyond human power to alter. And yet, something was stirring. The year before Locke's birth, Galileo had faced the Inquisition for suggesting the Earth moved around the sun. When Locke was a boy, England descended into a brutal civil war that would see a king beheaded and the entire social order thrown into chaos. His father, a country lawyer, fought in the parliamentary army against royal absolutism. Young John grew up in a house where the divine right of kings was not an unquestionable truth, but a dangerous lie. He witnessed firsthand how certainty could become tyranny, how unquestioned authority could lead to bloodshed in the streets. These experiences planted seeds in fertile soil. As Locke pursued his education at Oxford, studying first philosophy and then medicine, he encountered the emerging scientific method. He befriended the great chemist, Robert Boyle, who taught him to trust observation over ancient texts. He studied the human body with Thomas Sydenham, learning to watch patients carefully rather than impose theoretical systems upon them. He absorbed the revolutionary mathematics of Isaac Newton, who would become a close friend, and slowly, a radical idea began to crystallize in his mind. What if everything we had been taught about human nature was fundamentally wrong? What if we did not arrive in this world with our knowledge, our identities, our social roles already determined? What if the mind at birth was not a repository of innate truths, but something else entirely? Something that would make the structure of society, the legitimacy of government, the very nature of the self, far more fluid and far more interesting than anyone had imagined. This idea was not merely philosophically novel. It was politically explosive. Because if Locke was right, if human beings were not born with predetermined natures and divinely ordained stations, then the entire edifice of absolute monarchy, inherited privilege, and rigid social hierarchy rested on nothing more substantial than old habits and brute force. Kings did not rule because God made them superior beings. Nobles were not naturally fitted to command peasants. Knowledge was not the exclusive province of the learned elite who claimed to possess truths ordinary people could never grasp. The implications were breathtaking and terrifying, and they would eventually force Locke into exile, suspected of treason, living under the constant threat of assassination, his books published anonymously lest they trace back to him. But tonight, as you rest, we are safe to explore these dangerous ideas together. We can follow Locke's reasoning wherever it leads, watching as a new understanding of human consciousness, identity, and freedom emerges from his careful observations and bold conclusions. So let us begin where Locke himself began, with a question so fundamental that everything else would flow from its answer. A question about the origin of ideas, the nature of knowledge, and the contents of the human mind. But I must warn you gently. Once you truly understand Locke's answer, once you see what he saw, you may never look at yourself or the world around you quite the same way again. The familiar will become strange, the certain will become questionable, and the self you thought you knew so intimately will reveal itself as something far more mysterious and magnificent than you ever imagined. The question, put simply, is this: when you think a thought, where did that thought come from? In Locke's time, the prevailing answer seemed obvious to learned scholars. Knowledge, they insisted, was innate. The human mind contained certain fundamental truths from birth, placed there either by God or by the essential nature of the rational soul itself. Principles like the law of non-contradiction, the axioms of mathematics, the existence of God, basic moral truths about right and wrong, all of these were supposedly stamped upon the mind before we ever opened our eyes to behold the world. This doctrine of innate ideas had ancient roots. Plato had taught that learning was really remembering, that the soul possessed knowledge from before its embodiment, and that education merely awakened these dormant truths. The medieval scholastics had integrated this with Christian theology, and in Locke's own century, the great French philosopher René Descartes had argued that certain clear and distinct ideas, the cogito itself, the existence of God, the principles of geometry, were known with absolute certainty precisely because they were innate to rational minds. It was an elegant theory. It explained how we could have knowledge that seemed universal, transcending the accidents of individual experience. It grounded morality in something deeper than mere convention, and it supported a hierarchical view of society. Some souls possess these innate truths more clearly than others, the philosopher more than the peasant, the civilized European more than the savage, the man more than the woman. But John Locke, watching carefully, observing newborn infants, studying people of different cultures, examining his own consciousness, with merciless honesty, became convinced this elegant theory was entirely wrong. Consider a newborn child, he suggested. Observe this tiny being with clear eyes, without preconception. Do you see a mind stocked with innate knowledge? Do you see a creature contemplating the law of non-contradiction or the existence of God? Or do you see something else entirely? A mind that seems almost perfectly receptive, open, unformed, responding to sensations, beginning to organize the raw data of experience into something coherent, but starting, it would appear, from nothing. Locke pressed the point. If there truly were innate ideas, propositions that all minds possessed from birth, then we should find universal agreement on these principles. But where is this agreement? Travel the world, he observed, and you will find tremendous diversity in beliefs about God, about morality, about the fundamental nature of reality. Some peoples worship one God, others many, still others none at all. Moral codes vary dramatically. Even seemingly obvious logical principles are not grasped by children or those without education. The defenders of innate ideas had a response. These truths are innate, they said, but they require reason to uncover them, maturity to recognize them. They are like seeds planted in the soul, waiting for the right conditions to bloom. Locke found this answer unsatisfying. If reason is required to discover these supposedly innate ideas, then how are they different from ideas we learn through experience and reasoning? The word innate becomes meaningless. It is like saying hunger is innate, even though a person feels no hunger. Saying the mind possesses knowledge that it does not actually know is a contradiction in terms. And then Locke posed a question that cuts to the heart of the matter. If the soul has innate ideas that it acquired before embodiment, or that are simply part of its essence, why do these ideas never appear in consciousness in their pure original form? Why, when we sleep, do we not dream of these pristine innate truths? Why does the soul, in its supposed retreat during sleep, never light upon these ideas it possessed before experience touched it. Instead, even our most abstract thoughts, even our strangest dreams, seem to be recombinations of things we have encountered in waking life. The tang of the cask, as Locke beautifully put it, marks even our most sublime conceptions. So if knowledge is not innate, where does it come from? Locke's answer was revolutionary in its simplicity and profound in its implications. Let us suppose, he wrote, that the mind at birth is like white paper, void of all characters, without any ideas. How then does it come to be furnished? From where does it acquire that vast store of ideas, which the busy and boundless imagination of human beings has painted upon it? The answer: experience. Nothing more and nothing less. Every idea that ever passed through a human mind, every thought you have ever entertained, every concept you grasp, every fleeting image and every abstract principle, all of it, ultimately, traces back to experience. The mind is not like a container filled before birth with treasures. It is like a blank slate, a tabula rasa, as later interpreters would call it, though Locke himself used the metaphor of white paper or an empty cabinet. But what did Locke mean by experience? Here his answer becomes rich and nuanced, revealing the careful observer behind the bold theory. Experience, he explained, comes to us through two channels, two fountains that supply all the materials of knowledge. The first is sensation. This is the most obvious channel. Through our five senses, seeing, hearing, touching, tasting, smelling, the external world impresses itself upon consciousness. A shaft of sunlight falling across a room, the sound of rain on a window, the taste of honey, the scent of roses, the warmth of another person's hand. These are simple ideas, the basic building blocks of thought, delivered directly by the senses. They are particular, immediate, undeniable. The redness of this rose, the coldness of that ice, the brightness of yonder star. As you lie here now, preparing for sleep, notice the sensations arriving at the shores of your consciousness. Perhaps the softness of your pillow against your cheek, the weight of blankets upon your body, the quality of light or darkness in the room. These simple sensory impressions are, according to Locke, the foundational elements from which all your knowledge of the external world is constructed. But Locke recognized something crucial that makes his empiricism sophisticated rather than simplistic. There is a second channel of experience, one that comes not from the external world, but from within. He called it reflection. This is the mind's perception of its own operations, the awareness of thinking itself, the recognition of doubting, believing, reasoning, willing, imagining, remembering. These two are experiences, internal experiences, and they give rise to another whole class of ideas. When you are aware that you are thinking about something, that is reflection. When you notice yourself doubting or believing, desiring or fearing, remembering yesterday or imagining tomorrow, these operations of the mind itself become objects of experience. And just as sensation gives us ideas of colors, sounds, and textures, reflection gives us ideas of thought, doubt, belief, and will. This distinction is elegant and important. Locke is not claiming that the mind is purely passive, merely receiving impressions like wax receiving a seal. The mind has active powers. It compares, it combines, it abstracts, it remembers. But, and this is crucial, the materials upon which these powers operate must ultimately come from sensation or reflection. The mind cannot create simple ideas out of nothing. It can only work with what experience provides. Consider the idea of a golden mountain. You have never seen a golden mountain. Perhaps no such thing exists in the world, and yet you can conceive of one easily. How? By combining two simple ideas you have received through experience, the idea of gold, which you know from sensation, and the idea of a mountain, which you likewise know from sensation. The mind's power to combine is remarkable, but the ingredients must come from experience. Or consider something more abstract, like the idea of infinity. How does a finite mind conceive of the infinite? Locke's answer: by taking the idea of finite, magnitude, which we know from experience, and the idea of addition, which we also know from experience, and then applying the operation of addition without end. We can imagine always adding one more. The idea of infinity is thus constructed by the mind operating on materials given in experience. Now, you might be wondering, what about necessary truths? What about mathematics? Surely 2 + 2 = 4, not because of experience, but because of some innate rational insight. Locke's answer is subtle. The ideas of 2 and 4 are indeed built up from experience, from counting actual objects. But once we have these ideas, we can perceive certain relationships between them that are necessarily true. That 2 + 2 = 4 is a relationship we perceive between our ideas. It is a kind of intuitive knowledge, where we see the connection immediately and certainly. But the ideas themselves still originated in experience. The implications of this seemingly simple theory ripple outward in extraordinary ways. If all ideas come from experience, then the mind you possess right now, with all its contents, its memories, its knowledge, its personality, is the cumulative result of every experience you have ever had. You were not born as you. You became you, written upon gradually by sensation and reflection, day by day, moment by moment, from your first blurry perceptions as an infant to this present instant. And this means something profound about human equality. A peasant and a prince begin with the same blank slate. The differences between them are not innate, not ordained by nature or God, but the result of vastly different experiences, different educations, different opportunities to fill the mind with ideas. Given the same experiences, the same education, there is no reason the peasant could not grasp everything the prince grasps. The hierarchy of souls dissolves under Locke's patient gaze. It also means something profound about human potential. If we are not locked into predetermined natures, if our minds are shaped by experience, then we can be shaped differently. Education becomes not the uncovering of innate truths, but the careful provision of the right experiences. Character becomes not fixed essence, but the result of habits formed through repeated experiences. Reform, improvement, growth, all of these become possible in a way they cannot be if our natures are innate and immutable, and it means something profound about knowledge itself. If all ideas trace back to experience, then knowledge is not the privilege of special souls who grasp innate truths more clearly than others. It is available, at least in principle, to anyone who can receive sensations and engage in reflection. The democratization of knowledge follows from the blank slate. But Locke was too honest an observer to pretend the slate remains blank for long. From our earliest moments, sensations pour in. The mind begins its work of organizing, comparing, remembering. Simple ideas combine into complex ones. Experiences accumulate into habits. Associations form between ideas. And gradually, mysteriously, something emerges that we call the self, which brings us to perhaps the deepest and most personal of all Locke's inquiries. Because once you accept that the mind begins as a blank slate and is furnished by experience, a profound question arises. If you are constantly changing, if new experiences are always being added, if the contents of your mind today are different from what they were yesterday and will be different tomorrow, then what makes you you? What is the principle of continuity that connects the infant you once were, the child you became, the adult you are now, and the older person you will someday be? This question of personal identity captivated Locke, and his answer to it may be his most profound and unsettling contribution to philosophy. But to understand his answer, we must first understand what he was arguing against. The traditional view, inherited from medieval philosophy and still dominant in Locke's time, held that personal identity consisted in the identity of substance. You are the same person over time because you are the same substance over time. For dualists like Descartes, this meant you were the same immaterial soul. For others, it might mean the same living organism. Either way, identity was a matter of being the same thing in a substantial sense. But Locke, with his characteristic empiricism, asked a troubling question. How do you know you are the same soul or substance over time? You have no direct experience of your own soul or substantial self. What you have experience of is consciousness. You are aware of your thoughts, your perceptions, your memories. But do you perceive some underlying substance beneath all of this? Locke suggested you do not, and indeed cannot. Consider dreamless sleep, that mysterious state you may soon enter. When you wake tomorrow morning, how will you know you are the same person who went to sleep tonight? Not because you perceive the same substance, whatever that would mean, but because you will remember going to sleep. Your consciousness tomorrow morning will encompass the memories of your consciousness tonight. This continuity of consciousness, Locke suggested, is what constitutes personal identity. He defined a person as a thinking, intelligent being that has reason and reflection and can consider itself as itself the same thinking thing, in different times and places. And the key to this self-awareness across time is memory. Consciousness, he wrote, as far as it extends, makes the same person. To illustrate this radical idea, Locke proposed thought experiments that still provoke discussion 3 centuries later. Imagine, he suggested, that the soul of a prince, carrying all its memories and consciousness, were to enter the body of a cobbler, a humble shoemaker. Everyone looking at this person would see the cobbler's body. But suppose this body now contained all the memories, all the consciousness of the prince. Who would this person be? The prince or the cobbler? By the substance view, this person would be the cobbler, same body, perhaps same biological organism. But Locke insisted this person would actually be the prince, because personal identity follows consciousness, not substance. Wherever the prince's consciousness goes, there the prince is, regardless of what substance houses that consciousness. Now flip it around. Suppose the cobbler's soul entered the prince's body. Everyone at court would bow to the prince's body. But if this body now contained only the cobbler's memories and consciousness, this person would not be the prince. He would be the cobbler, despite appearances. These thought experiments seem fanciful, and Locke knew they were unlikely ever to occur, but they served a purpose. They clarified that when we care about personal identity, when we worry about whether someone will be held responsible for past actions or rewarded for past virtues, what matters is continuity of consciousness, not identity of substance. This becomes especially clear in cases of memory loss. Suppose a person commits a crime, but then suffers complete amnesia, genuinely losing all memory of the act, and indeed of their entire previous life. Are they still the same person who committed the crime? By the substance view, yes, same body or soul. But by Locke's consciousness view, no. This raises difficult questions about justice and responsibility, questions Locke acknowledged but did not fully resolve. The implications are both comforting and unsettling. Comforting because they suggest personal identity is not a mysterious, metaphysical fact about substances you cannot perceive, but something grounded in the very experience of consciousness you know intimately. Your identity is constituted by your memories, your sense of continuity, your ability to recognize yourself across time, but unsettling because this makes identity more fragile than we might like. What happens if memories are lost? What happens in cases of divided consciousness, like split-brain patients modern neuroscience has discovered? What about false memories, where you remember something that never actually happened? If identity is constituted by consciousness and memory, then identity can be disrupted, fragmented, even multiplied in ways the substance view never allowed. Locke also made a subtle but important distinction between the identity of a man and the identity of a person. The identity of a man, meaning the human organism, might continue even if personal identity is interrupted. Someone in a permanent coma is still the same living human organism, the same man, but perhaps not the same person if consciousness is utterly gone. And conversely, personal identity might in principle continue even if the underlying substance changed, as in the prince and cobbler example. This distinction has profound implications for questions about the afterlife, a topic of great concern in Locke's religious age. Many of his contemporaries worried, how can there be resurrection of the body if the body decays and its matter disperses? Locke's answer offered a kind of reassurance. What matters for the resurrection is not that the exact same matter be reassembled, but that the same consciousness continue. God could, in principle, provide a new body for the same person, as long as consciousness persists. But the deepest implication of Locke's view is this: you are not a thing that has experiences. You are, in some sense, the experiences themselves, or rather, the unity and continuity of consciousness that binds experiences together into a coherent perspective on the world. This consciousness, this awareness that can say I and recognize itself across time, this is the self, and it is built, moment by moment, from the stream of sensations, reflections, and memories that constitute your lived experience. As you lie here, consciousness beginning to dim as sleep approaches, consider this. The person who wakes tomorrow, morning will be you, not because they occupy the same body, though they will, but because their consciousness will encompass tonight. They will remember lying here, listening to these words, feeling the weight of blankets, breathing in and out. The continuity of memory will bridge the gap of sleep, creating the narrative thread that constitutes your identity. But what about sleep itself? Here, Locke made an observation that troubled some of his readers, but follows logically from his view. During deep, dreamless sleep, where is consciousness? It is not present to itself. You are not aware of being asleep while you are in that state, so in what sense are you a person during dreamless sleep? Locke's answer, carefully worded, is that personal identity is interrupted during such times. The sleeping person is the same man, the same human organism, but perhaps not in the fullest sense, the same person, since consciousness has ceased. This might seem troubling, but there is something rather beautiful about it. It means that sleep is a kind of small death, a genuine discontinuity in personal existence. And waking is a kind of resurrection, a renewal of the self. Every morning, consciousness returns, memory bridges the gap, and you become yourself again. The self is not a permanent, substantial thing, but an ongoing achievement, a continuity created by consciousness rather than a metaphysical given. And this brings us to Locke's political philosophy, because the same empiricist approach, the same careful observation of human nature, the same willingness to question received wisdom, led him to revolutionary conclusions about the legitimate basis of government, the nature of rights, and the proper relationship between individuals and authority. If Locke's epistemology erased the boundary between noble and common minds, his political philosophy erased the boundary between divine right and mere force. To understand the radical nature of Locke's political thought, we must first understand what he was arguing against. The political orthodoxy of his time, the view that legitimized absolute monarchy and made questioning royal authority tantamount to blasphemy, was the doctrine of the divine right of kings. This doctrine held that political authority descended from God through an unbroken chain. God had appointed Adam as sovereign over creation. This sovereignty passed to Adam's heirs, and through various genealogical paths descended to the monarchs of Locke's day. The king was God's lieutenant on earth, and obedience to the king was obedience to God. To resist the king was to resist the divine order itself. This was not a fringe view, but the official position of the English monarchy and the established church. A book titled Patriarcha, written by Robert Filmer, laid out this case systematically. Filmer argued that children are born into subjection to their fathers, and fathers hold absolute authority over their children. This paternal authority, originating with Adam, had been inherited by kings. Subjects were literally the children of their monarchs, owing the same absolute obedience children owe fathers. Against this towering edifice of divine right, inherited authority, and paternal power, John Locke proposed a simple, devastating question. Where is the evidence? How do we know, he asked, that political authority descends from Adam? Even if we grant that Adam had some kind of dominion over the earth, a large concession, How do we trace this authority through all the generations to any particular living monarch? The genealogies are lost in the mists of time. Multiple claimants could assert descent from Adam. The whole system collapses into arbitrary assertion backed by nothing more than force. But Locke did not stop with this historical argument. He made a more fundamental point. Even if we could trace unbroken descent from Adam, even if we knew with certainty who Adam's rightful heir was, this would not establish political obligation. Because paternal power is not, and never was, absolute. And even if it were, political authority is not the same as paternal authority. What, then, is the true basis of political obligation? What makes a government legitimate? What gives anyone the right to command another person to obey? Locke's answer began with a thought experiment, a device borrowed from earlier political philosophers, but deployed by Locke with devastating effect. Imagine, he wrote, human beings in a state of nature before any government exists. What would this condition be like? Here, Locke's answer differed dramatically from that of Thomas Hobbes, another English philosopher who had also used the state of nature as a conceptual tool. For Hobbes, writing during the chaos of civil war, the state of nature was a nightmare, a war of all against all, where life was solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. Human beings in their natural condition, Hobbes thought, were so dangerous to one another that any government, even the most absolute and tyrannical, was preferable to the anarchy of nature. But Locke, observing human nature more optimistically, saw things differently. The state of nature, he argued, was not a state of war, but a state of perfect freedom and equality. In this natural condition, all persons are equal in the sense that no one has natural authority over anyone else. No one is born to command, no one born to obey. Each person has the right to order their own actions, dispose of their possessions, and live as they see fit, without asking permission from anyone. But, and this is crucial, the state of nature is not a state of license. Freedom does not mean you can do whatever you want. Even in the absence of human government, Locke argued, there is law, natural law, which binds all rational beings. What is this natural law? Locke defined it as the law of reason itself, discernible by any rational creature. And reason, if consulted, teaches certain fundamental principles. First among them, that all human beings, being equal and independent, ought to respect one another's rights to life, liberty, and estate. No one ought to harm another in these fundamental goods without cause. Or, as Locke memorably put it, no, one ought to harm another in their life, health, liberty, or possessions. Why? Because we are all the workmanship of God, made to last during His pleasure, not one another's. Our bodies and lives are not our own property to dispose of as we please. They belong to God who made us. Therefore, we have no right to destroy ourselves or others. But everything else, our actions, our labor, the fruits of our labor, these we do own, and these no one may take from us without our consent. This introduces Locke's famous labor theory of property, an idea that would influence economic thought for centuries. How does private property arise in the state of nature? Locke's answer: through the mixing of labor with natural resources. Imagine the earth in its original state, held, in common by all humanity. No one owns any particular part of it. The apples on trees, the water in streams, the land itself, all are common. But suppose you pick an apple. By the act of picking, by mixing your labor with this natural object, you make it yours. The apple becomes your property because you expended effort to acquire it, and your labor is undeniably your own. The same principle applies to land. If you clear a section of wilderness, plow the soil, plant crops, you have mixed your labor with the earth. This land becomes yours, at least provisionally. You have a property right to the fruits of your labor. But Locke added a crucial limitation, what philosophers now call the Lockean proviso. Your appropriation is legitimate only if you leave enough and as good for others. You cannot take all the water from a stream, leaving others to die of thirst. You cannot fence off all available land, leaving others with no place to work. Property rights are real and important, but they are not unlimited. They exist within the constraint that others must also have the opportunity to sustain themselves. This theory of property had implications both radical and conservative. Radical because it suggested that property rights come not from social convention or royal grant, but from the natural right to the fruits of one's labour. A peasant who works land has more legitimate claim to it than a king who merely inherited title. Conservative because it provided a firm foundation for private property against those who might claim all things should be held in common. But Locke's state of nature, for all its freedom and equality, had problems. He called them inconveniences. Without an established legal system, disputes arose over who owned what. Without impartial judges, people judged their own cases, inevitably with bias. Without reliable enforcement, the strong could violate the weak with impunity. The state of nature was not a war of all against all, but it was insecure, uncertain, uncomfortable. So rational people, Locke argued, would choose to leave the state of nature. They would come together and establish civil society through a social contract. But, and here is where Locke's theory becomes revolutionary, this contract is not a surrender of rights to an absolute sovereign. It is a conditional grant of limited powers to a government whose sole purpose is to better secure the very rights people possessed in the state of nature. Think about what this means. Government exists to protect life, liberty, and property. These rights precede government. They are natural rights, possessed by virtue of being human, not granted by any political authority. Government is therefore a tool, a mechanism, for securing rights more effectively, and it is legitimate only insofar as it serves this purpose. The authority of government comes from the consent of the governed. This is the heart of the social contract. By consenting, explicitly or tacitly, to be part of a civil society, people agree to abide by the decisions of the majority, to follow established laws, to submit disputes to impartial judges, rather than taking justice into their own hands. But this consent is conditional. It assumes the government will fulfill its purpose of protecting rights. And here, Locke made an argument that would echo through history. When a government systematically violates the rights it was established to protect, when it becomes destructive of the ends for which it was formed, the people have a right to alter or abolish it. The right of revolution is not a lawless abandonment of order, but the ultimate safeguard of natural rights against governmental tyranny. This was not abstract theorizing. Locke wrote his 2 treatises on government during the crisis that would lead to the overthrow of King James II in 1688, the event known as the Glorious Revolution. His arguments provided intellectual justification for resisting a monarch who had overstepped his legitimate authority, and they would be taken up again, nearly a century later, by American colonists arguing that King George III had violated their natural rights, justifying revolution and the establishment of a new form of government. But Locke's political philosophy was not merely negative, not merely about limiting government and justifying resistance. He had positive things to say about how legitimate government should be structured. First, government should be divided into separate powers. The legislative power, the authority to make laws, should reside in a representative body, ideally elected by the people or at least by property-owning citizens. This legislature should be supreme, the voice of the people themselves establishing the rules under which society operates. But legislative power should be limited. It cannot be arbitrary. Laws must be general, known in advance, applied equally, to all. The legislature cannot simply take property without consent, cannot rule by decree, cannot delegate its authority to a dictator. It is bound by natural law and by the trust placed in it by the people. Second, there should be an executive power responsible for enforcing laws and conducting foreign policy. This executive should be strong enough to act decisively, but ultimately subordinate to the legislature, since the legislature represents the people more directly. Third, there should be independent judges to settle disputes according to established law. The rule of law, not the rule of men, should govern society. This separation and balancing of powers, this insistence on rule of law, this recognition that government authority is limited and conditional. These ideas would deeply influence the architects of the American Constitution. When James Madison designed a system of checks and balances, when Thomas Jefferson wrote that governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed, when the Declaration of Independence asserted the right of revolution against tyranny, they were walking paths John Locke had blazed. But perhaps most revolutionary was Locke's argument for religious toleration. In an age when religious uniformity was enforced by law, when dissenters faced persecution, when wars were fought over questions of faith, Locke argued that government had no business dictating religious belief. Why? Because belief cannot be compelled. The mind cannot be forced to accept something as true merely because government commands it. Faith, if it is genuine, must be free. A coerced belief is no belief at all, merely an external conformity masking inner dissent. Moreover, the purpose of government is to protect life, liberty, and property in this world. The salvation of souls is not within its jurisdiction. Church and state have different domains and different means. The church operates through persuasion and teaching. The state operates through law and force. To mix these is to corrupt both. Therefore, Locke argued, civil authority should tolerate diverse religious beliefs. Let Catholics and Protestants, Anglicans and dissenters, Christians and Jews all worship according to their conscience, so long as they do not threaten civil peace. The state should enforce laws against theft and murder, not laws against heresy. Locke's toleration had limits. He excluded atheists on the grounds that they could not be trusted to keep oaths, and Catholics on the political grounds that they owed allegiance to a foreign power, the Pope. These exclusions seem narrow and inconsistent today, but in Locke's context, even this limited toleration was radical. And the logic of his argument pointed toward ever greater inclusivity, even if Locke himself did not fully embrace that logic. The implications of Locke's political philosophy ripple forward through centuries. They made possible the democratic revolutions that transformed the Western world. They established principles that are now considered foundational to free societies: government by consent, rule of law, protection of individual rights, separation of church and state, the right of revolution against tyranny. But they also contained tensions and contradictions that would take generations to work out, and which we are still navigating today. Locke spoke of universal human equality, but accepted slavery under certain conditions. He argued for natural rights belonging to all human beings, but practically excluded women from political participation. He defended property rights, but owned shares in colonial enterprises that dispossessed indigenous peoples. The gap between his universal principles and his particular prejudices reveals the human limitations even of great thinkers. Yet the principles themselves, once articulated, have a logic that pushes beyond the limitations of their author. If all human beings possess natural rights to life, liberty, and property by virtue of being human, then this must include enslaved Africans, indigenous Americans, women, the poor, everyone. Later thinkers would deploy Lockean arguments to expand the circle of rights, to challenge slavery, to demand women's suffrage, to fight for civil rights. The architecture Locke built could house more than he perhaps intended. Now, let us return to Locke's epistemology, his theory of knowledge, because there is more depth here than we have yet explored. For Locke was not content simply to say all knowledge comes from experience. He wanted to understand the nature of knowledge itself, its limits and possibilities, with careful precision. Locke distinguished between different kinds of ideas based on their relationship to the world. Some ideas, he argued, genuinely resemble qualities in objects themselves. Others are merely the mind's response to certain physical configurations, not resembling anything in the external world. He called the first kind primary qualities. These include solidity, extension, figure, motion, and number. A ball is genuinely round, genuinely in motion, genuinely possesses a certain size and mass. These qualities belong to the object itself and would exist even if no mind perceived them. But then there are secondary qualities, color, taste, smell, sound, warmth. These, Locke argued, do not really exist in objects themselves in the way they appear to us. Color is not in the rose, but is the effect the rose's physical structure has on our visual system. Sweetness is not in the honey, but is the sensation honey produces in our taste organs. The warmth you feel is not in the fire itself, which is merely rapidly moving particles, but is the effect of those particles on your nervous system. This distinction might seem technical, but it has profound implications. It means the world as it exists independently of perception is quite different from the world as we experience it. The universe of pure physics, Locke suggested, is colorless, soundless, odorless, a realm of particles in motion with various sizes, shapes, and speeds. All the richness of sensory experience, the redness of red, the sweetness of sweet, the warmth of warmth, these are contributions of the perceiving mind. Does this make secondary qualities less real? Not exactly. They are real experiences, real qualities of our perceptual states. But they do not resemble anything in the external world in the way primary qualities do. And this means that our experience, while caused by the external world, is not a perfect mirror of it. This leads to a sobering recognition of the limits of human knowledge. We can know that external objects exist and affect us. We can know their primary qualities through careful observation and measurement. But our access to the ultimate nature of things, to the real essences of substances, is severely limited. Locke distinguished between nominal essences and real essences. The nominal essence of something is the set of observable properties by which we classify it. The nominal essence of gold, for example, might be yellowish metal, heavy, malleable, doesn't rust. These are the properties we use to identify gold and distinguish it from other substances. But the real essence of gold, its ultimate constitution, the internal structure that explains why it has these observable properties, this we do not know. We can study gold carefully, measure its properties precisely, even uncover some aspects of its internal structure with advanced instruments. But Locke believed there would always be a gap between our classificatory schemes and the true essences of things. This epistemological humility was characteristic of Locke. He insisted that we acknowledge the limits of human understanding rather than pretending to certainty we do not possess, and he suggested we should be content with the degree of knowledge we can attain, which, while imperfect, is sufficient for the practical purposes of human life. Locke distinguished 3 degrees of knowledge, ranked by their certainty. The highest is intuitive knowledge, where we perceive the agreement or disagreement between ideas immediately, without need for proof, that you exist, that a circle is not a square, that 3 is more than 2. These you know intuitively, directly, certainly. The second degree is demonstrative knowledge, where we perceive the agreement or disagreement between ideas through intermediate steps of reasoning. Mathematical proofs exemplify this. We do not see immediately that the angles of a triangle equal 2 right angles, but we can demonstrate it through a series of steps, each of which is intuitively certain. The third and lowest degree is sensitive knowledge, knowledge of the existence of particular external objects. That this flower exists here and now, that this sound is occurring, we know through sensation. But this knowledge lacks the complete certainty of intuition or demonstration. We might be deceived by dreams or hallucinations. Still, the evidence is strong enough for practical purposes. We can be reasonably certain of the existence of objects we currently perceive. What about everything else, the vast realm of beliefs about things we do not currently perceive or cannot demonstrate? Here Locke introduced the concept of probability. Most of our beliefs are not knowledge in the strict sense, but probable judgments based on evidence. The sun will rise tomorrow. Paris is the capital of France. Bread nourishes. These are highly probable beliefs, but they lack the absolute certainty of intuition or demonstration. This means we should proportion our assent to the evidence. Where evidence is strong, believe strongly. Where evidence is weak, believe tentatively, and be willing to revise beliefs when new evidence emerges. This scientific attitude, this intellectual humility, combined with confidence in reason and observation, was central to Locke's vision of human knowledge. Locke also devoted considerable attention to language, recognizing that words are essential to thought, but also a frequent source of confusion and error. Words, he argued, stand for ideas in the mind of the person using them. Communication works when my words call up in your mind ideas similar to those in mine. But this process is imperfect. Words can be vague, ambiguous, used inconsistently. Much of human disagreement, Locke thought, stems from linguistic confusion rather than genuine differences of opinion. People use the same words to mean different things, or different words to mean the same thing, and waste time in fruitless debate. If we would only define our terms clearly, many disputes would dissolve. This concern with language led Locke to offer recommendations for clear thinking and communication. Define your terms explicitly. Use words consistently. Distinguish between different senses of the same word. Don't assume others mean by a word exactly what you mean. These may seem like common sense, but Locke observed that people violate these principles constantly, leading to endless confusion. As you settle deeper into rest, consider how Locke's epistemology offers a kind of peace. We need not pretend to certainty we do not possess. We need not claim knowledge of ultimate essences or absolute truths beyond our grasp. It is enough to observe carefully, reason honestly, proportion belief to evidence, and remain open to correction. This is intellectual humility, but it is also intellectual confidence. Confidence that this modest empirical approach can yield genuine knowledge, sufficient for human flourishing. And Locke's own life exemplified this balance of humility and confidence. He had worked as a physician, carefully observing symptoms, trying treatments, noting what worked and what did not, never pretending to complete understanding of the body's mysteries, but accumulating practical knowledge that could heal. He had studied politics, watching governments rise and fall, noting the patterns of tyranny and the conditions of stability, never claiming to know the perfect system, but articulating principles that could guide toward justice. He had examined his own consciousness, noting the flow of sensations and thoughts, the operations of memory and association, never pretending to fathom the ultimate mystery of awareness, but describing accurately what could be observed. This empirical attitude, this willingness to learn from experience while acknowledging the limits of knowledge, was not merely an intellectual position. It was a way of life, a stance toward the world characterized by curiosity, patience, and honesty, and it connected directly to his practical philosophy, his thoughts about how we should live, individually and collectively. Because if the mind is shaped by experience, then we bear responsibility for the experiences we provide, to ourselves, and especially to the next generation. Locke wrote extensively about education, and his recommendations flow naturally from his epistemological principles. If the mind at birth is a blank slate, then education is literally everything. The child becomes what the child experiences. This is an awesome responsibility for parents and teachers. But Locke's educational philosophy was surprisingly humane and progressive for his time. He opposed the harsh physical discipline common in schools, arguing that beating children teaches them only fear and resentment. He recommended gentle guidance, the formation of good habits through positive example, the cultivation of reason rather than mere obedience. Play is important, he argued, because children learn through activity. Curiosity should be encouraged, not stifled. Education should be adapted to the child's individual temperament and abilities, not forced into a rigid mold. The goal is to form character, to develop judgment and self-discipline, to prepare the child for the responsibilities of adult life in a free society. Locke also emphasized physical education and health. A sound mind in a sound body, he believed. Children should spend time outdoors, should develop physical skills and stamina, should learn to endure some discomfort without complaint. But this toughening should be balanced with genuine care and affection, and education should be practical as well as theoretical. Learn useful skills, Study the world around you. Don't just memorize ancient texts. Observe nature directly. This emphasis on practical, experiential learning would influence educational reformers for centuries. Locke's economic thought also reflected his broader philosophical commitments. He was an advocate of what we might call economic liberalism, though that term would come later. He believed in the right to private property, as we have seen, grounded in the labor theory of value. He defended commercial activity and criticized those who viewed trade as morally suspect. But he also recognized that economic systems could be just or unjust. Property rights were important, but not absolute. The Lockean proviso, enough and as good left for others, imposed moral constraints on appropriation, and government had legitimate roles in the economy, providing infrastructure, coining money, enforcing contracts, preventing fraud. Locke served for several years on the Board of Trade in England, advising the government on economic policy. He wrote about monetary policy, interest rates, the relationship between trade and national prosperity. His approach was empirical, based on observation of how economies actually functioned rather than abstract theorizing. In all of this, we see the consistent application of Lockean principles. Freedom is valuable, both political and economic. But freedom exists within a framework of natural law, natural rights, and mutual obligation. The individual is important but not isolated. We are separate persons with our own rights, but we are also social beings who flourish only in community with others. Locke's relationship with religion is complex and fascinating, revealing both the depth of his faith and his willingness to subject even religious matters to rational scrutiny. He lived in an age when religious questions were literally matters of life and death, when people were executed for heresy, when nations went to war over theological disputes. Yet Locke sought a middle path between religious fanaticism and irreligious skepticism. He wrote a book titled The Reasonableness of Christianity, arguing that Christian faith was compatible with reason, indeed supported by it. The essential doctrines of Christianity, he claimed, were few and simple. Believe that Jesus is the Messiah. Live a moral life according to his teachings. The elaborate theological systems, the fine distinctions of doctrine, the complicated ceremonies, these were human additions, not part of the original simple message. This was a radical simplification, stripping away much that Catholic and Protestant churches considered essential. And it provoked criticism from Orthodox believers who saw Locke as dangerously heterodox, perhaps a secret Unitarian or Socinian, denying traditional doctrines of the Trinity and original sin. Locke also argued that reason could establish certain religious truths, that God exists could be demonstrated through rational argument. The order and design evident in nature pointed to an intelligent creator. Our own existence, our capacity for reason, suggested a rational source. These were proofs, Locke believed, available to anyone who thought carefully, regardless of scriptural revelation. But reason had limits. It could prove God exists, but could not reveal God's specific plans or purposes for humanity. It could establish moral law in general terms, but needed revelation to know the fullness of divine mercy and judgment. So faith and reason complemented each other. Reason established foundations, revelation built upon them. Most importantly for Locke, religious truth could not be imposed by force. Belief was a matter of inner conviction, not external conformity. The state had no right to dictate religious belief, only to maintain civil peace. And different religious communities should tolerate one another, recognizing that sincere people could interpret scripture differently, that God alone knew human hearts, that compulsion produced only hypocrisy, never genuine faith. This toleration, argument as we have seen, had limits Locke himself placed on it. But the logic pointed toward ever greater inclusivity, and it helped establish a framework for peaceful religious pluralism that has become essential to modern liberal democracies. Locke's own spiritual life seems to have been serious and sincere, if unconventional by the standards of his time. He read scripture carefully, took theology seriously, believed in providence and divine judgment. But he rejected claims to special revelation. miracles reported by others, any truth that contradicted reason. His religion was rational, moral, and intensely personal rather than institutional. As sleep draws nearer, consider this aspect of Locke's legacy. He showed that you could question authority, including religious authority, while maintaining faith. You could subject beliefs to rational scrutiny without abandoning the search for meaning and transcendence. You could live in a world of natural law without losing wonder at the mystery of existence. The last years of Locke's life bring our story full circle. After decades of danger, exile, and uncertainty, he finally saw his major works published and acknowledged. The essay concerning human understanding, the two treatises on government, the letter concerning toleration, all appeared in print, some anonymously, others with his name attached. He became a respected figure, sought out by younger thinkers, consulted by government officials. He lived quietly with friends, continuing to read and write despite declining health. He corresponded with Newton about philosophy and theology. He advised on economic policy. He watched as the political principles he had defended became reality in England's constitutional monarchy. But he never sought fame or power for themselves. His goal had always been truth, understanding, the careful examination of human nature and human institutions in hopes of making life better, freer, more reasonable. He had risked everything for these ideals, and he had lived to see them gain a foothold in the world. When Locke died in 1704, at the age of 72, he left behind a body of work that would shape the modern world. But he also left questions, tensions, incompleteness. His philosophy was not a finished system, but a beginning, an opening of pathways that others would walk. And they came, those others, building on Locke's foundations, criticizing his assumptions, developing his insights, pushing his principles to conclusions he had not reached. The Irish philosopher George Berkeley, a generation younger, accepted Locke's empiricism, but pushed it toward idealism. If we only know our ideas, never things themselves, perhaps only ideas exist. Matter itself might be a fiction. All that exists is minds and the ideas they perceive. This was not what Locke intended, but it showed the power and the danger of the empiricist approach. Push it far enough, and you might end up doubting the external world entirely. David Hume, the great Scottish skeptic, took Locke's empiricism even further. He questioned whether we could know anything about substance, about causation, about the self. All we ever encounter, Hume argued, are impressions and ideas. We never experience substance, only bundles of qualities. We never experience causal necessity, only constant conjunction. We never experience a unified self, only a stream of perceptions. Locke had been too conservative, too willing to assume things beyond experience. These critiques revealed both the fertility and the fragility of Locke's philosophy. The blank slate, the empiricism, the focus on experience, all of this was enormously influential. But it raised questions Locke had not fully answered. If all knowledge comes from experience, what guarantees the uniformity of nature? What justifies induction? What gives us knowledge of the external world? What holds the self together as a unity rather than a mere succession of disconnected experiences? Immanuel Kant, the great German philosopher, would attempt a synthesis, accepting the empiricist insight that knowledge begins with experience, while arguing that the mind brings certain structures to experience, organizing it according to innate categories and forms of intuition. Kant claimed to be reconciling empiricism and rationalism, though neither camp was entirely satisfied. In the political realm, Locke's influence was more straightforward and more profound. The American founding fathers absorbed Lockean principles through their pores. Jefferson called Locke one of the three greatest men who ever lived. The Declaration of Independence echoes Locke's language and arguments. The Constitution implements Lockean principles of limited government, separation of powers, protection of rights. The French revolutionaries also invoked Lockean ideas, though with less success at implementation. The Declaration of the Rights of man and citizen proclaimed natural rights, popular sovereignty, equality before law, all Lockean themes. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, movements for democracy, civil rights, decolonization, all drew on Lockean arguments. The language of natural rights, human rights, inalienable rights, all stems from the tradition Locke helped establish. But Locke's legacy also includes darker elements. His labour theory of property was used to justify colonial dispossession of indigenous peoples. If they had not mixed their labour with the land in ways European observers recognised, then perhaps the land was still in a state of nature, available for appropriation. This was a perversion of Locke's proviso about leaving enough and as good, but it shows how philosophical arguments can be weaponised. Similarly, Locke's acceptance of slavery under certain conditions, his investment in the slave trade, his failure to extend his principles fully to women and non-Europeans, all reveal the gap between universal principles and particular prejudices. Modern readers approaching Locke face a challenge. We must take seriously both the liberating power of his best insights and the limitations of his worst blind spots. We can honour the principles of natural rights and human equality while recognising that Locke himself applied these principles incompletely. The architecture he built can house more than he intended if we are willing to finish the construction. In epistemology, Locke's influence continues in psychology, cognitive science, and educational theory. The idea that the mind is shaped by experience, that nature and nurture both matter, that learning happens through engagement with the environment, all reflect Lockean insights, even if modern understanding is more nuanced than the blank slate. Metaphor suggests, we now know that human infants are not quite blank slates. They have innate capacities, predispositions, even some core knowledge. Language acquisition, for instance, seems to depend on innate structures. Moral intuitions appear very early, but experience still plays an enormous role in shaping these capacities, filling them with specific content, developing them in particular directions. The debate between nativism and empiricism continues, but in a more sophisticated form than Locke could have anticipated. In political philosophy, Lockean liberalism remains a powerful tradition, though contested from multiple directions. Some argue it is too individualistic, neglecting community and solidarity. Others say it is not individualistic enough, that Locke's acceptance of majority rule threatens minority rights. Feminists point out its historical exclusion of women. Marxists criticize its defense of private property. Communitarians question its social contract framework. Yet Lockean principles continue to animate debates about justice, rights, democracy, tolerance. When we argue about the proper role of government, the limits of state power, the protection of individual liberty, the legitimacy of revolution, we are arguing within a framework Locke helped create. Perhaps most enduringly, Locke gave us a way of thinking about ourselves that combines empirical honesty with respect for human dignity. We are not finished products, not fixed essences, not predetermined by nature or fate. We are ongoing constructions, built from experience, shaped by choices, capable of change. This is simultaneously humbling and empowering. Humbling because it denies us any claim to innate superiority. Empowering because it suggests we can become better than we are. As consciousness dims, as the boundary between waking and sleep blurs, return for a moment to that question we began with. Who are you? Now you have a Lockean answer. You are a consciousness, a continuity of awareness bound together by memory, experiencing the world through sensation and reflection, building ideas from the materials of experience, constructing an identity through the accumulation of perceptions and thoughts across time. When you sleep tonight, this consciousness will pause, at least in its explicit self-awareness. Dreamless sleep may interrupt the stream. Dreams may present fragments, associations, memories recombined in strange ways. But when you wake, memory will restore continuity. You will recognize yourself. The narrative will resume. The blank slate will have new experiences written upon it. And in this daily rhythm of consciousness and sleep, waking and dreaming, experience and reflection, you participate in the mystery Locke described but could not fully explain. The mystery of the self. That strange unity of awareness that can say I and know itself across the changes of time. Locke's epistemology and his political philosophy come together here in a vision of human existence as fundamentally open to new experiences that can change us, open to new ideas that can reshape our understanding, open to new social arrangements that can better secure our rights and promote our flourishing. The blank slate is not a finished portrait but an invitation. Each day offers new experiences, new thoughts, new possibilities for growth. We are not trapped by innate natures or predetermined essences. We are free within the limits of our circumstances to shape ourselves, to choose what values we will embrace, what kind of people we will become, what kind of society we will build. This freedom is both exhilarating and terrifying. Exhilarating because it means genuine choice, genuine responsibility, genuine possibility for improvement. Terrifying because it means we cannot blame our faults on immutable nature or divine decree. We are, in large measure, authors of ourselves. But we are not solitary authors. We exist in community with others, also free, also self-creating. And this creates both the need for political order and the possibility of genuine community. The social contract is not merely a limitation on freedom, but an expression of it, a mutual recognition of rights, a cooperative effort to build conditions in which all can flourish. Locke understood that humans are neither pure angels nor mere beasts. We are rational creatures capable of recognizing moral law, yet also passionate creatures capable of selfishness and cruelty. We are independent beings, with our own rights, yet also social beings who need others to survive and thrive. The challenge is to create institutions that channel our better nature while checking our worse impulses. This requires education, forming character and habits from childhood. It requires law, establishing clear rules and impartial enforcement. It requires culture, shared values and expectations that shape behavior beyond what law can reach. It requires vigilance, constant attention to whether institutions are serving their proper purposes or drifting toward tyranny. And it requires humility, recognition that we do not have all the answers, that our understanding is partial, that we must be willing to learn from experience and revise our beliefs when evidence demands it. This intellectual humility, this openness to revision, is perhaps Locke's most valuable legacy. In an age of dogmatism, he insisted on questioning. An age of absolute claims, he acknowledged limits. In an age of violent certainty, he counseled tolerance. Not because all beliefs are equally true, Locke was no relativist, but because we are fallible, our knowledge is imperfect, and the path to truth requires freedom to inquire, to debate, to test ideas against experience. As you drift now toward sleep, carry with you this Lockean wisdom. Your identity is not fixed but evolving, shaped by every experience, every choice, every moment of consciousness. Your knowledge, while real, is partial, built from the limited perspective of your particular experience, always open to expansion and correction. Your freedom is real but not unlimited, existing within a framework of natural law and social contract, respected by others to the degree you respect theirs. Tomorrow, you will wake as yourself, consciousness restored, memories intact, ready to receive new experiences that will continue to write upon the slate of your mind. You will face choices about what kind of person you want to become, what values you want to embrace, how you will use your freedom. You will participate in communities that shape you even as you shape them. You will contribute to the ongoing construction of a world in which rights are respected, reason is valued, and humans can flourish. All of this is part of the architecture of the self that Locke helped us understand. Not a finished building, but an ongoing construction. Not a static essence, but a dynamic process. Not a predetermined fate, but an open future. In the blank slate, Locke saw not emptiness but potential. In experience, he saw not limitation but opportunity. In consciousness, he saw not a substantial thing but an active awareness, building itself through engagement with the world. In political order, he saw not oppression but the possibility of genuine freedom secured through mutual agreement. These insights transformed the world. They made possible new forms of government, new understandings of education, new approaches to knowledge. They challenged inherited privilege and defended individual rights. They promoted tolerance and limited power. They elevated reason without dismissing faith. They honored both individual and community. The questions Locke asked remain our questions. How do we know what we know? What makes us who we are? What legitimizes authority? How much freedom should we have? What do we owe to others? How should children be raised? When is resistance to government justified? We may answer these questions differently than Locke did, informed by 3 more centuries of experience, enlightened about our own era's blind spots in ways Locke could not be about his, but we answer them within a framework of inquiry he helped establish, using methods he pioneered, honoring principles he articulated. The architecture of the self that Locke described is your architecture. The blank slate he hypothesized is, in some measure, your slate, written upon daily by sensation and reflection. The consciousness he analyzed is your consciousness, experiencing these very thoughts at this very moment, creating continuity across time through the binding power of memory. The natural rights he defended are your rights, inherent to your humanity, not granted by government but protected by it. The social contract he envisioned is the implicit agreement under which you live with others, mutual recognition of freedom within law. As consciousness fades, as sleep claims you gently, the self pauses but does not disappear. Tomorrow it will resume, refreshed, ready to receive new impressions, to build new ideas, to make new choices. The ongoing construction continues. The narrative unfolds. The blank slate receives new writing. And in this daily rhythm of consciousness and rest, experience and reflection, freedom and order, you live out the philosophical insights John Locke articulated 3 centuries ago. The architecture he described is the architecture of your own being. The questions he asked are the questions of your own existence. The principles he defended are the principles that make your flourishing possible. Rest now in the knowledge that you are free to become, free to choose, free to grow. That your identity is real, but not rigid, continuous but not static, yours but not isolated. That your consciousness will return tomorrow, carrying forward, creating the thread that binds your life into a meaningful whole. The blank slate awaits new experiences. The self awaits new developments. The story continues, as it has from your first moment of awareness to this present instant, as it will tomorrow and beyond. Each experience adding to the accumulation, each choice shaping the person you are becoming, each moment of consciousness participating in the profound mystery of what it means to be human. And with that gentle assurance, with that recognition of your ongoing construction, with that appreciation for the freedom and responsibility of self-creation, let sleep come, let consciousness rest. Let the architecture of the self stand for the night, solid enough to endure, flexible enough to grow, ready to receive tomorrow's experiences and to build from them something new. Like and subscribe for more journeys through the gentle chambers of philosophical thought, where the great minds of history share their wisdom to guide us toward rest and understanding. Until we meet again in the theatre of consciousness, sleep well, knowing you are part of a grand tradition of human reflection on the deepest questions of existence, knowing your freedom is real, your potential is vast, and your story is still being written, one experience at a time, on the blank slate of an ever-developing mind. Before we part, let us linger a moment longer with some of Locke's most intimate insights about the human experience. Those observations about memory, association, habit, and will that reveal not just a philosopher, but a careful student of his own consciousness. Locke noticed something remarkable about how the mind forms connections. Ideas that occur together in experience tend to become associated in thought. If you are frightened by a dog as a child, the idea of dog becomes linked with the idea of danger. Years later, even though you know rationally that most dogs are harmless, the association persists. Your heart races when a dog approaches, not because you choose this reaction, but because experience has written this connection into your mind. This association of ideas, as Locke called it, operates beneath conscious awareness, shaping our responses, our preferences, our very personalities. A song heard during a happy moment becomes linked with happiness, so hearing it years later brings back that feeling. A place associated with grief carries sadness in its very appearance. The smell of bread baking might carry you back to childhood, to your grandmother's kitchen, to a sense of safety and warmth you had forgotten you possessed. These associations are powerful, and Locke warned they could be both beneficial and harmful. Good associations, formed through positive experiences, create healthy habits and pleasant emotions. But negative associations, especially those formed in childhood when the slate is freshest and impressions sink deepest, can haunt us for life. He told a story to illustrate this. A child, frightened by a foolish servant who connected darkness with tales of goblins and spirits, might develop a lifelong fear of the dark. Not because darkness is truly dangerous, but because the association between darkness and terror was formed so early and so strongly that it cannot be easily erased. The grown adult, knowing intellectually that no goblins lurk in shadows, still feels the childish dread, the racing heart, the irrational fear, because experience wrote this connection when the mind was most receptive. This insight about association had profound implications for education and child rearing. Parents and teachers must be careful about what associations they allow to form. Never frighten a child unnecessarily. Never associate learning with punishment, lest the child come to fear knowledge itself. Never link religion with harshness, lest faith become associated with cruelty rather than love. Instead, create positive associations. Let learning be pleasurable. Let virtue be rewarded. Let the child associate good behavior with parental approval, moral action with happiness, knowledge with power and freedom. These early associations, Locke emphasized, shape character more than any explicit instruction. Tell a child 1,000 times that learning is valuable, but if every encounter with books brings punishment for fidgeting or boredom from poor teaching, the child will associate books with unpleasantness. The association speaks louder than the lecture. This is why habit is so important in Locke's moral psychology. Habits are repeated associations, patterns written so deeply into the mind through repeated experience that they become nearly automatic. The virtuous person is not someone who constantly struggles against temptation through willpower alone. Rather, virtue becomes habitual, a pattern of association where right action feels natural, comfortable, even pleasurable. How do we form good habits? Through repeated practice, starting young. A child who learns to control impulses, to delay gratification, to consider others' feelings through countless small experiences, gradually develops self-discipline as a habit. An adult who repeatedly chooses honesty, even when lying would be easier, gradually finds that honesty becomes second nature, the automatic response, the expected behavior. But Locke also recognized that bad habits, once formed, are difficult to break. This is why early education is so crucial. It is far easier to form good habits from the beginning than to replace bad habits later. The associations written on a fresh slate sink deep. Those written over existing associations must compete with what was written before. Yet Locke was not a complete determinist about habit. He believed in the power of reason and will to reshape even deeply ingrained patterns. An adult who recognizes a harmful association can, through conscious effort and repeated contrary experiences, weaken the old connection and form new ones. It is difficult, but possible. The mind that was shaped by experience can be reshaped by new experience, guided by rational reflection. This brings us to Locke's thoughts about freedom and the will, a topic he wrestled with at length and revised multiple times in successive editions of his essay. The question, are we free? And if so, what does freedom mean? Locke argued that the question itself is often poorly formed. People ask, is the will free? But this, Locke suggested, is like asking whether sleep is swift or virtue square. It applies a property to a thing that cannot have that property. Will is not the kind of thing that can be free or unfree. The will is simply the power to choose, to direct action toward or away from something based on desire or aversion. The real question is, are persons free? And here, Locke's answer was nuanced. A person is free when they can do what they will to do, when their actions follow from their choices without external compulsion or internal incapacity. If you want to raise your arm, and you can raise your arm, you are free in that respect. If you want to raise your arm but cannot because someone holds it down, you are not free. If you want to raise your arm but cannot because of paralysis, you are not free. But what about the will itself? Are we free to will what we will? Can we choose our choices? Here, Locke's answer becomes more complex. We do not, he argued directly, choose what we desire. Desires arise from our nature, our experiences, our associations, our current state. You do not decide to be hungry. Hunger arises. You do not choose to desire happiness. You simply do desire it by your nature as a conscious being. What we can choose is which desires to act upon. The will is the power to direct action based on desire. And crucially, we have the ability to suspend action, to pause before acting on a desire, to deliberate, to consider whether satisfying this desire will truly lead to happiness, or whether it might lead to greater pain. This power of suspension, this ability to step back and reflect before acting, is the essence of human freedom for Locke. Animals act on immediate desire. They see food, they are hungry, they eat. But humans can pause. They can ask, is this food good for me? Will eating it now prevent me from enjoying something better later? Does satisfying this appetite align with my long-term goals? This capacity for reflection and deliberation distinguishes human freedom from mere animal behavior. We are not simply driven by desires, but can evaluate desires, can choose which to pursue and which to resist based on rational judgment about what will truly promote our happiness. But Locke recognized a problem. Often we pursue things that do not actually make us happy. We know intellectually that certain pleasures lead to pain, yet we pursue them anyway. Why? Locke's answer involved a careful analysis of how we perceive good and evil, pleasure and pain, present and future. Present goods appear large, vivid, pressing. Future goods appear small, distant, uncertain. A pleasure available now exerts more motivational force than a greater pleasure available tomorrow. This is not because we choose to value the present more. It is how desire naturally operates, shaped by the immediacy of sensation versus the abstraction of imagination. To act rationally, we must correct for this bias. We must make future goods more vivid in imagination, must consider carefully the long-term consequences of present actions, must develop habits that resist immediate gratification in favor of lasting happiness. This requires education, practice, the formation of character through repeated choices that prioritize true good over apparent good. And this is where moral education becomes crucial for Locke. The goal is not to suppress desire, but to train desire, to develop associations between right action and pleasure, between virtue and happiness, so that doing the right thing becomes not a painful sacrifice, but a genuine satisfaction. The virtuous person is not someone who constantly struggles against their nature, but someone whose nature, shaped by experience and habit, inclines naturally toward good. They have formed associations where honesty brings pride, where generosity brings joy, where self-control brings dignity. Virtue is not contrary to happiness, but constitutive of it. As you rest here, consider how these insights apply to your own life. What associations has your experience formed? What habits shape your automatic responses? What desires drive your choices? And crucially, what power do you have to reflect on these patterns, to evaluate whether they truly serve your long-term flourishing, to reshape them through new experiences and conscious effort? Locke's vision is neither completely deterministic nor completely voluntaristic. You are shaped by experience, yes, but you are also a rational agent capable of reflecting on experience, capable of choosing which desires to act upon, capable of forming new habits through deliberate practice. The blank slate has been written upon, but the writing is not indelible. New experiences can overlay old associations. Reflection can guide choice. Will can direct action. This is a liberating and challenging vision. Liberating because it suggests you are not trapped by your past or your nature, that change is possible, that you can become better than you are. Challenging because it places responsibility on you, because it suggests that your character, your happiness, your very self are in significant measure the result of your choices about which desires to pursue, which habits to form, which associations to cultivate. And this personal level of analysis connects back to Locke's political philosophy. Just as individuals must balance freedom with responsibility, desire with reason, present satisfaction with long-term flourishing, so must societies balance individual liberty with social order, personal rights with common good, the freedom to pursue happiness with the constraints necessary for everyone to have that same freedom. The social contract is, in a sense, a collective suspension of immediate desire in favor of long-term good. We agree to limit our natural freedom to do whatever we can get away with, accepting legal constraints and social obligations, because reflection reveals that everyone is better off under such an arrangement than in the insecurity of the state, of nature. But this contract, like individual virtue, must be voluntary to be genuine. Coerced obedience is not true consent, just as forced virtue is not true morality. The legitimacy of government rests on the ongoing consent of the governed, on their continued judgment that this political arrangement serves their genuine interests better than available alternatives. And just as individuals must periodically reflect on their habits and associations, asking whether these truly serve their flourishing, so must citizens periodically reflect on their government, asking whether it truly serves its proper purpose of protecting rights and promoting the common good. When it does not, when government becomes destructive of the ends for which it was established, Locke's theory justifies not just complaint, but resistance, even revolution. This right of revolution has been controversial since Locke first articulated it. Critics worry it invites anarchy, that it gives every discontented faction a justification for violence. But Locke was not counselling revolution lightly or for trivial causes. He specified that revolution is justified only when there is a long train of abuses, a systematic pattern of rights violations, a clear demonstration that government has abandoned its proper purpose. And he noted that people are naturally conservative, reluctant to overturn established order. Revolution happens not because philosophers write books justifying it, but because governments provoke it through persistent tyranny. The real danger is not that people will rebel too readily, but that they will endure oppression too long, that their habits of obedience and their fear of change will keep them submissive, even when justice demands resistance. This tension between order and liberty, between stability and change, between tradition and reform, runs through all political life. Locke did not resolve it definitively, but he provided principles for navigating it. Respect for natural rights, consent of the governed, rule of law, separation of powers, tolerance of diversity, willingness to reform unjust institutions. These principles have been tested across centuries and found both powerful and imperfect. Powerful because they have inspired movements for freedom, enabled peaceful transfers of power, protected individuals from tyranny, created space for human flourishing. Imperfect because they have been applied selectively, invoked to justify as well as to oppose oppression, interpreted in contradictory ways. The work of building just societies, like the work of forming virtuous character, is never complete. New challenges arise, old solutions prove inadequate, principles must be reinterpreted. For changed circumstances, the blank slate of each new generation must be written upon with the accumulated wisdom of the past, while remaining open to the new insights of the present. Locke himself, despite his profound contributions, had blind spots we now see clearly. His acceptance of slavery, his limited toleration, his assumptions about property and gender, all reflect the prejudices of his time. Later generations have had to extend his principles beyond where he took them, to include those he excluded, to recognize rights he did not acknowledge, to build the more complete and consistent liberalism his own logic implied, but his own practice failed to achieve. This is not a failure of Locke's philosophy, but rather evidence of its power. The principles are strong enough to be turned against their author's own inconsistencies. The logic of natural rights, once unleashed, pushes toward ever greater inclusivity. The commitment to reason and experience demands ongoing refinement of theory in light of observation. The emphasis on consent requires listening to voices previously silenced. In this way, Locke's philosophy is alive, growing, developing, not a dead monument, but a living tradition. Each generation writes its own experiences on the collective slate, forming new associations, developing new habits, creating new institutions, always building on what came before, while also revising, correcting, expanding. And you, lying here, on the threshold of sleep, are part of this ongoing story. The experiences you have, the choices you make, the character you form, the society you help create, all of these contribute to the great human project of building a world where freedom and order, rights and responsibilities, individual flourishing and common good can coexist and reinforce each other. This is Locke's legacy, not a finished system but a method, not dogma but questions, not certainty but the humble confidence that reason and experience, carefully applied, can guide us toward truth and justice, even if we never reach perfect understanding or perfect society. As consciousness dims and sleep approaches, let these thoughts settle gently. You are a self in process, shaped by experience yet capable of reshaping yourself. You are free within limits, able to choose yet influenced by associations and habits. You are an individual with rights, yet also a member of communities with obligations. You are rational, yet also passionate, capable of wisdom, yet prone to error, finite yet oriented toward transcendent goods. This is the human condition, as Locke understood it, neither angel nor beast, but something between. A rational animal, a political creature, a self-creating consciousness, an embodied soul, a bearer of rights and responsibilities, a blank slate being written upon by experience, even as you use reason, to guide which experiences you seek and how you interpret them. In sleep, this active process pauses, consciousness retreats, explicit self-awareness fades, the will relaxes its direction of attention. But the underlying continuity persists. The memories remain, ready to be accessed when consciousness returns. The habits endure, ready to shape tomorrow's choices. The associations sleep in the depths of mind, ready to influence perception and emotion when you wake. And in dreams, perhaps, the mind continues its work of association and reflection in different mode, freed from the constraints of waking logic, combining memories in novel ways, processing experiences, consolidating learning, perhaps even solving problems that baffled conscious deliberation. Locke himself was fascinated by sleep and dreams, seeing in them evidence for his theories about consciousness and identity. In dreamless sleep, consciousness is truly absent, yet we regard the sleeping person as the same individual who went to sleep. Why? Because we expect consciousness to return, because we anticipate that waking memory will bridge the gap, because personal identity consists in the continuity of consciousness across time, not in unbroken moment-to-moment awareness. And in dreams, consciousness is present but altered. We experience sensations, emotions, thoughts, often vivid and compelling. Yet these experiences are not caused by external objects, but by the mind's own activity, recombining memories, activating associations, playing out fears and wishes in symbolic form. Dreams demonstrate the mind's active power, its ability to construct experience from internal materials, even without sensory input from the external world. Some of Locke's successors would push this observation further. If the mind can construct such vivid experiences in dreams from purely internal sources, how do we know waking experience is any different? Perhaps all experience is constructed by the mind, and we never encounter external reality directly. This idealist conclusion, drawn by Berkeley and others, was not what Locke intended, but it shows how his careful observations could lead to unexpected places. For Locke himself, the distinction between waking and dreaming was clear enough in practice. Waking experience has coherence, consistency, regularity that dreams lack. The waking world obeys natural laws, responds to our actions in predictable ways, is shared by multiple observers who report similar perceptions. Dreams are fragmentary, illogical, private, unshared. This practical difference, even if we cannot prove metaphysically that waking experience corresponds to external reality, is sufficient to ground knowledge and guide action. This pragmatic approach, this willingness to acknowledge limits of certainty while still affirming the possibility of knowledge sufficient for human purposes, is characteristic of Locke's entire philosophy. We cannot prove we are not dreaming, cannot demonstrate with absolute certainty that matter exists, cannot be infallible in our judgments, but we can observe carefully, reason honestly, test our beliefs against experience, and build up a body of knowledge reliable enough to navigate the world and live well. This is intellectual modesty combined with practical confidence. We admit our limitations while still trusting our capacities. We acknowledge uncertainty while still making judgments. We remain open to correction while still committing to beliefs. This balance, this refusal of both dogmatic certainty and corrosive skepticism, is perhaps Locke's most valuable methodological contribution, and it applies not just to theoretical knowledge but to practical wisdom, to the art of living. We cannot know with certainty the best way to live, the perfect character to cultivate, the ideal society to build, but we can observe what tends to promote happiness and what tends to produce misery. We can experiment with different approaches, note the results, adjust our behavior accordingly. We can learn from the experience of others, from history, from diverse cultures and ways of life, extracting principles while remaining alert to context and variation. This experimental approach to ethics and politics, this willingness to treat human institutions not as sacred unchangeable structures, but as provisional arrangements subject to evaluation and reform, was radical in Locke's time and remains challenging today. It asks us to hold our convictions with what one modern philosopher called appropriate tentativeness, to be confident enough to act while remaining humble enough to learn. As the final veils of consciousness draw across awareness, as thought becomes dreamlike and dreamlike thought fades toward the darkness of deep sleep, carry with you this Lockean equanimity. You need not have all answers. You need not possess perfect certainty. You need not be finished becoming who you will be. It is enough to observe carefully, reflect honestly, choose consciously, and remain open to tomorrow's lessons. The self you are is not the self you will always be. The knowledge you possess is not all the knowledge available. The society you inhabit is not the only society possible. All is process, development, potential, possibility. The blank slate receives new writing daily. The architecture of the self rises higher, more complex, more beautiful, with each experience thoughtfully integrated, each choice consciously made, each habit deliberately cultivated. And in this process, you participate in something larger than yourself, the great human project of understanding and improvement that has continued across millennia and will continue long after you. Locke is one voice in this conversation, an important voice, a clarifying voice, but one among many. Others came before, building the foundations on which he stood. Others came after, developing his insights and correcting his errors. And still others will come, writing new chapters in the ongoing story of human self-understanding and self-creation. Your contribution to this story may seem small, private, insignificant. You are one person among billions, one consciousness among multitudes, one slate among countless others being written upon by experience. But Locke's philosophy suggests that each person matters, each consciousness is valuable, each bearer of natural rights has inherent dignity regardless of station or circumstance. In the leveling egalitarianism of the blank slate, in the universal accessibility of reason and experience, in the shared possession of natural rights, Locke found grounds for human equality that did not depend on pretending we are all the same or all equally developed. We are different in countless ways, shaped by different experiences, forming different associations, developing different characters. But we all began as blank slates. We all build knowledge from experience. We all possess the capacity for reason and reflection. We all have rights inherent to our humanity. We are all ends in ourselves, not merely means to others' purposes. This recognition of equal dignity combined with acknowledgement of actual differences remains politically and personally challenging. How do we honor both? How do we protect equal rights while also recognizing that people have different needs, different capacities, different contributions? How do we balance individual liberty with social responsibility? How do we preserve diversity while also maintaining shared commitments? Locke's answers to these questions were incomplete, as he acknowledged. He offered principles and methods, rather than detailed blueprints. He trusted that rational people, observing carefully and reasoning honestly, would develop appropriate arrangements for their particular circumstances. What works in one context may not work in another. What serves one generation may need revision for the next. This trust in human reason and human learning, this confidence that we can improve our condition through thought and experiment, this refusal of fatalism and fixed hierarchies, all of this flows from the blank slate empiricism that Locke articulated. If we are shaped by experience, then we can be reshaped by new experience. If knowledge comes from observation, then new observations can yield new knowledge. If governments rest on consent, then they can be reformed when they lose that consent. This is the radical hope at the heart of Locke's philosophy, the conviction that human life can be better, that reason and freedom are real possibilities, that the future is not determined by the past, that each blank slate can be written upon, with better experiences leading to better characters, creating better societies. As you finally release consciousness, as sleep claims you fully, let this hope be your last waking thought. Tomorrow brings new experiences, new choices, new opportunities. The slate that is you will receive new writing. The self that is you will continue its construction. The story that is your life will unfold new chapters. And in all of this, you carry forward the great human capacity for rational freedom that Locke so carefully described and so passionately defended. Rest now in this knowledge. Rest in the certainty that you matter, that your experiences are real, that your choices have meaning, that your self is genuine even as it develops. Rest in the freedom to become, the responsibility to choose, the possibility of growth. Rest in the community of rational beings, past and present and future, all engaged in the great work of understanding and improving the human condition. The consciousness that says, I will return tomorrow. Memory will bind the moments into continuity. The self will resume its ongoing construction. But for now, let go. Let sleep do its restorative work. Let dreams play their mysterious role. Let the mind rest from its labors of perception and reflection. And know that when you wake, you will be yourself, changed by sleep, yet continuous with what went before. A blank slate that has been written upon, but never completely filled. A story that continues. A self that evolves. A consciousness that returns from its nightly sojourn, ready to receive new experiences, and to continue the great work of being human. Thank you for joining this exploration of John Locke's philosophy. This journey through the architecture of the self, this meditation on consciousness and freedom, knowledge and rights, experience and identity. If you found peace in these reflections, please consider subscribing to support this channel, helping these gentle philosophical explorations reach others seeking wisdom in the quiet hours. And let me know in the comments where in the world you are resting tonight, adding your voice to this global community of nighttime philosophers. Until we meet again in the theatre of consciousness, until thought returns and reflection resumes, until tomorrow's blank slate awaits tomorrow's experiences, sleep well, knowing you are free, you are valuable, you are becoming, always becoming, moment by moment, experience by experience, choice by choice, in the ongoing adventure of creating yourself and contributing to the great human project of building a world where all can flourish in freedom, dignity, and mutual respect. Good night, fellow travelers. Good night, conscious beings. Good night, bearers of natural rights and rational capacities. Good night, blank slates being written upon by the infinite variety of human experience. May your sleep be deep, your dreams be gentle, and your waking be a joyful return to the precious gift of consciousness that makes you uniquely and wonderfully you. Good night.
The world opens in silence. A street after rain. A child's shoe left on the steps. A candle flickers beside a hospital bed. Everywhere, the same question whispers through the noise of living. If there is a good and powerful God, why does the world suffer? This question is older than philosophy itself. It hides in every prayer, in every cry for meaning. It waits behind our smiles, watching as we pretend not to hear it. People have given it many names. Philosophers call it the problem of evil. Poets call it heartbreak. But it is one thing, the shock, that goodness and pain share the same sky. Long before us, a man named Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz faced that question. He lived in a Europe torn by war and disease. He saw kings rise, cities burn, and faith fracture into doubt. Yet through all of it, he believed something extraordinary. He said, "This world, with all its sorrow, is still the best of all possible worlds." At first it sounds absurd. How could a world filled with hunger, betrayal, and grief be the best? How could a wise God choose this, when so many gentler worlds seem possible? But Leibniz was not blind. He saw pain clearly. He just refused to believe it was meaningless. He imagined God not as a careless ruler, but as a divine architect. Every law of nature, every heartbeat, every lost bar of a structure too vast for any single mind to see. He believed reason itself was holy, that creation, even in its chaos, followed a pattern deeper than tragedy. Still, the heart resists. The mind protests. If this is the best world, what does the worst look like? Look at war. Look at children lost before they grow. Look at the innocent crushed by the greed of the strong. Surely, no amount of hidden harmony can justify that. And yet, Leibniz asked us to look again, not to deny evil, but to ask what kind of world could even make goodness possible. He said the question itself hides the clue. If we can name evil, it means we know good. If we know good, it means reality contains standards that do not come from chaos. So the question, painful as it is, already points toward order. Leibniz believed creation had limits, not limits on God's power, but limits of logic itself. Even God cannot make a circle with corners. Even God cannot make freedom exist without the risk of misuse. He compared creation to a composer writing under rules. The composer cannot play every note at once. Harmony requires contrast. So does life. Some goods exist only if certain dangers are real. Courage needs fear. Forgiveness needs wrongdoing. Growth needs loss. Take away the risk, and those goods disappear. Perhaps. Leibniz said, the best world is not the one without pain, but the one where pain makes goodness possible. He called his explanation theodicy, the defense of divine goodness in the face of evil. He never said this world was perfect. He said it was complete, a world balanced between freedom and law, reason and love. The ideas spread, and so did misunderstanding. Many heard only the optimism, not the reasoning. They thought Leibniz believed everything was fine as it was, but he never said that. He believed progress mattered, compassion mattered, justice mattered, because they are the ways goodness unfolds inside imperfection. To him, creation was like a vast tapestry seen from behind. From our side, we see only knots and dark threads. From the front, seen by God, every twist joins a greater picture. When we suffer, we live on the backside of that tapestry. We see chaos. We forget the pattern could be real. There is a quiet strength in his view. He does not ask us to enjoy pain. He asks us to trust that pain is not the final word, that the story of existence includes chapters we have not yet read. Many have mocked that faith. Voltaire would later turn it into satire. He wrote Candide, a tale where every tragedy is excused by foolish optimism. People laughed at Leibniz's idea for centuries after that. But laughter does not erase a question. What if Leibniz was not naive? What if he was trying to protect meaning itself from despair? He believed the universe follows the principle of sufficient reason, that nothing happens without a reason, even when the reason is beyond us. Not everything is good in itself, but every event connects to a greater good that reason would reveal if we could see far enough. Imagine a vast equation. Every term, every variable, balances in a harmony we cannot solve. We see fragments. We see our small corner of the sum. The full pattern belongs to a mind greater than ours. To live with that awareness is not blind faith. It is humility before mystery. It is the courage to say, I do not understand, but I believe there is understanding. Still, the question returns. Why must goodness depend on such a painful process? Why could God not choose a world where we learn without loss? Leibniz's answer was quiet. Maybe such a world is impossible not because God lacks power, but because some truths can exist only through contrast. Light can be defined only when darkness is possible. Freedom means choice. Choice means the chance to wound. A world without that would not be a moral world at all. He did not mean every act of cruelty was planned. He meant that freedom itself is part of the design, and with it comes the burden of consequence. So he trusted that even what we ruin can still be woven into a greater harmony. The universe, he thought, bends toward balance slowly, painfully, but inevitably, when we see evil, we see a note out of tune. But to the composer, the discord belongs to a larger movement that ends in resolution. Leibniz looked at the sky and saw law. He looked at the human heart and saw longing. He believed both were evidence of purpose. He wrote, "Reality is the expression of a perfect mind through imperfect means." And he believed that mind, what we call God, chose this world not by accident, but by love. It is tempting to dismiss that faith, to point to the ruins of history and say, there is no plan. But even in that defiance, we reveal the same hunger for meaning that haunted Leibniz. If the world were truly meaningless, we would not call it unjust, we would call it empty. Our protest against suffering is proof that we believe, somewhere, goodness should exist. Leibniz saw that protest as a clue, not a contradiction. Perhaps the best world is not comfortable, but fertile, capable of growing souls that can love, reason, forgive, and rebuild. He once wrote that every human mind is a mirror of the universe. If that is true, then our grief and our wonder both reflect the same divine logic. Every tear, every act of kindness, every discovery all threads in one living design. We do not have to understand it to belong to it. We only have to keep asking. The question, because asking, is part of what makes us human. The world will keep suffering, but so long as we keep searching for meaning, the light remains. And maybe that is what it means when we say, this is the best possible world. Not that it is painless, but that within it goodness refuses to die. Even in darkness, it learns to shine. He was born where borders shifted like weather. Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz grew up in a Europe that could not rest. Religious battles, scarred cities, plague thinned the brave and the afraid alike. Kings argued with scholars, scholars argued with nature. Every map looked temporary. He walked into that world with a book under each arm. His father died when he was young. A library became his shelter. Shelves did not shout. They offered questions in orderly rows. He learned Latin before most. Boys learned work. He took comfort in patterns. Patterns promised that chaos could be read. He studied law. He studied theology. He studied mathematics because numbers did not take sides. He studied history because people always did. He wrote quickly, yet he listened longer. He believed that truth formed a single river, even when our minds drank from different streams. Europe shook. States hardened their borders. Churches hardened their words. Leibniz did something unusual. He tried to build bridges. He traveled as a diplomat. He served princes and electors, but he spoke to them as a patient teacher speaks to an eager child. He asked Protestants and Catholics to consider peace. He wrote letters to scientists across the continent. He believed correspondence could tame distance. He believed gentleness could tame pride. He searched for a universal language of thought. He called it a character of reason, not symbols for show, but signs that carried logic inside them. If we could compute truth, he said, we would argue less and understand more. Let us calculate, he dreamed, and let humility follow the result. He found the same hunger in mathematics. He created a new way to capture change. He wrote with small signs that could hold vast motion, dx, dy, integral. He believed the world, moved by tiny steps that reason could follow. To him, calculus was not just technique. It was a window into the grammar of nature. Others saw a tool. He saw a music of infinites. Across the channel, Isaac Newton worked toward the same heights. History later argued over who arrived first, Debate stormed like weather once again. Leibniz did not love the storm. He loved the discovery. He loved that two distant minds could touch the same truth. He trusted that truth was generous like that. He served as a librarian in Hanover. Do not let the word fool you. The post gave him a kingdom of paper. He ordered knowledge like a gardener orders a wild field. He wrote histories for his patrons. He built mechanical calculators with gears that mimicked thought. He imagined mines, canals, and academies. He drafted plans for academies in Berlin and St. Petersburg. Everywhere he went, he asked the same question: how can order grow from conflict? Nights were for metaphysics. He stared into silence until ideas found shape. He asked why there is something rather than nothing. He answered with a calm that feels like prayer, because a perfect mind prefers being to emptiness and chooses the richest possible version of it. Not rich in gold, rich in kinds of goodness. Rich in minds that can love and learn. He held to a principle that anchored him. Nothing happens without a reason why it is so and not otherwise. The principle did not make life easy. It made life intelligible. If the world exists, there is a reason. If God is wise, the reason is worthy. If the reason is worthy, the whole must exceed the pain of its parts. He lived among jeers and treaties and quarrels. He saw how pride fractures the best plans. He watched rulers chase short victories and lose long goods. So he looked deeper than power. He searched for first truths. He believed logic and love were not rivals. He believed they were two names for the same light. He imagined reality as layered order. Nature followed lawful paths. Souls followed inward laws of perception and desire. Societies followed laws of justice, often broken, never erased. He thought harmony could span these levels without confusion. Not a forced harmony, but a prearranged fitness. Like different instruments playing one score they never see, yet each part completes the others. He did not build this view to escape history. He built it because history crushed people he loved. He wrote to comfort without lying. He wrote to steady without dulling pain. His letters show a careful warmth. He was a mind, yes, but also a man who knew what grief does to a room. He trusted that freedom mattered. He spent years asking how freedom could live inside divine wisdom. If God knows, are we puppets? He refused that picture. He pictured God as choosing a world story where our choices are truly ours, yet foreseen within a wisdom that wastes nothing. A difficult view, but he preferred difficulty to despair. Friends teased him for optimism. Enemies mocked him for it. They heard, all is well, when he meant something harder. All is woven. The weaving hurts, but the design holds. He made mistakes. He reached too far in some schemes. He trusted patrons who forgot him. He died with projects unfinished, papers piled in rooms, and a reputation clouded by the calculus quarrel. For a time, he seemed to vanish into footnotes, but his ideas did not vanish. They kept walking. They visited mathematicians, logicians, engineers, theologians, and poets who needed reason that could carry hope. They found new homes in the study of language and machines. They whispered to those who dreamed of computers, where logic becomes. Action and symbols build worlds. He once walked the heart's mountains to inspect mines. He studied pumps and slopes, learning how water could drown a promise. He sketched new machines to save the miners. Some plans failed. He learned from the failure. He believed that ideas must touch the ground or they're only decoration. He designed a stepped calculator, the stepped reckoner, to turn thought into motion by brass and wheel. In those stubborn teeth of metal, he saw a prophecy. One day, machines would help us think. He explored binary numbers, speaking in ones and zeros, long before electricity learned their song. He smiled to see that emptiness and stroke could build any number, that simplicity could carry endless complexity. He dreamed of an encyclopedia that never slept, a network of facts and proofs that anyone could search. He wrote proposals for rulers who did not always understand. Still he tried. He believed knowledge should not hoard itself. It should serve the common good. He met princesses who loved learning, especially Sophia and Sophia Charlotte, and he spoke to them with the same respect he gave to scholars. He walked gardens and discussed metaphysics beside fountains. He found in their questions a rare courage. They gave him patience when politics did not. In the end, honor failed him. When he died, few mourned in public. Some patrons had turned away. Court ceremony passed without his name. He left behind trunks of papers, a treasury waiting for hands that cared. History took time to open them. Later readers found there a map of possible futures. They found hints of logic that would become computer science. They found a style of thinking that refuses to choose between precision and mercy. So when we speak of a world ordered by love and reason, we are not reciting a hey slogan. We are remembering a life spent building proofs and bridges, a life that believed understanding is a kind of care, a life that asked leaders to be gardeners of human flourishing. Hold that image as the candle finally goes dark. Not a man who escaped the troubles of his age, but a man who answered them with patient craft. He left us a way to work, clear eyes, open hands, and hope that does the labor. He was born where borders changed with the wind. Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz grew up in uneasy years. Europe argued with itself and with the sky. Faith broke into factions that guarded bitter memories. Plague moved through towns like a rumor with teeth. Kings traded letters and threats. Scholars hunted patterns inside the noise. He entered that world with wide eyes and a quiet hunger. His father died early. A library became a shelter and a guide. Shelves held their peace and offered a path. He learned Latin before most boys learned trade. He read history for the long view of suffering. He studied law to see how minds bind conflict. He studied mathematics to feel the calm of order. He studied theology to ask whether order loved us back. He learned to think in layers. He sensed that events had roots and secret joints. He felt that reason could turn chaos into structure, not by force, by patient care. He walked into universities like a pilgrim enters a cathedral, not to posture, to listen. He copied the cadence of old Latin prose. He gathered small claims and made them speak. He trained a habit that would anchor his life. Nothing without a reason. No claim without warrant. The continent shook itself awake after war. Princes needed counselors who could argue without rage. Leibniz learnt the art. He became a diplomat with a scholar's heart. He wrote letters that crossed empires. He promised calm when tempers tore. He asked Protestants and Catholics to breathe. He searched for grounds they held in common. He believed understanding could outrun pride. He wanted a language that could tame confusion. He dreamed of a character of reason, a calculus of thought that would settle disputes. Not with swords, with symbols anyone could follow. "Let us calculate," he said. "Let the answer teach us to bow." He built machines that could lend a hand to the mind. He shaped brass and wheel into a stepped reckoner. He loved the stubborn truth of metal. He loved that a gear holds its argument. His fingers black with oil made ideas move. He smiled at the promise behind the craft. Someday thoughts would travel by mechanism. He found music in change itself rates, slopes, sums that grow by tiny steps. He wrote a new way to speak those. Motions, he named small differences with neat signs. dx, dy. He curved space into sense with the long stroke of integral. He felt he had touched the grammar of nature, not just a trick for engineers, a key to the world's inner rhythm. Across the channel, Newton climbed the same mountain. History still argues about who reached the ridge first. Leibniz disliked that. Quarrel. Truth did not need a crown. Two minds could touch the same light from different paths. The light would not mind Called life, pulled him into Hanover. The word librarian hides the scale of the task. He took custody of a kingdom of paper. He tamed chaos with catalogues and summaries. He drafted histories that made patrons feel ancient and secure. He designed waterways and mines. He drew plans for academies that would train a gentler power. Berlin listened. So did St. Petersburg. Sometimes rulers kept their promises. Often they did not. He met Sophia and Sophia Schala. They loved ideas and asked hard questions with a steady gaze. He answered with patience and warmth. He did not flatter. He invited them into the work. Gardens became classrooms. Walks became seminars on being and justice. He found courage in their curiosity. His letters crossed mountains. He corresponded with scientists and ministers and monks. He asked for reports on tides and minerals and words. He sent designs for pumps and tax codes and libraries. He tried to bind Europe with paper bridges. He thought courtesies could rescue truth from vanity. Night made room for first principles. He faced the oldest question with steady breath. Why is there something rather than nothing? Because a perfect mind prefers being to emptiness, he wrote, and chooses a world rich in possibilities of good, not a world of soft comforts, a world fertile in meaning. He held to a rule that became his compass. For every fact, a reason why it is so. If the world exists, it exists for a reason. If God is wise, the reason is worthy. If the reason is worthy, the whole must exceed the pain of its parts. He did not claim to see the whole. He claimed the whole was there. He felt the pull of freedom. He knew we'd choose and also belonged to patterns. He would not trade freedom for neat equations. He imagined God choosing a story in which our choices are real, foreknown but not forced, seen but not scripted, a hard thought, yet kinder than a world of puppets. He spoke often of harmony, not a soft word, a strict art. Different lines can meet without collision. Different goods can coexist without theft. He imagined creation as lines of melody written to fit, no instrument. Here's the whole score, yet the music holds. He drew comfort from the lawfulness of nature. He saw law as a gift, not a prison. Law gives promise. Promise gives science its courage. What happens here and now can teach us there and then. Repeatable order is grace for finite minds. His mind moved toward synthesis. He hated false fights where both sides were partly right. He believed dispute. Hide a third view that honors what is best in both. So he looked for bridges between atom and soul, between number and mercy, between church and church, between chord and conscience. He also failed. He chased grand projects beyond the patience of patrons. He sent proposals to wide for narrow budgets. He trusted promises from men who counted only today. He watched doors close without ceremony. He kept writing anyway. He thought time nurses good seeds. He suffered neglect at the end. His name dimmed in halls, he once advised. He died without honors fit for his labor. Trunks of papers waited like sealed gardens. Readers came late and found the gates. What they saw changed their own plans. They found notes on a number system, built of yes and no. 1 and 0 could build any count. Simplicity could host infinity. He had seen the bones of future machines. They found a plan for a living encyclopedia, a book that never ended, a place where knowledge could answer to search. Many dismissed it as dreamful. Then centuries worked to make it ordinary. They found a spirit behind the papers, a man who believed thought is a form of care. He wrote as if clarity could bless. He wanted rulers to govern like gardeners. He wanted scholars to heal. He wanted citizens to reason without scorn. He knew that optimism is easy when you are blind. He was not blind. He saw cities die and children buried. He still believed the universe kept faith with order. He still believed the mind could be trained to hope with discipline. He did not confuse order with quiet. He knew reform makes noise. He praised argument when it sought the common good. He rejected cruelty dressed as zeal. He asked opponents to imagine they might be wrong. He asked allies to imagine they might be harsh. He loved thought experiments. That humbled pride. What if our vantage is too small, he asked. What if the part we hate becomes a cause for good elsewhere? What if the whole uses our losses to grow new strengths we cannot yet name? Not to excuse evil, to resist despair. He prized gentleness. He wrote to a friend that patience extends the reach of truth. Harshness shortens it. He told himself to prefer precise mercy over loud wit. He did not always succeed. He tried again. He believed in progress, but not in arrogance. He did not think history guaranteed wisdom. He thought wisdom must be chosen, must be practiced, must be taught by example and law. He wanted a Europe less drunk on triumph. He wanted victory measured in fewer widows. He wanted schools that trained, heart as well as hands. He wanted power to kneel before reason and charity. He took long walks after rain, streets where lamps made small circles of trust. He listened to the city and heard a low request. Make us livable, not merely strong. Make us decent, not merely clever. He would have smiled at a modern lab. He would have wept at a modern war. He would have urged us to write more letters and fewer insults, to fix what we can fix, to measure twice, to honor dissent that argues in good faith, to leave a clean desk and a kind note. His legacy is not only in theorems or machines, it is a way to hold mind and heart together, honor reasons, honor people, keep the world legible without sanding off its rough mercy. He believed God calculates, without cruelty. He believed creation sings in ratios and relations. He believed the best goods are relational and learned. He believed freedom is costly and sacred. He never stopped seeking a reconciled vision, a view in which faith, science, and politics exchange gifts, a view that calls rulers to wisdom and citizens to patience, a view that lets grief speak and still claims meaning. He teaches a style rather than a slogan. Move carefully, argue cleanly, repair what pride has broken, plan for the long future, hope without lying, think without sneer, love without panic. If you look for a single thread in his life, find this one. Order is not the enemy of mercy. Order is mercy extended across time. The task is to see it and join it. He left rooms full of paper and a world still learning his language. We owe him debts we pay by using them well. Every time a symbol does the work of a shout, we remember him. Every time a design makes life kinder, we remember him. Every time patience saves a marriage or a border, we remember him. He walked among engines and archives as if both were altars. He offered his days like a craftsman offers a tool to a neighbor. Use this, build with this, fix with this. Do not boast, do not despair. He believed reason could be devotion. He believed love could be precise. He believed the mind, trained by care, could help a broken age find balance. He believed, at last, that nothing is wasted in a wise universe. Even the pages we lose teach the hands that turn the rest. Even the dark hours become part of morning. A world full of pain still begged to make sense. Leibniz believed sense could be found, not imposed, but reasoned. He saw thought itself as sacred. If the mind is made by God, then to think clearly is a kind of prayer. He began with a rule that would shape his life. Nothing happens without a reason. Every truth must answer the question, why this and not something else? It sounds simple. It builds everything. The air, the stars, the story of each soul each holds a reason, even if we do not see it. Leibniz looked around and saw confusion. He saw storms, wars, accidents, illness. He refused to believe these were random. He said reality is not a scatter of chance. It is a structure, a clockwork built by a perfect mind. Not perfect in stillness, but perfect in harmony. He imagined God before creation, a mind infinite in power and imagination. Every possible world already alive in that mind. Endless combinations of laws, choices, and stories. Worlds where mountains never form. Worlds where freedom never costs. Worlds without laughter because nothing ever goes wrong. From that vast library of possible worlds, God chooses one, the one that achieves the greatest balance of good. This world. The world we inhabit to most ears. That sounds bold or naive, but to Leibniz, it was pure reason. He said perfection is not the absence of pain, it is the presence of order. And order does not mean control, it means purpose. He imagined God as a composer, every law of nature, every human choice, every birth and death notes in a cosmic song. Some are high and bright, some are low and harsh. Taken alone, they sting. Together, they form harmony. And harmony, not silence, is what makes beauty eternal. This vision did not erase suffering. It located it. Each event fits somewhere in a whole we cannot see. We live inside the movement. We cannot yet hear the ending. He wrote that God acts according to wisdom, not whim. A perfect being cannot do things without cause. Power without reason would be chaos. Goodness without reason would be blind. Wisdom binds both together. God does what makes sense in the fullest, deepest way possible. Leibniz called this the principle of sufficient reason. To him it was not abstract, it was moral. It meant the universe is not absurd. It meant the story of everything is justified by understanding, not luck. Even when we cannot follow the thread exists. He believed that reason itself was a sign of divine mercy. It lets us share, in small ways, the same light that guides creation. When we think well, we participate in that light. When we love truth, we echo the love that made the world. He used mathematics to mirror his faith. In numbers, he saw a universe that never contradicts itself. 2 plus 2 will always make 4, not because we decree it, but because it cannot be otherwise. That same clarity, he thought, runs beneath existence. The rules of thought and the rules of being must match, because both come from one mind. He looked at nature and saw lawfulness. He looked at himself and saw awareness. He looked at both and saw a bridge. The bridge was reason, the same logic. That shapes a falling apple, shapes the movement of thought. For him, this was not coincidence, it was confirmation. Creation is intelligible because it was made by intelligence. He trusted that if God chose this world, there must be a reason why this one is best. Not best for each moment, but best in the full design. If there is evil, it is allowed only because it serves a higher good that could not exist without it. Like shadow helping light to be seen, like discord teaching the ear to crave resolution, like heartbreak opening space for compassion. He did not speak from comfort. He lived through years of disease, famine, and fear. He saw death without glory. He saw the price of ignorance and greed, yet his faith in divine logic did not break. He thought understanding was a duty, not a decoration. He warned against lazy optimism. To say everything is fine is false. To say everything can find its place in meaning is faith. The first looks away, the second looks through. His confidence in logic drew both praise and anger. To the devout, it made God sound too human, too rational. To the skeptics, it made faith sound too clever, too tidy. Leibniz stood between them, refusing to abandon either side. He said faith without reason is superstition, and reason without faith is arrogance. He wrote that the universe is full of necessary connections. The sun rises not because God commands it each morning, but because his command is written into nature itself. Law is love expressed in permanence. A steady God makes a steady world. That steadiness is grace for creatures who must learn slowly. In his vision, miracles are not breaks in law. They are rare moments where the deeper law reveals itself more clearly. Everything remains part of one system, whole and alive. He believed this logic leads to trust. If reality is built on reason, despair becomes premature. We may hurt, but we are not abandoned. We may not know why, but there is a why. He compared creation to geometry. Every figure must obey its axioms. The triangle cannot have four sides. The circle cannot be square. Likewise, creation must obey logic's shape. Even omnipotence cannot do nonsense. God cannot make freedom that is not free or goodness that requires no choice. So he made a world where freedom and law coexist in us, beautiful, alive. For Leibniz, this made sense of moral life. Our duty is not to escape the system, but to work within it wisely. We are parts that can act with grace toward the whole. When we do good, we harmonize with divine intention. When we choose evil, we introduce dissonance. But even that dissonance can be resolved in time. He trusted that time itself is part of the plan. Events unfold in sequence for beings like us who must learn by motion. God sees all at once. We see in line. We live in chapters. God holds the book. This idea gave him calm. He saw suffering as real, but not final. He saw evil as tragic, but not victorious. He saw knowledge as slow, but sure. The logic of creation became his comfort and his challenge. It demanded humility. No mind smaller than infinity can judge the total work. But it also gave dignity. Even our questions, when honest, participate. In truth, he pictured reality as a great chain of being, each link necessary, each link contributing to the strength of the whole. From dust to angels, from numbers to hearts, every piece reflects the wisdom that chose it. The structure holds even when we tremble. He ended many letters with a simple phrase, "Everything is linked." For him, it was not a slogan. It was the quiet joy of someone who found reason deep enough to believe in. To understand Leibniz is to feel his gratitude. The world is not perfect, but it is intelligible. It is not painless, but it is purposeful. In every storm, he imagined a pattern, still intact. And in every moment of clarity, he heard a distant echo of the mind that made it. That echo is the dream of divine logic, a belief that reason is not cold machinery, but the language through which love builds a world. There is a silence that follows disaster. It is not peace. It is the stunned quiet of people asking why Leibniz never turned from that silence. He called it the hardest sound in the world. He said the question of suffering is the question that will not die. If this world is the best possible world, then how can it hold so much pain? Why earthquakes? Why disease? Why cruelty? If a perfect mind built the universe, why are its children broken? He faced these questions without flinching. He did not hide behind words. He looked straight at the horror that others ignored. He saw war. He saw famine. He saw sickness take people before they could finish a sentence. He felt the grief of nations and of single hearts. He said we cannot talk about goodness until we have faced evil. He wrote that to justify the world is not to deny its pain. It is to understand how pain fits into a larger law. He called that search the Adugia defense of divine justice. But the word cannot carry the weight of what he meant. He was not defending power. He was defending meaning. He believed the world was designed to be the fullest expression of possible good. But fullness includes freedom. Freedom allows choice. Choice allows error. Error opens the door to suffering. Remove the door, and you also remove love, courage, and forgiveness. He saw this not as excuse, but as necessity. He said, even God cannot create creatures who are free and yet incapable of harm. To do so would be to make nonsense real, and nonsense cannot exist, even by miracle. Leibniz divided the problem of evil into three parts. First, metaphysical evil, the fact that everything finite is limited. We are not infinite, so we lack. We hunger, we tire, we decay. Second, physical evil, the pain and suffering found in nature. Storms, sickness, disasters, hunger. Third, moral evil, the wrongs we choose, greed, cruelty, betrayal. He said all three are connected. Physical evil keeps the natural order alive. Metaphysical evil comes from being finite. Moral evil comes from freedom misused. Together, they form the shadow that makes the light visible. This idea angered many. It still does. To some, it sounds cruel. To others, too neat. But Leibniz did not use it to comfort himself. He used it to face the worst. He wanted a reason that could hold when everything else failed. He once wrote that even sin can be a part of the divine plan. Not because sin is good, but because it allows a greater good to exist. Forgiveness, redemption, renewal. He did not mean that murder or cruelty were acceptable. He meant that nothing can ruin the possibility of restoration. Even ruin can be rewritten. He said that in the long reach of time, justice is never absent, only delayed. Every wrong will meet its correction. Even if beyond our sight, that faith gave him peace. Not the easy peace of ignorance, but the stubborn peace of someone who refuses to call despair final. He compared life to a painting. Stand too close and you see only dark strokes. Step back and the shadows reveal shape and depth. Without shadow, there is no image. Without contrast, no harmony. In the same way, he believed pain gives depth to joy, loss gives weight to love, and limitation gives meaning to freedom. Still, he did not expect everyone to agree. He admitted that reason cannot erase grief. When tragedy strikes, logic feels like paper in the rain. He wrote that understanding must walk with compassion. To tell a mother her loss is part of a plan is to speak without wisdom. He urged gentleness. In philosophy, truth, he said, is strong enough to wait until tears are done. The Lisbon earthquake would come years after his death, but it would test every word he wrote. Tens of thousands crushed in seconds. Churches falling on worshippers. Children buried where they prayed. Later thinkers asked the same question again. If this is the best possible world, what does that mean? Leibniz's answer was not denial, but depth. He said the best world is the one that allows the greatest total harmony over all time. Not every moment must be pleasant for the whole to be perfect. Even music contains dissonance. Even storms feed the soil. Even death can renew life. The pattern includes what we would never choose, yet somehow need. He wrote that goodness is not fragile. It bends without breaking. It gathers what is lost and turns it toward purpose. That faith, he said, makes moral life possible. If evil were absolute, nothing we do would matter. If good is deeper than evil, then every act of kindness pushes creation closer to balance. He saw redemption not as magic, but as arithmetic. Every wrong can be balanced by a right. Every cruelty can be answered by courage. Every wound can become wisdom. The process is long, but sure. To him, the presence of evil did not disprove God. It proved freedom. It proved growth. It proved the universe is alive and still being written. He said a perfect world without evil might be possible in imagination, but not in reality. It would be a world without struggle, without virtue, without change. It would be static, a picture, not a life. He preferred a living world with risk and redemption to a lifeless paradise. He spoke often of divine mercy as patient logic. God, he said, allows what he hates to achieve what he loves. A harsh mercy, but a mercy still. Through pain, the soul learns empathy. Through loss, it learns gratitude. Through weakness, it learns humility. Through time, it learns to trust the whole it cannot see. He believed every story ends in restoration. Not because humans succeed, but because goodness, being eternal, cannot fail. What breaks will be mended. What is lost will be found again in a higher form. He saw history as a grand repair, each age moving the universe closer to its intended. Harmony critics said this: faith makes people passive. They said if everything serves a plan, why fight injustice? Leibniz rejected that. He said doing good is part of the plan. We are agents of correction, not spectators. We are threads chosen to repair what is torn. Every act of care completes a fragment of the design. He did not ask people to smile through pain. He asked them to work through it, to trust that effort has meaning, even if unseen, to act as though their courage joins something vast and holy. He believed suffering can purify love. When the self breaks, pride falls away. What remains is compassion. What remains is truth. For him, evil was never final. It was the raw material out of which understanding grows. He wrote that God does not waste pain. It becomes the seed of wisdom, the soil of virtue. In time, the world learns to grow good from its own wounds. He once said the universe is like a mirror. Each soul reflects the whole. When one suffers, the image trembles everywhere. That is why empathy exists. That is why goodness multiplies when shared. It is not a law written on paper. It is the rhythm of being itself. In this rhythm, pain and joy are partners. Loss opens space for hope. Grief carves room for gratitude. Evil awakens conscience. Darkness makes us reach for light. This, he said, is the strange mercy of creation. It allows us to become part of its redemption. We cannot erase suffering, but we can answer it. We can create small harmonies within the greater one. Leibniz died before he could see how deeply his words would divide people. To some, he was the last great optimist before the storm of modern doubt. To others, he was the first thinker brave. Enough to stare at evil and still believe in good. He offered no escape from tragedy, only a way to hold it without despair. He taught that a wise heart can look at pain and still say, there is meaning here, even if I cannot see it. There is purpose here, even if it waits beyond my reach. He trusted that one day the universe will reveal itself whole, and that every tear will have its place in that revelation. Until then, we live in the shadow. We struggle, question, grieve, and keep going. And in that persistence, in that refusal to surrender meaning, we already begin to prove him right. The age loved wit more than patience. Salons filled with bright talk and bright candles. People wanted answers that sparkled. They wanted laughter sharper than a knife. Into that room walked Voltaire. He lived through exile, censorship, and danger. He hated cruelty and hated stupidity more. He wrote to wake the conscience with shock. He believed the pen should make tyrants tremble. He loved speed. He loved clarity. He loved the clean cut of satire. He heard the claim that this world is the best possible world. He heard it not as careful reasoning, but as comfort for the comfortable. To him, such optimism looked like a rich man's coat, warm, expansive, and blind to the cold outside. He sharpened his reply until it glittered. He created a teacher who spoke in polished certainties. The teacher said that all is for the best. Disaster followed disaster. The teacher smiled through each one. The students suffered. The world burned around them. The smile did not move. Readers laughed, then winced, then laughed again, because the mask looked familiar. This was the power of satire. It compressed the debate into a single gesture, a serene face amid wreckage. Optimism turned into a costume. Faith turned into a habit of denial. The joke spread faster than any book of metaphysics could. Rooms repeated it until it became a proverb. To call someone a defender of the best possible world became a way to call them naive. Voltaire had reasons for his anger. The world around him dealt pain without shame. Censors punished truth. Clergy protected cruelty. Courts humiliated the powerless. He saw victims crushed under systems that claimed to be holy. He swore to break that spell. Satire was his hammer. Another event hardened his case. The earth itself shook and swallowed a city. Churches collapsed onto worshippers mid-prayer. Fires ran through the streets. The sea returned to finish the work. People asked the question that never dies. Where was God? Where was meaning? Where was the best possible world? Voltaire wrote with the speed of grief. He made the pain visible and near. He refused to let philosophy stand at a safe distance. He demanded an answer that could look at rubble and not blink. The attack landed. Leibniz was gone by then, but his idea stood in the line of fire. Most readers did not meet the idea in his own books. They met it in caricature, a smile that never learns, a mind that explains away tears, a heart that calls loss a lesson before the funeral ends. Yet the picture was not the man. The satire cut through denial, but it also cut through nuance. Leibniz did not say that pain is an illusion. He did not say that evil is secret good. He said that the full work of reality may justify the allowance of evil. He said reason, freedom, and law are worth the risk they bring. He asks us to hold judgment of the whole when we only see a part. The difference matters. A foolish optimist says everything is fine. A wise optimist says everything can find its place in meaning. The first silences grief. The second makes room for it and still believes. Why did the caricature win? Because stories beat systems. A one-page scene of suffering will outrun 1,000 pages of argument. Because memory loves images. A quiet teacher smiling at catastrophe stays with us. Logic needs careful rooms. Comedy breaks down doors. There, is another reason. The age began to trust the senses more than the schools. Empiricism gathered force. People believed what they could measure and touch. Satire, like a sharp instrument, felt honest. Metaphysics felt distant. Pain felt present. Yet, even Voltaire knew the danger of easy sneer. He fought for justice with stubborn courage. He did not want despair. He wanted reform. He wanted a society that stopped making cruelty sound sacred. For that, he made optimism look ridiculous. What can we learn from the quarrel? First, that clarity is not enough. Arguments must learn to speak in images, or they will be remembered as slogans made by their enemies. Second, that grief demands respect from any claim about the structure of the world. If a theory cannot kneel beside a ruined street, it has no right to stand in a lecture hall. Third, that reason and compassion must travel together, or the public will choose compassion, even if it comes with mockery. Leibniz's view can live with those lessons. It asks for patience, but also for honesty. It admits that satire sees something real, the habit of explaining too soon. His logic rejects that habit. He urged silence when silence is wise. He urged action when action is needed. To repair what can be repaired is not to deny providence. It is to participate in it. Consider the teacher in the satire. What if he had stopped smiling? What if he had helped dig survivors from the ruins? What if he had passed bread, wept with the grieving, and then whispered hope? The joke would have failed, not because suffering ended, but because compassion changed the scene. Real optimism knows how to work. Words can be medicine or perfume. Satire exposes perfume that calls itself cure. Leibniz offered medicine, difficult, slow, meant for the long healing of the mind. Voltaire offered surgery, fast, public, meant to cut rot from the body of society. Both saw a sickness. Both wanted health. They disagreed on the treatment plan. The world needs both kinds of skill. We need the wit that alerts the crowd. We need the patience that rebuilds the foundation. Ridicule can wake a city. Reason can keep it awake after the laughter ends. There is a quieter misreading worth naming. Some think the best possible world means the happiest possible world. It does not. Happiness is fragile and often shallow. Goodness is deeper and often severe. The best world is the one that realizes the highest goods in the richest order. Those goods include freedom, courage, justice, and mercy. They bloom in harsh weather. They need risk and time. Another misreading says the idea excuses every crime. It does not. The claim is not that whatever happens is good. The claim is that goodness can make use of whatever happens without endorsing it. A surgeon may use a scar to save a life. The scar is not the goal. The life is. A third misreading treats the view as a call to passivity. If the world is best, why change anything? Because the world includes us as agents. Because the best world is the one in which free creatures wrestle with evil and learn to love. If we fail to act, we withhold part of the world's design. The plan trusts our courage. Satire will always return. It should. Complacency needs a critic. But after the laugh, the work remains. We still need to think clearly and live kindly. We still need to build cities that protect the weak. We still need to teach children that hope is not denial. It is discipline. Voltaire asked for justice now. Leibniz asked for trust across time. These are not enemies. They are different horizons of the same moral life. One fights the day's cruelty. The other defends the reason for fighting at all. There is a scene that binds them. A town after thee. Storm. Neighbors search the wreckage. One lifts a beam. One holds a child's hand. One speaks words that steady, shaking breaths. The critic and the metaphysician are both there. One says, "We must never allow this neglect again." The other says, "Do not give your heart to despair. Goodness still has roads to walk. The town needs both. The future needs both. The story of the idea did not end with a joke. New thinkers rose who tried to carry what was true in both voices. They learned to distrust, lazy comfort and lazy scorn. They asked for reasons that can face rubble and keep their dignity. They searched for a vision of reality that honors law and honors tears. From this struggle, a better understanding of optimism can grow. Not optimism that refuses to see blood on the ground. Optimism that sees it, binds the wound, and still believes. The wound will heal. Not optimism that replaces action with slogans. Optimism that treats action as the very method by which Providence writes the next page. When people quote the satire, let them. It is a warning against glib speech, answered by living in a way that makes the joke misfit the scene. Serve, build, study. Refuse cruelty. Refuse despair. Let your hope have calluses. A last thought about laughter. It can humiliate. It can also cleanse. Used well, it clears the stage of pretense so truth can speak. Used poorly, it makes cynicism look like wisdom. The difference is compassion. Satire with love heals. Satire without love scars. If the world is the best possible world, it is not because pain is good. It is because good can be grown from pain. By minds and hearts that cooperate with reason and grace. The task before us is simple and severe. See clearly. Help quickly. Hope stubbornly. Voltaire forced that task back into view. Leibniz refused to surrender the ground of meaning. Between them stands the human heart, pulled by grief and guided by thought. It beats through earthquakes and through salons. It looks for a way to live without lies and without despair. Hold that heart steady. Teach it to think. Teach it to love. Then the old debate becomes something else. Not a contest of clever lines, but a common work. A world where wit and wisdom serve the same mercy. There was an earlier critic whose shadow shaped the stage. Pierre Bell argued that reason alone could not justify the ways of God. He collected hard cases the way a lawyer collects evidence. He showed how every neat answer slips on human sorrow. Voltaire learned from that severity. He turned Bell's cold files into hot theatre. Some readers defend the satire by pointing to memory itself. Our minds keep pain longer than joy. We are built to notice threats. So a theory that asks us to trust long sums can feel false to nervous bodies. Leaning on reason is not natural when sirens are near. This is why the public story stayed with. The joke, it met the heart at its first reflex and did not ask it to wait. Leibniz dreamed of order even smaller than sight could reach. He believed that reality was not built from matter alone, but from something deeper, something alive with perception. He called these entities monads. To understand his vision, forget atoms as tiny pieces of stone. Think instead of mirrors, countless mirrors, each reflecting the universe in its own way. Every monad, he said, is a center of awareness. Each one sees the world from its own position. Each one holds the entire cosmos within a single point of view. There are no windows in a monad. Nothing enters it, nothing escapes it. Yet each unfolds its story according to divine order, like instruments playing separate parts of one song. They remain in perfect coordination without ever touching. He called this coordination pre-established harmony. When one monad changes, others seem to respond, but no message passes between them. Instead, all move together because all were designed to move together. A universe composed like music, not machinery. This idea looks strange now, but in Leibniz's time it was bold and clear. He lived when philosophers still argued whether the soul could move the body or the body could move the soul. He refused the puzzle. He said there is no exchange, only harmony. Mind and matter are two faces of one plan. He saw monads everywhere. A human soul, a blade of grass, a grain of dust, each a tiny world of perception and striving. No being is completely dead. Each has some spark of awareness, some inner pulse of relation to the whole. He ranked them by clarity. Simple monads barely sense. Animals perceive and remember. Humans reflect and reason. Above all stands God, the supreme monad, whose perception is perfect and complete. Through this ladder, he stitched together all creation. Nothing stands isolated. Nothing is wasted. The faintest flicker of being still belongs to the grand order of perception. He compared the body to a living city. Every organ is made of smaller lives. Each cell works according to its own pattern, yet the harmony keeps the body whole. So, he said, the universe is one organism, alive from dust to deity. This vision reversed the despair of his century. Where others saw decay, he saw coordination. Where others saw matter collapsing into noise, he saw a quiet intelligence running through everything. The universe is not a battlefield of parts. It is a community of perspectives. If each monad mirrors the whole, then meaning is never lost. When something dies, the mirror darkens but does not vanish. Its reflection lives in others. Every end becomes a translation, not a void. He found hope in that. To him, the soul survives not by miracle, but by nature. Consciousness is not a spark. That fades, it is the structure of being itself. Modern thinkers sometimes smile at his theory. They call it poetry disguised as physics. But poetry, he might say, was the truer name all along. For he sensed what later ages would test in new language, that observation changes what is observed, that everything interrelates, that the smallest units of the world behave as if they hold knowledge of the whole. He anticipated ideas that would one day appear in quantum theory and systems science. He saw pattern where later microscopes would find pattern again. He guessed that the boundaries between mind and matter might be thinner than habit suggests. He spoke gently of God in this context. God, to him, was not an intruder fixing errors from above. God was the continuous source of harmony, the composer whose music sustains the movement. Every monad follows its inner law, and those inner laws together create the outer world. That meant the universe did not need miracles to keep running. Its consistency was the miracle. The order written at the beginning was enough to carry all. Time forward, he found in this an answer to loneliness. No creature is truly separate. Each stands connected through shared design. When you look at a stone or a tree, you are not facing emptiness. You are meeting another expression of the same source. He believed perception runs on a spectrum. Even when we sleep, our monad continues to dream faintly. Waking only means perception grows brighter. Death is a change in clarity, not extinction. Awareness shifts, but it does not stop. It fades into subtler harmony until it brightens again. For Leibniz, this was not fantasy, it was moral philosophy. If everything is alive with perception, then cruelty becomes ignorance of kinship. To harm another being is to disturb harmony. To live well is to play one's part in tune. He said God chose this structure because it maximizes both order and freedom. Each monad acts from within itself, yet all fit together as if choreographed. From that tension comes beauty, a world lawful but not mechanical, alive yet coherent. He exclaimed time as unfolding awareness. Each monad reveals the world to itself, at its own pace. Moments are measures of perception, not ticks of a clock. Thus, creation is not finished. It is always revealing itself. The universe learns as it exists. He described knowledge as reflection upon reflection. Our minds are monads that can know they are mirrors. That self-recognition is the birth of reason. Through reason, the universe begins to understand itself. He imagined God delighting in that return of awareness, the creation becoming conscious of the Creator, not by worship alone, but by understanding, art, and love. In his vision, science and spirit were not enemies. To study nature was to read the handwriting of divinity. To reason clearly was to participate in grace. Every discovery was a prayer answered in the language of logic. This idea gave him calm. He saw the same unity in motion and in mercy. He believed that if you follow reason far enough, you will find compassion waiting at the end. The harmony of monads was more than theory. It was his philosophy of trust. He trusted that what appears separate is secretly linked. He trusted that disorder hides rhythm. He trusted that understanding is never wasted, even when the world seems deaf. He told a friend that heaven is not another place. It is a clearer view of this one. As perception perfects, reality shines through. The task of life is to polish the mirror. He knew people would mock this idea. He knew some would say that harmony is a dream. He answered softly, if we dream of harmony, maybe the dream itself is proof we belong to it. That answer endures. Modern minds may rename monads as systems, networks, or fields, but the impulse remains the same, to see unity where eyes see fragments, to find meaning in the weave. Of the invisible Leibniz left us that impulse as gift. He asked us to imagine that behind every surface there is awareness working toward light. He asked us to live as if every act of reason and kindness helps the world remember its own design. He once wrote, "The universe is the living expression of a single spirit, each part singing the whole in its own tone. It is a sentence both humble and enormous. It reminds us that the smallest kindness participates in the largest order. To believe that is to live differently, to walk slower, to look longer, to speak with care, to act with the quiet confidence that even our smallest thoughts echo through a harmony we may never hear, but are meant to join. Numbers taught him how the world keeps its promise. They did not flatter or shout. They held their line. 2 and 2 made for whether a city rose or fell. Ratios stayed loyal through plague and peace. He trusted that loyalty. He saw in it the temper of creation. He loved the way mathematics lets thought become exact. A symbol stands where a whole paragraph once stood. A sign compresses a movement of mind. You can carry truth across a page in a single stroke. It felt like a mercy given. 2 limited creatures. Clarity delivered in a small shape. Order made portable. He believed God delights in such clarity, not as cold perfection, but as wise generosity. A steady world is a kind world. It lets the patient learn. It lets the humble predict. It lets the broken repair what can be mended. Law becomes a ladder for fragile hands. He listened to nature and heard count and curve. An apple falls in a known way. A planet bends space with quiet insistence. A wave writes its grammar on the shore. Snow builds 6-fold stars from water and cold. Spirals hide in shells and storms. Growth follows a humble ratio. He felt the pull. To write these patterns in clean language, calculus became his chosen music. Small changes add up to large motion. The world moves by steps, almost invisible. The integral gathers them without hurry. The derivative tells how fast a thought is. Changing. He found peace in that conversation between parts and whole. He believed this discipline was not just a tool. It was a window into the style of creation. The universe is generous with increments. It prefers smooth paths when it can. It allows sharp turns when it must. It composes continuity from countless small decisions. It writes history in careful. Somsey saw beauty and truth as kin. A proof that fits like a key feels beautiful. A theorem that surprises and then seems inevitable feels holy. You step back and think, it could not be otherwise. He believed God thinks in that feeling. The world is the expression of such thoughts. Elegance is not vanity. It is a signature. He loved principles that condense many facts into one sentence. Conservation tells you what never changes while everything moves. Symmetry tells you what remains the same when you turn the scene. Proportion tells you how parts keep packed with each other. These were more than tricks to him. They were hints about the mind behind the world. Unity without dullness. Variety without chaos. He shaped an ethic from those hints. Choose the argument that explains the most with the least strain. Prefer a model that wastes nothing. Accept complication only when reality demands it. He called this respect for reason a kind of devotion. To think carefully is to honor the giver of order. To speak precisely is to love your neighbor, he trusted. That divine choice follows similar lines. From all the worlds God could create, the chosen one is not the simplest by count, but the richest by relation. It wastes nothing. It carries the largest goods with the leanest laws. It folds freedom into law without tearing either. He once hinted that God calculates, not as an accountant counting coins, but as a composer balancing voices. You can feel the restraint inside abundance. You can feel the thrift inside glory. That double feeling marks wisdom. It marks this world. He kept returning to harmony. Musicians know a chord can hold tension and still resolve. Mathematicians know an identity can look unlikely and still be true. Farmers know seasons can be harsh and still keep faith. He believed creation holds all three kinds of trust. Time resolves what thought cannot yet reconcile. Reason reveals what feeling could not yet accept. Patience ripens what action could not yet secure. He loved the identity that bears his name. If two things share every feature, there are not two. There is one. The world is not padded with copies. It disdains waste. Even sameness hides a difference in place or relation. Difference is how meaning breathes. He thought continuity is mercy. Change that jumps without bridge breaks finite minds. Creation walks instead of vanishing and reappearing. That walk gives learning a chance. It gives regret a chance. It gives forgiveness a road to travel. He treasured the link between symmetry and conservation. If a law looks the same tomorrow as today, something will be conserved through time. If a law looks the same here as there, something will be conserved through space. These insights came later in full dress, but he felt their outline. A steady God writes steady invariance. Steadiness feeds trust. He found a serene heroism in measurement. To measure is to refuse despair. It says the world can be known enough to serve. A bridge can stand. A well can reach water. A fever can be counted and cooled. Math becomes charity in action. He warned against arrogance, dressed as certainty. Mathematics is exact, but our models are not the world. They are lanterns, not the sun. We test them and we revise. We honor truth by letting it correct us. Humility is the cost of accuracy. Accuracy is the gift of humility. He looked at least effort with interest. Many systems seem to choose paths that minimize waste. Light takes a route that saves time. Rivers widen until resistance balances flow. A pendulum answers to a hidden economy. He saw a moral picture in this physics. Goodness does not puff itself up. It finds the clean line through trouble. He thought mercy works the same way. It cuts extravagant anger. It saves time by forgiving. It spends where help is needed, and saves where pride would waste. He liked virtues that felt like conservation laws for the soul. Constancy, temperance, courage that spends only what duty demands. He linked mathematics and music. Both live by ratio. Both turn repetition into meaning. Both teach the ear to hear structure inside motion. He imagined creation as a score too grand to hold at once. We learn our line and trust the rest. Faith becomes a musician's discipline. He loved binary because it showed how little you need to say much. 1 and 0 can build every number. Presence and absence can speak any count. It made him smile that simplicity births abundance. He thought the universe likes that joke. Small rules, wide worlds. Simple laws, rich lives. He drew ethics from that smile. Be simple where you can. Make room for others to grow. Build systems that help the weak think clearly and act safely. Hide complexity inside good design. Expose clarity at the surface. Let tools carry burdens so people can carry love. He believed education should teach this craft. Not only facts, but form. Show students how a proof breathes. Show citizens how a budget tells the truth or lies. Show rulers how a map hides what it cannot hold. Give a generation the habit of asking for reasons. Give them the joy of finding them. He imagined law, shaped by proportion. Punishment should fit not only the crime, but the goal of repair. Policy should balance parts and whole without crushing either. Economy should honor the poor first, because systems are judged by their edges. These were not abstractions to him. They were the math of mercy applied to the city. He knew numbers can be abused. They can help a lie look clean. He asked for conscience at the center of calculation. Let the heart check the ledger. Let the uncounted be counted before we boast. A metric without meaning is a blade without a handle. It cuts the one who swings. It trusted that truth protects itself in time. A false model fails when the bridge falls. A true one stays standing in wind. Reality is a stern judge and a gentle teacher. It punishes pride with collapse. It rewards patience with endurance. He asked why a perfect mind would choose this particular mix of laws. Because these laws allow the widest garden of goods. They give room for mind to blossom. They give room for love to learn. They give room for freedom to mean something real. Other laws might have made us safe and small. These make us risky and great. He saw prayer and proof as cousins. Both aim at what is most real. Both ask for light and accept correction. Both require silence between steps. Both end in gratitude when the answer comes. He loved that kinship. It reconciled study and devotion. He did not think mathematics could save a soul, but he thought it could train one. It could teach patience, honesty, and courage. It could teach how to lose an error without losing face. It could teach how to stand for a result without becoming hard. It could teach how to admire a better idea when it arrives. He liked the word fit. A good theorem fits like a well-made joint. A good life fits the shape of the good it seeks. A good society fits its people like a careful garment. Fit is not tightness. It is ease without slack. It is purpose without strain. He saw identity as relation, not possession. A self grows by entering worthy patterns. Friendship is a shared ratio. Marriage is a harmony in changing time. Citizenship is a cadence between duty and right. None of this reduces people to numbers. It lets numbers teach us steadiness. He offered a way to navigate uncertainty. When facts are thin, keep hypotheses light. When facts arrive, adjust without panic. Hold principles, not prejudices. Use models as scaffolds, not prisons. Let love set the objective. Let reason choose the route. He loved limits because they guide. Creativity. A sonnet frees thought by binding it. A law frees commerce by stabilizing it. A budget frees conscience by revealing consequence. He saw creation as a sonnet of laws written by joy. Inside that sonnet, freedom writes its own story. The rhyme is real, so is the choice. He believed the deepest goods are relational and learned. Justice learned in courts and homes. Mercy learnt in loss and return. Wisdom learnt in mistakes that were not final. Numbers could help such goods flourish by restraining folly. They could not replace them. They could serve them. He taught that truth loves company. Different disciplines carry pieces of one answer. Invite them to the same table. Let physics and ethics speak. Let poetry and policy argue without contempt. The best solutions will feel musical, not mechanical. They will hum with coherence. He ended many reflections with a calm trust. The world will not break its own rules, and the rules, being wise, will not break the world. We may break ourselves against them, or we may learn to move with them. That learning is the work of a life. That movement is the dignity of a mind. If you want to feel his faith, try a small experiment. Prove a simple identity by two methods. See them meet like friends at a bridge. The meeting brings a quiet joy. That joy is what he felt when he looked at existence. Different paths, same truth. Different laws, same mercy. He believed God delights in such convergences. They show that the many can become one without losing their names. They show that freedom can keep rhythm with law. They show that beauty is how truth looks when it is loved. Numbers taught him this. They still teach us. They do not erase grief. They give it a place inside meaning. They do not remove risk. They measure it so courage can be wise. They do not make us gods. They make us better creatures. He left a way to think that steadies the heart. Look for the pattern that wastes least and serves most. Seek explanations that honor both detail and whole. Let elegance guide you, but let compassion rule. Prefer clarity to cleverness. Prefer repair to victory. Prefer truth to pride. This is the divine equation as he felt it. Not a single formula, but a posture. A way of seeing the world as a work of careful art. A way of living that joins precision too. Kindness. A way of hoping that believes order is generous, and that the mind, taught by numbers, can become an instrument of peace. Modern life tests every grand idea. Factories thicken the air. Wars circle the globe in hours. Signals race faster than thought. Hope becomes a headline and fades by noon. This is the world that asks the old question again. Is meaning large enough for the age of speed? Leibniz once trusted harmony behind events. He believed reason anchors reality. He believed order holds even when hearts break. Modern minds did not grant that easily. They saw storms that mocked every tidy plan. They saw machinery build comfort and cruelty at once. They saw empires preach ideals and export pain. The 19th century trained the Tao. Darwin described life as struggle and change. Nature showed tooth and hunger in plain light. Earthquakes and plagues looked impersonal, not punitive. Chance seemed to guide as much as law. The old picture shook on its nails. Was this the best world, or only a hard one? Other voices pressed the wound. Dostoevsky asked if any future joy could justify a child's tears. Nietzsche accused optimism of hiding fear. He said, "We invented heavens to excuse our weakness." He declared God dead and asked who would carry the weight. Camus stared at absurdity and urged revolt without illusion. The 20th century put a fist on the table. It demanded reasons that could look into an open grave and still speak. 2 world wars answered with smoke. Cities burned from the sky. Camps turned people into ash and numbers. Tyrants marched under banners of progress. The word best felt obscene. If harmony exists, it was too quiet to hear. Yet even in ruins, reason did not die. Science mapped the atom and the star. Medicine pushed death back from many doors. Law learned new words for human dignity. Artists grieved on canvas and in sound. Communities rebuilt, brick by honest brick. The storm did not erase the mirror, it cracked it. The pieces still reflected light. Leibniz would have told us to look closely at those shards. Do not worship them. Use them. A broken mirror still shows the face of truth, if turned the right way. Our age must learn that craft. Modern science changed. The tone of order. Determinism softened into probability. Chaos theory showed how small nudges grow into wild weather. Entropy taught us that systems drift toward dispersion. We measured noise and found pattern inside it. We measured pattern and found it tinged with chance. Order and uncertainty learned to share the same room. This does not kill optimism. It matures. If the world is lawful and yet open, then freedom has room to matter. Then wisdom has work worth doing. Then prudence becomes a daily art. We manage risk. We design redundancies. We seek policies that bend danger without breaking spirit. The moral field also changed. Colonialism taught bitter lessons about pride. Dressed as purpose, movements for civil rights named evils that law had blessed. Voices long silenced learned to speak and to lead. Optimism now must choose humility. It must listen before it claims to understand. It must prove itself by service, not by slogans. This is where Leibniz can still help. He never argued for denial. He argued for structure. He taught that meaning can run deeper than the storms on the surface. He asked us to look for reasons wide enough to hold grief without breaking. He asked for patience fit for centuries. Consider. Technology, we taught silicon to mimic thought. We wired billions into one trembling web. Tool and weapon share the same code. We need a vision that keeps courage steady, a vision that respects limits and still invites invention. Leibniz would ask for design that serves persons, not markets alone. He would ask for clarity, audit, and a restraint. He would ask us to build systems that protect the small and check the strong. He would tell us to place conscience in the loop. Consider climate. We learned that prosperity can poison its own future. We must measure, plan, and change habits at scale. An optimistic ethic here is not cheer. It is duty. It says the whole can be repaired if the parts act together. It says truth and sacrifice can be taught without despair. It says the garden still answers to patient hands. Consider meaning in a secular home. Many now live without prayer. They still feel the ache for order and mercy. They still long for justice to make sense. Leibniz offers a language that welcomes them. He lets reason carry hope without forcing doctrine. He invites faith to speak softly in the cadence of explanations that work. He lets the universe be intelligible without becoming small. A deep challenge remains. Can we say best after Auschwitz? Can any harmony answer that dark choir? The only honest way forward is through labor, care for survivors, guard against repetition, teach the habits that prevent cruelty when fear reases. Any philosophy that does not serve this work has no place here. Leibniz would agree. He would ask optimism to earn its name by protection of the vulnerable. The old debate about evil now includes scale. One person can harm millions with machines and lies. Freedom therefore needs form. We must bind power with law and law with transparency. We must design defaults that protect even when leaders fail. This is structure as mercy. It is exactly the kind of wisdom he praised. The modern mind also wrestles with self. We are flooded with images and opinions. We confuse performance with character. We confuse speed with meaning. Leibniz would counsel slowness of thought. Begin with first principles. Ask what a human person is for. Ask how goods fit rather than compete. Ask what can be measured and what must be loved without measure. He would praise small communities that practice truth, schools that teach reasoning with kindness, courts that value restoration over spectacle, churches and civic groups that protect conscience and neighbor alike. He would prefer many modest repairs to one noisy triumph. He would say that harmony grows by local fidelity. He would also invite courage, not loud courage, the steady kind, the kind that keeps its promises under pressure, the kind that returns the wallet and refuses the bribe, the kind that speaks for the unseen worker and the silent child. This courage is the rhythm of a best world. It makes free order a daily. Fact. Modern philosophy explored despair with skill. It mapped the absurd. It measured nausea in honest sentences. It deserves respect. But despair cannot build. It cannot raise children or bury dead with hope. It cannot design a bridge or a constitution that lasts. Optimism, rightly shaped, can. It does not promise ease. It promises purpose that survives. What about randomness? Quantum events look lawless to untrained eyes. Yet we use them to build tools with perfect reliability. We average uncertainties into stable effects. We draw strength from statistics. This is harmony by large numbers. The world allows trust to rise from noise. That is not far from Leibniz at all. What about pain that teaches nothing? There is plenty. Accidents without lesson. Loss without growth. We must be honest about this remainder. No theory can harvest meaning from every corner. Here humility is the proper tone. We grieve without lecture. We sit with the broken and say little. We let our hands speak what logic cannot. A best world, if real, gives space for silence and for care. Many today practice hidden goodness. Nurses in long corridors, teachers in tired rooms, programmers writing code that prevents harm, parents holding the line for a child's dignity. These are harmonies in plain clothes. They do not erase evil. They limit it. They do not complete. Justice they prepare its way. A fair reading of our time finds both failure and fruit. We have become efficient at harm. We have also become better at rescue. We discovered vaccines in record time. We built networks of aid after storms. We learned to name trauma and treat it. We wrote new laws when old habits broke lives. It is not enough. It is not nothing. Leibniz would call this the work of the middle. We live between promise and completion. We carry pieces of the whole without seeing it. We serve goods whose full harvest we may never witness. That service is not wasted. It becomes part of the calculation that only love can finish. The storm still speaks. It says power corrupts. It says suffering spreads. It says meaning is fragile. The mirror answers with a quieter voice. It says order persists. It says goodness gathers. It says freedom can learn. The future will judge us by how we balance these truths. We must not excuse evil by citing plans. We must not deny plans because evil shouts. We must build with the patience of gardeners and the caution of engineers. We must teach children that hope is a practice. It is a way of working, not a mood. If this is the best possible world, it is not because it is safe. It is because it can be saved again and again by people who choose to join the order written under things. Best does not mean painless. It means fruitful. It means capable of growing truth and love even after winter. So the mirror and the storm continue their dialogue. We will live inside it. We will argue and reconcile. We will fail and repair. We will keep asking whether reason can hold when grief arrives. And we will keep finding that, though reason bows before tears, it reases with them and goes back to work. This is how optimism survives the modern test. It learns from critics. It listens to victims. It adjusts its claims to honor what history taught. It does not give up the belief that reality is worth understanding and worth serving. It becomes courage with a plan. When we grow tired, remember the small proofs: a bridge that stands, a medicine that heals, a law that shields a stranger, a song that steadies a room. These are evidence that meaning still breathes through matter. They are the daily harmonies of a world that can be redeemed. Let that be the measure of best for our time. A world where repair is real, where truth can win in the end, and where love outlasts fear often enough to keep the story moving toward light. The world wakes before we do. Light pushes across stone and leaf. Birds risk song before they know the weather. Somewhere a nurse ties her shoes. Somewhere a factory siren starts the day. Somewhere a child asks a hard question: is life worth this effort? The answer will not arrive as thunder. It will arrive as breath, as the sound of someone getting up again, as the quiet of a mind that chooses to trust. This trust is not naive. It does not deny pain. It does not pretend evil is useful or kind. It says only this: meaning is deeper than harm. Order is stronger than accident. Freedom can learn. Love can rebuild. The claim that this is the best of all possible worlds is a heavy one. It is not a boast. It is a promise about the structure of things. It says the laws of being and the gift of freedom together make a world fit for the highest goods, not the softest goods, the highest ones: wisdom, courage, justice, mercy, joy that survives whether a world built for such goods cannot be simple. It must be alive with risk. It must allow failure without surrender. It must give time enough for repair. It must teach souls to become partners in their own redemption. Look at the shape of growth. A seed becomes food by dying into soil. A heart becomes strong by bearing weight. A mind becomes clear by letting go of flatteries. We grow by passing through trouble, not by stepping around it. The path does not excuse the pain. It turns pain into passage. If this world is best, it will show its quality in recovery. Not in how little we suffer, but in how much goodness can rise after we suffer. Not in how seldom we fall, but in how many can stand again with help. Not in a lack of storms, but in towns that learn to shelter each other when storms return. There is a phrase worth repeating: nothing is wasted. Our failures become warnings. Our losses become guardians of what remains. Our grief teaches their hands their duty. Even our ignorance, once seen, becomes need that knowledge can serve. Providence is not a billboard. It is a long arithmetic that refuses to stop at a deficit. If meaning runs beneath events, we have work to do. We must design laws that help truth keep its footing. We must build institutions that make cruelty expansive and care efficient. We must make room for conscience to act without fear. We must teach children how to reason and how to forgive. We must protect time for prayer or reflection, because silence is where the mind learns its scale. A best world is not automatic. It includes us. It expects our help. We are part of the calculation. We are the agents by which many goods arrive. When we refuse that role, pieces go missing. When we accept it, the design strengthens in places no ruler can see. Notice the small proofs that hope is not fantasy. A vaccine made in months rather than decades. A stranger pulling another stranger from dark water. A judge who listens longer than the room expected. A city that plants trees where heat once punished the poor. These are not miracles against law. They are miracles by law. They show a world willing to be healed by patient minds and willing hands. Some despair will say, this is only human effort. Yes, and the claim is that human effort belongs to the plan. Law and freedom are not enemies. They are the two rails on which history can move. The rail of law keeps the track true. The rail of freedom gives the train a destination worth reaching. Let us speak about justice. A best world cannot mean a world where the guilty escape and the innocent are forgotten. It must mean a world in which justice is possible and ultimate. Some justice is human. We must pursue it with courage and care. Some justice is beyond us. We must trust it will arrive without our permission. Either way, justice is not a rumor. It is the core of meaning wearing the clothes of time. Now speak about mercy. Mercy is not a loophole in justice. It is justice. Seeing further, it is repair chosen over revenge. It is space made for return. No structure is best if it cannot forgive. No person is best if they cannot be forgiven. A world sized for mercy must allow failure and return. Tears and change, limits and love. Hope becomes strong when it is trained. Training means habits. Tell the truth. Keep a promise. Protect the small. Pay what you owe. Return what is not yours. Say sorry and mean it. Learn and teach. These are not slogans. They are the daily joints of a good life. They are the simple ratios by which a person fits the world. If enough people hold these habits, the world changes. Not by spectacle, by compounding. Trust compounds. Kindness compounds. Knowledge compounds. Justice, once begun, accumulates defenders. Mercy, once practiced, multiplies its own courage. The sums take time. The result outlives us. This is the arithmetic of a best world. The fear remains. What about the evil that looks pointless? The grief that taught nothing? The accident that left only silence? Here we must be honest. There is a remainder our language cannot gather. We do not explain these things. We witness them. We hold one another through them. We refuse to turn them into lessons while wounds are open. We let our silence be faithful. We let our service be speech. Then, later, we remember what our hands learned. We build guardrails where there were none. We change a rule, a road, a ritual. We honor the dead by protecting the living. A best world does not hide from the remainder. It carries it with honor and lets it change our designs. The claim that meaning is deeper than harm asks something from us. It asks us to refuse cynicism. Cynicism looks like wisdom because it never risks hope. It says no before it listens. It calls love naive and courage performative. Leave cynicism to the tired. Choose realism alive with duty. Count costs. Face facts. Then do the next good thing. Let us talk about the soul. If each person is a mirror of the whole, then every dignity matters. Care for one becomes care for many. When you give attention to a single mind, you honor the order that made minds possible. When you protect a single child, you protect the future fact of justice. When you forgive one enemy, you write a new sentence in the story of the world. This is how greatness works here. It does not arrive with trumpets. It arrives as a quiet refusal to let meaning die in your small circle. It arrives as the choice to be a reliable link in the chain. It arrives as ordinary faithfulness over years. A best world is built by that kind of stature. It is measured by that kind of patience. Some will still ask, why this way? Why not a world without death? Why not a world without hunger or blame? Because certain goods require real edges. Gratitude needs loss to feel its depth. Courage needs danger to be honest. Compassion needs wounds to be more than a word. Freedom needs consequence to be real. Without these edges, we would live in a gallery, not a garden. Nice to look at, unable to grow. Others will ask, why trust any of this? Because the alternatives collapse. If the world is nonsense, reason has no home. If the world is only power, love is a costume. If the world is only accident, duty is a trick. Yet we live as if reason, love, and duty are real. We build laws and hospitals and promises as if they mean what they say. We cannot live the denial consistently. Our lives betray our deepest beliefs. Let our words match our works. This trust does not belong to one religion or one city. It belongs to anyone who treats truth as a home. It welcomes prayer and welcomes study. It lets doubt ask its questions and invites it to work. It lets joy rest without guilt. It lets grief speak without shame. It makes room at the table for the weary and the brave. Walk through a day with this posture. Begin with quiet. Thank the giver of order, whatever name you use. Set one clean intention. Do one difficult kindness early. Ask for correction. Offer it gently. Finish a task completely. Leave a tool ready for the next hand. In the evening, count the mercies without neglecting the wounds. Sleep as a steward, not an owner. Repeat now, lift your eyes and widen the scale. Cities can live this way. They can measure what matters and invite truth to shape budgets. They can count the unseen labor that keeps homes alive. They can plan for floods and heat with love for those at the margins. They can make rules simple and serve the spirit, not the lobby. They can be honest about failure and quick to repair. Nations can live this way. They can hold power slowly. They can bind leadership with law and example. They can choose honor over spectacle. They can protect dissent and demand decency. They can aim their strength at mercy rather than display. They can tell the truth about the past and make amends. A planet can live this way. It can treat atmosphere as covenant. It can treat oceans as inheritance. It can treat species as neighbors. It can build a future worth giving to children whose names we do not yet know. This is not utopia. This is work. Work is how a best world shows itself. What of death? It will take all of us. Even so, it need not take our meaning. If the soul endures, it carries what it learnt further on. If the soul ends, its gifts remain in those it shaped. Either way, love outlasts the body. Either way, goodness continues its calculation. Either way, we are not wasted. Stand for a moment. At the window, watch a late bus stop. Watch someone run to make it. They catch the door. A stranger steadies their step. A small cheer rises inside you, though no one hears it. That is hope, remembering its reasons. That is meaning proving it still knows the route. The phrase best of all possible worlds is easy to mock. Leave the slogan to the careless. Keep the substance. The substance is a way of seeing and a way of living. It is the decision to treat. Reality is intelligible and worthy of fidelity. It is the courage to answer evil with repair. It is the discipline to prefer justice to victory. It is the mercy to forgive without lying. It is the patience to plant trees whose shade will bless people you will never meet. There is a promise humming under all of this. We are not alone. We belong to an order that cannot be broken, only resisted. We can join it in thought and in action. When we do, we feel the world receive our effort. Sometimes with quick fruit, often with slow change. Always with the quiet rightness of a key turning true. The final word is not argument, it is invitation. Build something that lasts. Reconcile where you can. Protect someone who will never know your name. Learn until your pride melts into gratitude. Love until your fear learns to rest. Trust that the goodness under things is not fragile. Trust that your smallest faithful act is part of a vast design. Trust that, beyond our sight, the story closes in joy. If the world is truly best, it is because goodness wanted partners. It is because freedom deserved a worthy stage. It is because love asked for a world that could answer back. Here we are. Answer well. Trust begins small. It begins with a kept promise. It begins with a door held open and a bill paid on time. It begins with honest numbers in a quiet ledger. From there, it grows. It builds the shape of a life that other people can lean on. It turns strangers into neighbors and neighbors into friends. This is how meaning becomes daily. This is how a best world shows its face. The idea sounds large. It must be lived small. The mind that designed galaxies also designed mornings. So begin there. Rise with one clean intention. Decide one task worth doing for the sake of someone. Else, give it your full attention. Finish it without show. When the day closes, test your heart for peace. Then begin again. Repair is the heart of the work. We are not asked to erase history. We are asked to mend. Mending is humble. It respects the shape of what was. It listens for how parts want to meet. It does not force. It persuades. It uses patience. Where power would only tear, repair starts with truth. Tell the truth about the wound. Name what broke and who broke it. Facts come first. Without them, peace is only a pause. Truth is not cruelty. It is care shaped like a sentence. It says, "Here is what happened. Now let us see what justice asks." Justice is not a slogan. It is a craft. Punishment alone cannot raise a community. Revenge cannot build a bridge. Justice seeks safety, repair, and return. It asks how to stop harm, how to heal victims, and how to shape change in those who caused it. It weighs the whole. It sets a course that allows tomorrow to be kinder than. Today, mercy walks beside justice. Mercy is not weakness, it is vision. It looks beyond the moment and sees what a soul can still become. It leaves a door unlocked when wisdom permits. It gives a chance that pride would not give. It is not blind. It is brave. Build habits that make repair likely. Keep records that tell the truth. Design processes that invite accountability without humiliation. Teach meetings to begin with listening. Write policies that a fair mind can respect. Keep rules short enough to remember and clear enough to apply. Make exceptions rare and transparent. Let people know what will happen before it happens. Predictability is respect in practice. Care for time. Calendars decide what matters. If love is always scheduled last, it will never begin. Choose margins wide enough for thought and for rest. Use them to read, to walk, to hold a child, to write a clean line of code, to cook a meal that warms more than one person. Time given to what is good returns as strength. Guard attention. You are not a furnace for other people's noise. News can inform or consume. Know the difference. Limit the flood. Choose deep sources. Check claims. Let silence wash your inner room each day. Clarity enters only when the room is clean. Practice speech that leaves dignity intact. Say less when anger swells. Ask questions that lean toward understanding. If a debate makes you clever and cruel, step back. Reread your aim. A win that hardens. Your heart is a loss. A loss that teaches you respect is a gain. Choose the gain. Make work that lasts. Build for maintenance, not for display. Name things plainly. Write comments that teach. Design for the next pair of hands. Return tools to their place. Leave a map. Someone will bless your name when you are gone. Treat money as a moral material. Every budget tells the truth about a soul. Spend on what protects and repairs. Cut what flatters and wastes. Pay the invisible labor that makes public success possible. Reward patience and honesty more than drama and speed. You will lose applause and gain sleep. Honor the edgiers. Systems are judged by how they treat those at their margins. Design with the elderly, the child, the stranger, and the poor in mind. If a rule harms them, rewrite it. If a road isolates them, reroute it. If a form confuses them, simplify it. If a fee excludes them, remove it. That is what best requires. Practice restitution. When you break something, repair it. When you cannot repair, replace. When you cannot replace, serve. Apology without action is only sound. Action turns sorrow into promise. Learn a craft. A craft trains patience inside the fingers. It teaches you to measure twice and cut once. It teaches you to accept the limits of the material. It trains respect for reality. When the joint does not fit, the wood is not wrong. Your cut was, try again. Craft makes virtue tactile. Study something that humbles you. Mathematics will do. So, will a language you do not yet speak? So will music played slowly and true. Humility learned in one domain follows you into others. It protects you from the lie that certainty and contempt are kin. Practice gratitude as discipline. Name 3 mercies each night. Let them be small. The cup that did not spill. The bus you barely caught. The message that arrived with a kind tone. Gratitude trains the eye to notice order still at work. It does not blind you. It steadies you. Teach the young. Teach them to think, to doubt, to test, and to love. Train their eyes to see patterns and their hearts to prefer mercy. Give them stories where courage is quiet and real. Let them practice responsibility while the price of failure is small. Set examples that make virtue look like freedom, not prison. Practice forgiveness and distinguish it from permission. Forgiveness releases a debt. It does not erase a boundary. You can bless and still say no. You can love and still leave. Let your boundaries protect what you are called to guard. Keep faith with the dead. Tell their stories fairly. Honor their achievements without hiding their flaws. Let the truth be whole. Memory without honesty becomes propaganda. Honesty without memory becomes neglect. Hold both. Walk toward the suffering that is yours to meet. You cannot carry every cry. Carry the ones assigned to your reach. Bring water. Bring bread. Bring a plan. Bring a second plan. Stay until the work is handed safely to another. Practice civic hope. Vote with care. Volunteer where the city leaks dignity. Run for a small office if you can. Study the budget. Attend the meeting. Champion clear laws. Demand fair enforcement. Be patient with the pace of the possible and stubborn against cruelty. Choose clean pleasures. They leave no debt in the soul. A long walk. A page that lights the mind. A song that brings back courage. A table with friends. A well-cooked meal. These make room for conscience to breathe. Welcome correction. Invited. Make it safe for others to tell you the truth. Reward the person who saves you from a mistake. Say thank you with more than words. Return the favor. Let your work on a scale. Some tasks fit a day. Some require a decade. Know the difference. Do not demand the thrill of the urgent from the patient labor of the important. Protect long projects from the hunger of applause. Quiet custody achieves what noise cannot. Keep promises to yourself that improve your capacity to serve. Sleep enough. Move your body. Eat food that gives tomorrow strength. Leave screens before they steal your morning. You are a steward of a mind and a body on loan. Care for them as you would care for a tool trusted by many hands. Practice clean. Exits. End meetings on time. End arguments when they stop yielding light. End roles when your gifts no longer fit the need. End days with a small ritual that thanks and releases. Good endings protect good beginnings. Make room for art. Art trains attention to notice and to cherish. It keeps cynicism from sealing over. The heart. It lets grief speak without harming. It lets joy rise without gloating. It renews imagination, which is foresight in tender clothes. Let mystery stand where it must. Not every why will bow to you. There are rooms you may enter only by reverence. Stand there without hurry. Say little. Call the moment holy if the word fits your mouth. Then go back to work with a clearer mind. Keep your circle honest. Choose friends who will not sell your conscience for your comfort. Choose partners who can be trusted with your silence. Choose colleagues who prize truth over tribe. If you lead, build a room where the quiet speak first. Protect dissent that seeks the good of the whole. Give away credit. Praise in detail. Name the person who did the unseen task. This is how trust multiplies. This is how teams become more than the sum of their parts. This is leadership without theatre. Steady your spirit against despair. Despair likes to sound like realism. It is not. It is a shrinking of the map. It hides resources and partners and second chances. When it speaks, ask. For evidence, when it cannot provide it, return to the work. Be ready to start over. Plans fail. Lives break. Markets turn. Begin again with what remains. Begin again with who remains. Begin again with lessons learned. A best world is a school built for many new starts. Keep an altar of remembrance in your mind. Not to worship pain, but to honor what it taught. Let the altar hold names, dates, and debts you will not forget. Visit it when pride reases. Visit it when fear reases. Let it return you to gratitude and resolve. Prepare a legacy that can be carried by ordinary hands. Write clear notes. Make guides. Record passwords for the right people. Teach someone younger how to do what you do. Make yourself replaceable. It is a gift to those who come after and a guard against your own vanity. Live as if small faithfulness is the unit of meaning, because it is. The world is not saved by crescendos alone. It is saved by steady rhythm, by the repeated act of care, by the daily choice to add one stitch where the fabric thins. If the world is truly the best possible world, it is not because it saves us from duty. It is because it trusts us with it. It hands us tools and a pattern and says, join. The pattern is large. We will never see it whole, but our section can be clean. Our seam can hold. Let the final measure be simple. Did you tell the truth? Did you keep your word? Did you protect the small? Did you forgive and seek forgiveness? Did you build something that made goodness easier for those after you? If so, you stood with the order under things. You helped the world choose its better name. Go on then, work with hope, rest with gratitude, begin again. This is repair. This is how love becomes structure. This is how structure becomes mercy. This is how mercy becomes a world worth waking to. Night settles over familiar streets. Windows hold small islands of light. Somewhere a train passes, steady as a pulse. Someone washes a single cup and sets it to dry. Someone turns off a lamp and waits for sleep to come. In these plain moments, the question returns without ceremony. Was any of this worth the day it cost? We answer not with thunder, but with choices. We answer by the work our hands remember. We answer by the care that outlived our mood. Meaning reveals itself in the keeping of small promises. It shows itself when no audience is near. It grows in silence and greets us like a friend. Leibniz believed a perfect mind chose this world. He said the choice honored reason and honored love. He said the choice made room for freedom to matter. He trusted that nothing real is finally wasted. He trusted that justice is slow and exact. He trusted that mercy is strong enough to rebuild. We have walked through his vision with open eyes. We have seen war and famine and grief. We have seen laughter used as a blade. We have watched satire mock what it half understood. We have watched faith speak too soon and be rightly rebuked. We have tried to keep what is true in both voices. Now the film grows quiet and returns to one life. Yours, the world will not ask. You for speeches. It will ask for attention and for steadiness. It will ask for honest words and clean work. It will ask for the courage to stay kind when anger is cheap. The best world, if real, is not a luxury. It is a discipline that begins. At the edge of your reach, help where you stand. Repair what you can touch. Protect whoever is within your power to protect. Let that be your prayer in the language of action. You do not need certainty to start. You need a reason strong enough to move your feet. Begin with the person in front of you. Begin with the task that serves without applause. Begin with the truth that refuses to be convenient. Begin again tomorrow when fatigue returns. Remember what this vision asks of the mind. Ask why this and not something else. Test your stories against the world they describe. Let correction be a gift rather than a wound. Let humility be the partner of every claim. Let gratitude be the closing line of every day. Remember what this vision asks of the heart. Hold grief without rushing its lessons. Hold joy without gripping it to death. Hold enemies as people before you hold them as positions. Hold yourself to standards that do not bend for mood. Hold to hope with a grip that respects facts. Remember what this vision asks of our common life. Write laws that fit the vulnerable. First, design systems that explain themselves to the tired. Reward patience and the courage to revise. Punish cruelty with clarity and restraint. Invite dissent that seeks the good of the whole. If this world is chosen for the greatest harmony, then harmony is not a metaphor. It is the work of arranging goods without destroying others. It is the art of balancing present need with future. Right? It is the skill of saying no to what flatters. It is the wisdom of saying yes to what strengthens. You will fail in this work. Everyone does. Failure is not the end of your sentence. Return is allowed and expected. Apologize without performance. Repair without delay. There will be pain that teaches nothing you can name. There will be loss that leaves only quiet. Do not lie about it. Sit beside it until it changes shape. Let compassion be the language you speak when words fail. Let presence be the answer you give to questions without answers. There will be days when despair sounds like a friend. It will call its self-realism and ask you to put down your tools. It will point at history and say, nothing changes for long. Answer with the evidence of your own hands. Answer with the neighbor who is fed, the child who is safe. Answer with the bridge that still stands and the promise still kept. You belong to an order deeper than chaos. You are not equal to it, but you are allied with it. Each time you choose truth over ease, you join it. Each time you forgive a debt with wisdom, you join it. Each time you think clearly in the service of love, you join it. Each time you build what future strangers will trust, you join it. Perhaps this is what it means to live inside a best world. Not to float above sorrow, but to put sorrow to work for good, not to escape risk, but to spend it well, not to demand certainty, but to keep faith with reason and with mercy, not to seek control, but to cultivate consent and care, not to chase spectacle, but to finish the quiet task. Look again at the ordinary scene. A street light burns over an empty corner. A nurse finishes her shift and walks into grey dawn. A janitor locks a school and hums a tired hymn. A coder closes a ticket no one will notice but the next shift. A parent checks on a sleeping child and remembers to breathe. These are not background. They are the foreground of meaning. They are the hinges upon which the large doors turn. They keep decay from calling itself fate. They keep cruelty from deciding the story alone. They are the grammar of hope. Leibniz would smile at such grammar. He would see law and freedom cooperate in small rooms. He would see order write mercy into policy and habit. He would see intelligence choose restraint and design for repair. He would call it reason doing what it was made to do. He would call it love, teaching reason its aim. You will not know in this life how your efforts sum. The ledger belongs to a sight you do not have. Do not wait for that sight to begin. Act as if meaning is real because you cannot live the opposite. Act as if love matters because it already has. Act as if tomorrow needs you because it does. If faith fits your mouth, use it. If prayer steadies your hands, pray. If study steadies your mind, study. If service steadies your heart, serve. The tools differ, the work is the same. Bring order, guard, dignity. Leave beauty where you can. Learn to bless without permission. Bless the engineer who built the quiet bridge. Bless the farmer whose field feeds your city. Bless the teacher who answers the stubborn question again. Bless the clerk who knows your name when the line is long. Bless the friend who tells you the truth before you fall. Learn also to resist without hate. Resist the lie that numbers excuse. Harm. Resist the pose that cynicism is wisdom. Resist the habit of turning people into categories. Resist the speed that ruins judgment. Resist the appetite that treats others as scenery. Keep an eye for signs that the world receives your work. Watch for the meeting that ends with understanding. Watch for the process that becomes kinder and more exact. Watch for the child who trusts. The room enough to ask harder questions. Watch for the elder who rests easier because a policy changed. These are quiet proofs that the deep order remains. You will stand at graves. Bring flowers and silence and time. Let the names be spoken with care. Let the stories be told without embellishment. Let the tears fall without apology. Then walk away. Slowly and return to the work. The dead do not ask us to stop. They ask us to carry what they loved. One day you will be the one carried in story. Make it easy to tell the truth about you. Leave debts settled and kindness owed to many. Leave a journal someone can learn from. Leave a room in better order than you found it. Leave a trail of people who became more honest because you were near. If you doubt your place in any grand design, remember the scale of the small. Ants move forests one grain at a time. Rivets hold ships against oceans. Votes turn empires with paper and ink. Words mend marriages when they are simple and sincere. Hands save lives that statistics cannot name. So choose your handful of grains. Choose your rivets and your words. Choose your vote and your craft and your promise. Choose them like a person who believes the ledger matters. Choose them like a citizen of a world that intends the good. Choose them like a student of a mind that wastes nothing. When morning comes, rise with one sentence ready. Today I will join the order under things. Let that be your vow. Keep it as best you can. Forgive yourself when you fail and begin again. Teach it to others without pride. Receive it back from them when you are tired. This is the quiet proof that Leibniz trusted. Not a theorem written on marble, but a life that answers despair with patient structure. A home put in order for guests. A budget that tells the truth and protects the poor. A law that binds the strong and frees the weak. A habit of attention that notices the person left out. If this is the best world, it is because it invites you. It invites you to think with care and to love with discipline. It invites you to build, forgive, and try again. It invites you to hold both reason and mercy in the same hands. It invites you to be the kind of person for whom the phrase best world is not a boast, but a responsibility gladly assumed. Night deepens. The windows darken one by one. You turn out your light and keep one promise more. You will begin again. Tomorrow, you will keep faith with the living and the dead. You will serve meaning without spectacle. You will honor the order that lets love endure. Sleep now. The world keeps its watch. The harmony does not stop when you rest. It waits for you to join it again. And when you do, it will meet you where you stand, with work enough for your hands and grace enough for your heart.
Welcome back, dear friends. Before we begin, let me know where in the world you are watching. And please don't forget to subscribe and like to support the channel. Imagine, if you will, that everything you have ever known is a lie. Not a deliberate deception, but something far more profound and unsettling. Imagine that the world you inhabit, the reality you trust, the very foundation of your existence, is nothing more than shadows dancing on a wall. And worse still, imagine that you have no idea you are watching shadows. You believe with absolute certainty that these flickering shapes are the totality of existence, the fullness of what is real. This is not science fiction. This is not a thought experiment from our modern age of virtual reality and digital illusion. This vision comes from a man who lived 2,400 years ago, in the golden age of Athens, when the world was still young and philosophy had barely learned to speak its own name. His name was Plato, and he saw something that almost no one else could see. He saw that we live in a cave. But before we descend into that cave, before we confront the shadows that define our existence, we must understand the man who first imagined this prison and dared to describe the painful journey toward freedom. We must meet Plato himself, a figure whose influence on human thought cannot be overstated. The philosopher Alfred North Whitehead once remarked that all of Western philosophy is merely a series of footnotes to Plato. This is not hyperbole. It is perhaps the most accurate description of 24 centuries of human thinking. The year is 428 before the Common Era. Athens is at the height of its power and the beginning of its decline. The city gleams with marble temples, the Parthenon standing proud on the Acropolis, a monument to human achievement and divine aspiration. The streets buzz with merchants, soldiers, slaves, and free citizens engaged in the grand experiment of democracy. Philosophy walks these same streets, still finding its footing, still learning what questions to ask. Into this world, a child is born to an aristocratic family. His father traces his lineage to the last king of Athens. His mother descends from Solon, the great lawgiver who laid the foundations of Athenian democracy. They name him Aristocles, but the world will know him by another name, Plato. Some say this nickname came from his wrestling coach, referring to his broad shoulders and chest. Others claim it derives from the breadth of his forehead, or perhaps the breadth of his ideas. The truth is lost to time, but the name endures. Plato. Broad, expansive, comprehensive. Young Aristocles grows up in a world torn by war. The Peloponnesian War between Athens and Sparta defines his childhood, a conflict that will ultimately humble Athens and shatter its dreams of empire. He receives the education befitting his station, studying music and poetry, mathematics and gymnastics. He writes tragic dramas, they say, and shows promise as a poet. But then something happens that changes everything. He meets a man who will alter not only his life but the entire trajectory of human thought. The man is Socrates, ugly, pug-nosed, with bulging eyes and a protruding belly. He wanders the marketplace barefoot, engaging anyone who will listen in conversation. But these are not ordinary conversations. Socrates asks questions. Simple questions, or so they seem. At first, what is justice? What is virtue? What is knowledge? And then he listens as his conversation partners attempt to answer. And then he asks more questions, and more, and slowly, methodically, gently. He reveals that no one actually knows what they claim to know. The confident sophist is reduced to confusion. The self-assured politician admits his ignorance. The respected craftsman realizes he cannot define his own craft. This is what Socrates does. He exposes ignorance disguised as wisdom. And he does it not out of malice, but out of a genuine love of truth and a belief that wisdom begins only when we admit we know nothing. When young Plato encounters Socrates, something fundamental shifts in his soul. The poetry he has been writing suddenly seems hollow. The political career his family envisions for him seems pointless. He burns his tragic dramas, according to legend, and becomes a devoted follower of this strange, questioning man. For 8 years, perhaps longer, Plato learns at the feet of Socrates. He learns to question, to probe, to never accept easy answers. He learns that the unexamined life is not worth living. He learns that true knowledge is not accumulated facts, but the understanding of eternal truths that exist beyond the flux of daily experience. And then, in 399 BCE, Athens makes a terrible mistake. The democracy that Socrates has questioned, the citizens he has challenged, turn against him. They charge him with impiety and corrupting the youth. The charges are transparently political, a way to silence a voice that has become too uncomfortable, too probing, too honest. Socrates is convicted. He is sentenced to death. Plato is there or nearby as his teacher faces this injustice with perfect calm. Socrates refuses to flee, though his friends arrange his escape. He refuses to compromise his principles, though compromise might save his life. Instead, he spends his final hours discussing the immortality of the soul with his friends, comforting them rather than seeking comfort for himself. And then he drinks the hemlock poison, the execution method prescribed by Athenian law, and dies with the same composure he showed in life. This event traumatizes Plato. How could the city that gave birth to philosophy murder the greatest philosopher? How could democracy, ruled by the people, result in such profound injustice? These questions haunt him. They drive him. They become the engine of his philosophical project. In the years following Socrates' death, Plato travels. He visits Egypt, studying the ancient wisdom preserved in that timeless land. He journeys to southern Italy and Sicily, encountering the Pythagoreans with their mystical mathematics and their belief in the transmigration of souls. He observes different forms of government, different ways of organizing human society, different answers to the question of how we should live. And then he returns to Athens. He is approximately 40 years old. He purchases a piece of land in a grove sacred to the hero Academus, outside the city walls. There, in 387 BCE, he establishes a school. He calls it simply the Academy. It is not the first school in Athens, but it will become the most important. It will operate continuously for 900 years until the Christian Roman Emperor Justinian closes it in 529 CE, believing it a threat to the new faith. But those 9 centuries will change the world. At the Academy, Plato teaches. But more importantly, he writes. Over the next 4 decades, he composes dialogues, dramatic conversations that bring philosophy to life. Most feature Socrates as the main character, engaging in the kinds of discussions that so fascinated young Plato. But these are not transcripts of actual conversations. Plato is not recording history. He is doing philosophy, exploring ideas, testing arguments, following truth wherever it leads. Through these dialogues, Plato constructs a comprehensive philosophical system that addresses every major question humans can ask. What is reality? What can we know? How should we live? What happens when we die? What is justice? What is beauty? What is love? The breadth of his thought is staggering. No area of human concern escapes his attention. But at the center of everything, underlying all his specific arguments and proposals, stands one fundamental insight, one vision that makes sense of all the rest. It is the insight that gave birth to the allegory we are about to explore, the vision that explains why we live in a cave and what we must do to escape it. Plato sees that the world we experience through our senses, the world of particular things that come into being and pass, away, is not the deepest level of reality. There is something beyond, something more real than the physical objects we touch and see. There are eternal, unchanging forms or ideas that exist in a realm beyond space and time. These forms are the true reality, and everything we experience in the physical world is merely a copy, an imitation, a shadow of these perfect archetypes. This might sound abstract, even mystical, but Plato is not being vague or mystical. He is being precise. He is observing that we recognize instances of things, equality or justice or beauty, only because we have some prior knowledge of equality itself, justice itself, beauty itself. We judge particular just acts by reference to justice. We recognize beautiful things by reference to beauty. These universal standards cannot come from our experience of imperfect particulars. They must come from somewhere else. They must exist somewhere else. And if they exist somewhere else, then that somewhere else must be more real, more fundamental than the world of our sensory experience. This is the foundation. This is the insight that makes everything else make sense. And it is this insight that gives birth to the most famous, most influential, most profound allegory in the history of philosophy. The allegory that begins now as we descend together into the cave where humanity has always dwelt, where we have always been prisoners, and where most of us will remain for our entire lives unless something miraculous happens. So settle in. Let your breathing slow. Prepare yourself for a journey from darkness to light, from ignorance to knowledge, from comfortable illusion to painful truth. Prepare yourself to discover that you have been living in a cave. And more than that, prepare yourself to discover what it might mean to climb toward the light. There is a cave, deep underground, a vast cavern carved from living rock. The entrance lies far above, so distant that its light barely penetrates the depths below. And in this cave, in the deepest, darkest section, there are prisoners. These prisoners have been here since childhood. Some were born here. They have never known anything else. They sit in a row, facing a blank stone wall, their necks shackled so they cannot turn their heads. Their legs are bound so they cannot walk. They cannot move. They cannot look away from the wall before them. This wall is their entire world. Behind the prisoners, perhaps 30 feet back, a fire burns. Its flames cast light and heat, providing the only illumination in this underground darkness. Between the fire and the prisoners runs a low wall, like a puppet theatre screen, about waist high. And along this wall, other people, free people, carry objects back and forth. Statues of animals, models of trees, representations of people, all manner of carved figures. These puppet masters hold their objects above the wall as they walk, casting shadows from the fire onto the wall that the prisoners face. The prisoners see these shadows. They see the silhouettes of animals moving across the stone. They see the outlines of trees and people. They hear echoes bouncing off the walls, the voices of the puppet masters behind them, though they believe these sounds come from the shadows themselves. And because the prisoners have never seen anything else, because they have no other reference point, no other experience to compare this to, they believe the shadows are real. They believe the shadows are the totality of existence. Imagine their world for a moment. Imagine knowing nothing but these shifting shapes on a wall. You would develop an entire understanding of reality based on shadows. You would become expert at predicting which shadow would appear next. You would notice patterns, regularities. You might even develop a primitive science of shadows, creating theories about why they behave as they do. The prisoner who could best predict the shadows would be honored as wise. The one who understood shadow patterns most deeply would be considered the greatest thinker in your community. And you would never, could never suspect that these shadows are merely representations of representations. That the carved figures casting the shadows are themselves imitations of real objects. That the entire reality you know is third-hand at best, removed by multiple layers from true being. You would have no vocabulary for truth, no concept of reality beyond the shadows. The shadows would be your truth. The shadows would be your reality. This is Plato's vision of the human condition. This is how he sees us, not metaphorically, not as mere illustration. He genuinely believes that most of humanity lives exactly like these prisoners, convinced that the shifting appearances we perceive through our senses represent ultimate reality, unaware that there is something more real, more true, more fundamental than anything we can see or touch. The cave is not just ancient Athens. The cave is not just the historical moment Plato inhabited. The cave is the world. The cave is now. The cave is always. The cave is the condition of embodied existence, of souls trapped in physical form, perceiving shadows and mistaking them for substance. But then something extraordinary happens. One prisoner is freed. We are not told how. Perhaps the chains simply break. Perhaps a liberator comes from outside. Perhaps the prisoner somehow works himself free through years of patient effort. The how does not matter. What matters is the moment of freedom and what follows. The freed prisoner turns his head. For the first time in his life, he can look away from the wall. And immediately he is confused. His eyes, accustomed only to the dim shadows on stone, cannot process what he sees. The fire behind him is too bright. It hurts. He squints, turns away, wants desperately to return to the comfortable familiarity of the shadows. But something, curiosity perhaps, or fate, or the hand of a guide, compels him to keep looking. Gradually, painfully, his eyes adjust. He begins to see the fire clearly. He sees the wall where the puppet masters walk. He sees the carved figures they carry, and, slowly, with mounting shock, he realizes that the shadows he has watched his entire life are not real things, but projections. The solid reality he trusted was never solid at all. It was always derivative, always dependent on something more primary. This realization is not pleasant. It is not a joyful epiphany. It is disorienting, frightening, threatening to every assumption he has ever held. The entire structure of his understanding collapses. Everything he thought he knew reveals itself as ignorance. And the natural response, the human response, is to reject this knowledge, to turn back toward the shadows, to cling to the comfortable lie rather than embrace the painful truth. But something prevents him from turning back. Perhaps that same curiosity. Perhaps a guide who will not let him retreat. Perhaps an inner strength he did not know he possessed, and so he continues. He turns toward the passage leading upward, toward the distant entrance of the cave, toward the light bleeding down from above. and he begins to climb. The journey is arduous. The path is steep, the rock is sharp, and with every step the light grows brighter, more painful to his cave-adjusted eyes. He stumbles. He falls. He wants to quit, to descend back to the familiar darkness where the shadows make sense and his eyes do not ache. But he continues, one foot in front of the other, one handhold after another, upward, always upward. And then, after what feels like an eternity of climbing, he reaches the mouth of the cave. He emerges into the world above. And he is completely, utterly, overwhelmingly blinded. The sun. The actual sun, not the fire's pale imitation, floods his vision with light more intense than anything he has ever experienced. He cannot see. He cannot process this. His eyes, those organs that defined his entire relationship with reality, have become useless. He falls to his knees, shielding his face, certain that this light will destroy him, that leaving the cave was a terrible mistake, that the shadows were better than this burning blindness. But slowly, so slowly, his eyes adjust to this new world. At first, he can only look at shadows even here. The shadows of trees, of animals, of other people. These shadows are different from the ones in the cave, sharper somehow, more defined, but still shadows. Then he progresses to reflections. He looks at a pond and sees the reflection of the sky, the mirror image of trees. These reflections are one step closer to reality than shadows, but still not the things themselves. Gradually, as day follows day, and his eyes grow stronger, he can look at actual objects in the light of day. He sees a real tree, not its shadow or reflection, but the tree itself. He sees an actual animal, flesh and blood and movement. He sees other human beings, not silhouettes on a wall, but living, breathing people. And each sight fills him with wonder and also with horror. Wonder at the richness and complexity of true reality. Horror at how impoverished his previous understanding was, how much he mistook shadows for substance. Finally, after weeks or months of gradual adjustment, he can look at the sky in daytime. He sees the sun itself, the source of all light, the power that illuminates everything else and makes vision possible. And in seeing the sun, he understands. He understands that this is the ultimate reality, the final source, the thing that makes everything else visible and comprehensible. Without the sun, nothing could be seen. Without this light, no truth could be known. The sun is to the visible world what the form of the good is to the intelligible realm. It is the source and standard of everything. This freed prisoner has completed a philosophical journey. He has ascended from ignorance to knowledge, from opinion to understanding, from the many changing particulars to the one eternal truth. He has become a philosopher in the truest sense, a lover of wisdom who has actually attained the wisdom he loves. He has seen reality as it is, not as it appears. He has escaped the cave. And now comes the most important question, the question that defines not just this allegory, but the entire purpose of philosophy and the entire responsibility of those who attain truth. What should he do? Should he remain in the sunlight, basking in his knowledge, enjoying the blessed vision of reality, denied to those still in chains below? Should he spend his days contemplating the sun and the truth it represents, living in perfect understanding while his former fellow prisoners remain in darkness? No, this is not what he does. This is not what he should do. Because knowledge without compassion is empty. Truth without love is sterile. Understanding that does not attempt to liberate others is a form of selfishness disguised as wisdom. And so, despite the comfort of the light, despite the pain he knows awaits him, the freed prisoner makes a choice. He turns away from the sun. He walks back toward the mouth of the cave. He begins the descent. Going down is in some ways harder than climbing up. He is moving from light to darkness now, and his eyes, so recently adjusted to the sun, must readjust to shadow. He stumbles in the dimness. He cannot see clearly in the cave, even though he once navigated its darkness perfectly. He has become, in a sense, less capable than those who never left, at least in the realm of shadows. He reaches the bottom. He approaches his former fellow prisoners, still chained, still watching the wall, still utterly convinced that shadows are reality, and with great excitement, with joy at the truth he has discovered, and eagerness to share this gift, he tells them what he has seen. He describes the fire, the carved figures, the passage upward, the world outside, the actual trees and animals, the sun itself. He explains that the shadows are not real, that true reality exists beyond this cave, that they are prisoners who could be free. And the prisoners laugh at him. They mock him. They call him mad. Look at his eyes, they say. He went away and came back damaged. He can barely see the shadows now. He who once was honoured as wise among us can no longer even predict which shadow will appear next. He trips over stones in plain sight. He cannot function in the real world, the world of shadows that we all know is reality. Whatever he experienced, outside has ruined him. It has made him useless, and if any of us were to follow him, we would be similarly destroyed. More than mockery, there is anger. His words threaten their entire understanding of reality. If he is right, then everything they believe is wrong. If he is right, then their lives are based on illusion, their honours are meaningless, their wisdom is ignorance. This is not a comfortable thought. This is not something they can easily accept. And so they reject it. They reject him. And Plato tells us that if they could get their hands on him, if they could reach him with their chained limbs, they would kill him. They would murder the one who tried to free them, the one who offered them truth, because the truth is more threatening than any lie, and liberation is more terrifying than any chain. This is the allegory. This is Plato's vision of the human condition and the philosopher's mission. We are the prisoners. The cave is the physical world, the realm of sensory experience, the domain of changing, temporal, imperfect particulars. The shadows are the objects we perceive through our senses, things that seem real but are actually images of something more fundamental. The fire is the sun in the physical world, providing the limited light by which we perceive shadows. The sea, ascent from the cave, is the journey of the soul toward true knowledge. The world outside is the realm of forms, the domain of eternal, unchanging, perfect reality. And the sun itself is the form of the good, the ultimate reality that makes all other knowledge possible. The freed prisoner is the philosopher, the rare individual who breaks free from conventional opinion and sensory illusion to attain genuine understanding. And his return to the cave is the philosopher's duty to attempt, however futilely, however dangerously, to liberate others from the chains of ignorance. Plato is not being poetic here. He is not speaking metaphorically. He genuinely believes that most humans live their entire lives in a state comparable to those prisoners, perceiving only shadows, believing only in the evidence of their senses, never questioning whether there might be something more real beyond their immediate experience. We mistake the changing flux of particulars for reality. We believe that what we see with our eyes and hear with our ears and touch with our hands is the fullness of what exists. We honor those who are best at navigating the world of shadows, the successful business people, the clever politicians, the skilled craftspeople. And we ignore or mock or even murder those who try to tell us that there is something beyond shadows, something more real, something that would require us to question everything we think we know. But Plato's allegory does not end in despair. It ends with a mission. The philosopher must return to the cave, not because it is easy, not because it is safe, not because it will be appreciated, but because it is right, because knowledge creates responsibility, because those who see the truth are obligated to attempt, however imperfectly, to help others see it too. This is the essence of Plato's vision. This is the heart of his philosophy, and every argument he makes, every proposal he offers, every dialogue he writes, flows from this central insight. We live in a cave. Most of us will remain in the cave, but some can escape, and those who escape must try to free the others, even knowing that the attempt will likely fail, even knowing that it might cost them everything. Now, as you rest in the darkness behind your closed eyes, consider this. What are the shadows on your personal wall? What comfortable illusions define your understanding of reality? What would it mean for you to turn away from the wall, to face the fire, to climb toward the light? What truths have you been avoiding because accepting them would require you to abandon everything you think you know? These are not easy questions. They are not meant to be. The allegory of the cave is not meant to comfort. It is meant to challenge, to disturb, to awaken. It is meant to make you wonder whether you are living in truth or merely in the most convincing lies you have ever encountered. But there is hope in this vision too. The chains can be broken. The ascent is possible. The sun can be seen. Reality can be known. And once known, that knowledge changes everything. It makes the shadows lose their power. It makes the cave less confining. It makes the truth, however painful, preferable to the most comfortable lie. This is Plato's gift. Not easy answers, not simple solutions, but a vision of human possibility that refuses to accept that shadows are all we can know, that the cave is all we can inhabit, that ignorance is the natural and permanent condition of humanity. The cave has an exit. The question is whether we have the courage to find it. If the allegory of the cave describes our condition, the theory of forms explains why we are in this condition and what exists beyond the cave walls. It is Plato's most distinctive contribution to philosophy, his attempt to solve the deepest riddles of existence, knowledge, and value. And while the theory of forms can seem abstract at first encounter, it addresses the most concrete and practical questions we can ask. What is real? How do we know anything? Why are some things better than others? Let us begin with a simple observation. The kind of thing so obvious we usually never think about it. You recognize instances of things. You see multiple dogs and know they are all dogs, despite vast differences in size, color, and shape. You see multiple circles and know they are all circles, despite being drawn in different sizes and materials. You encounter multiple just acts and recognize them all as just, despite differences in circumstance and culture. This capacity for recognition, this ability to identify many particular instances as examples of one universal type, is so basic to human thought that we rarely question it. But Plato questions it. How do you do this? How do you know that a Chihuahua and a Great Dane are both dogs when they share almost no physical characteristics? How do you know that a circle drawn in sand and a circle drawn on paper are both circles when they are made of completely different substances? How do you recognize justice when you see it, given that just acts take infinitely varied forms? The obvious answer, the one most people would give, is that we learn from experience. We see many dogs and abstract the common features that make them all dogs. We encounter circles repeatedly and extract the essential characteristics that define circularity. We observe just acts and induce the general principles of justice. But Plato sees a fatal flaw in this explanation. Before you can recognize multiple things as instances of the same type, you must already have some understanding of what that type is. Before you can abstract the concept of dog from multiple dogs, you must already know what you are looking for. You must already possess some standard, some template, some idea of dogness that allows you to recognize these particular animals as examples of the same kind. Consider a child learning the word dog. The parent points to the family pet and says dog. The child forms some understanding, but then the child encounters the neighbor's dog, which looks completely different. Smaller, different color, different shape. Yet somehow the child recognizes that this too is a dog. How? If the child was simply memorizing the physical features of the first dog and calling anything similar a dog, he would fail, because the second dog might share almost no features with the first, yet the child succeeds. The child recognizes dogness in both animals. Plato argues that this is possible only if the child, indeed all of us, already possess innate knowledge of what a dog is in its essential nature. Not knowledge of this or that particular dog. Not a memory of specific physical features, but knowledge of dog itself, the form of dog, the perfect, eternal, unchanging archetype, of which all particular dogs are imperfect, temporary, changing copies. This might sound mystical, but Plato is being rigorously logical. The alternative, that we build up universal concepts purely from sensory experience, cannot account for how we successfully apply these concepts to new instances that share no obvious perceptual features with previous instances. Something must provide the standard by which we judge whether new instances belong to the category, and that something cannot come from the instances themselves, because they are too varied, too particular, too changing to serve as stable standards. Therefore, Plato concludes there must exist forms. These forms are not physical objects. They do not exist in space or time. They are not accessible to the senses. You cannot see the form of dog, or touch the form of justice, or taste the form of beauty. Yet they are real. In fact, they are more real than any physical object you can perceive. Because physical objects come into being and pass away. They change constantly. They are never perfect, but the forms are eternal, unchanging, and perfect. They are, in Plato's technical language, what truly is, while physical objects only partially participate in being. Let us take a different example to make this clearer. Consider equality. You have seen many instances of equal things. 2 sticks of equal length, 2 stones of equal weight, 2 portions of equal size. You recognize these instances as equal. You can point to them and say, these are equal. But have you ever seen equality itself? Have you ever encountered perfect, absolute equality in the physical world? Plato would say no. Every instance of equality you perceive through your senses is imperfect, approximate. 2 sticks that appear equal always differ at some microscopic level. 2 stones that feel equal on a rough scale show differences on a precise balance. Every physical instance of equality is, upon close enough examination, not quite equal. And yet you possess a concept of perfect equality, a standard by which you judge these imperfect instances and find them wanting. Where does this standard come from? Not from sensory experience, because sensory experience only gives you imperfect examples. It must come from somewhere else. There must exist equality itself, the form of equality, the perfect standard that particular equal things strive toward, but never fully achieve. And you must have some innate knowledge of this form, some pre-existing acquaintance with perfect equality, that allows you to recognize imperfect instances and understand them as attempts, however inadequate, to embody the form. This is true not just for geometric or mathematical concepts, though those provide the clearest examples. It is true for all the fundamental categories that structure our understanding of reality. There is a form of beauty, and all beautiful. Things are beautiful only insofar as they participate in this form. There is a form of justice, and all just acts are just only to the degree they approximate this eternal standard. There is a form of goodness, and all good things derive whatever goodness they possess from their relationship to the form of the good. These forms exist in their own realm, what Plato sometimes calls the intelligible world, to distinguish it from the sensible world of physical objects. The forms are not scattered throughout space, competing for room with tables and trees. They exist in a different mode entirely, accessible not to the eyes of the body, but to the eyes of the soul, to reason, to intellect. And here we come to the crucial point, the insight that makes the theory of forms not just an abstract metaphysical doctrine, but a practical guide to living. If the forms are more real than physical objects, and if true knowledge is knowledge of what is most real, then true knowledge is knowledge of forms, not of particulars. The person who has perfect perception of the physical world, but no understanding of forms is less knowledgeable than the person who understands forms, but cannot perceive the physical world clearly. The blind mathematician who understands the form of circle knows more about reality than the sighted person who has seen 10,000 circles but understands nothing of what makes them circular. This explains the ascent from the cave. The prisoner chained before shadows is perceiving images of physical objects. When he turns and sees the carved figures, he is perceiving physical objects themselves. When he climbs out of the cave and sees trees and animals in sunlight, he is perceiving physical objects more clearly, illuminated by the sun rather than by fire. But he has not yet achieved true knowledge. He is still in the realm of the sensible, still perceiving with his bodily senses rather than understanding with his soul's reason. True knowledge comes only when he uses these physical perceptions as stepping stones to something higher. When he sees many beautiful things and asks himself what beauty itself must be, if all these beautiful things are beautiful by participating in it. When he encounters multiple just acts and seeks to understand justice itself, the form that all just acts imperfectly reflect. This movement from particulars to universals, from instances to forms, from the many to the one, is the essence of philosophical thinking. It is the path from opinion to knowledge, from belief to understanding. And at the pinnacle of this ascent, beyond and above all other forms, stands one form that Plato calls the form of the good. This is the sun in the allegory, the ultimate reality that makes all other reality comprehensible. Just as the sun provides the light by which we see physical objects, the form of the good provides the intelligibility by which we understand all other forms. It is the source of being and the source of knowledge. Without it, nothing else could exist or be known. What exactly is the form of the good? Plato admits this is the hardest question to answer. He offers analogies, comparisons, suggestions, but he insists that the form of the good transcends precise definition. It is beyond being itself, he says mysteriously, beyond even existence. It is the principle that makes existence possible and intelligible and valuable. Perhaps the best way to understand the form of the good is through its effects. Everything that exists participates in the good to some degree, which is what makes it exist rather than not exist. Everything we can know is knowable because it participates in the good, because the good provides the structure and order that makes knowledge possible. Everything we value as good, whether pleasure or virtue or beauty or truth, is valuable precisely because it participates, however imperfectly, in the form of the good. The philosopher's ultimate goal is to ascend beyond knowledge of particular forms to understanding of the form of the good itself. This is the moment of seeing the sun, the achievement of perfect wisdom. And just as the sun is difficult to look at directly, just as the freed prisoner must adjust gradually before he can gaze at the sun without being blinded, so the form of the good cannot be grasped suddenly or without preparation. It requires years of training, decades of study, a lifetime of philosophical discipline. But once achieved, this knowledge transforms everything. The person who has seen the form of the good no longer mistakes shadows for reality. She no longer values physical pleasures as if they were ultimate goods. She no longer fears death as if bodily existence were the only existence. She understands the true structure of reality and can order her life accordingly. She becomes wise not in the sense of knowing many facts, but in the sense of understanding what truly matters and what does not. And this brings us back to the allegory. Why must the freed prisoner return to the cave? Why can't he remain in the sunlight, contemplating forms, understanding reality as it truly is? Because knowledge of the good creates responsibility. The form of the good is not just an abstract principle. It is the source of value, the standard of rightness, the goal toward which everything should strive. And if you understand the good, you are obligated to attempt to bring others toward it, to help them escape ignorance, to liberate them from the cave, however difficult and dangerous that may be. This is not altruism in the modern sense. It is not self-sacrifice for the sake of others. It is something deeper and more compelling. When you truly understand the good, you understand that all souls are fundamentally oriented toward it, even when they mistake shadows for reality. Yusul, understand that the prisoners in the cave are not choosing ignorance. They are simply unaware that anything beyond shadows exists, and you understand that helping them toward knowledge is not imposing your values on them, but awakening them to what they already, deep down, desire, even if they do not yet know it. The philosopher returns to the cave because the form of the good demands it, not because someone commands her to return, not because she will be rewarded for returning, but because understanding the good means understanding that attempting to extend knowledge of the good to others is itself participation in the good. It is what the good requires. It is what reality itself, at its deepest level, calls for. Now, as you drift deeper into rest, consider what this means for you. What are the forms in your life? What perfect standards do you reference, consciously or unconsciously, when you judge particular instances? When you call something beautiful, what is the beauty you are measuring it against? When you call an act just, what is the justice it partially embodies? And beyond these particular forms, what is the good that gives them all meaning and value? These are not idle questions. They are invitations to the same ascent that the freed prisoner undertook. You do not need to travel to ancient Athens. You do not need to join Plato's academy. The journey from opinion to knowledge, from shadows to forms, from ignorance to wisdom, is available to you now, in the quiet darkness of approaching sleep, in the stillness of a mind temporarily freed from the constant demands of the sensory world. The forms are not far away. They are the deep structure of reality itself. They are what you have always been seeking, even when you did not know you were seeking anything at all. Every time you recognize beauty, you touch the form of beauty. Every time you admire justice, you brush against the form of justice. Every time you prefer truth to lies, you participate however slightly in the form of the good. The question is not whether the forms exist. The question is whether you will consciously pursue them, whether you will treat the philosophic ascent as the defining project of your life, or whether you will remain content with shadows, with the comfortable illusions of the cave, with the easy opinions of the unexamined life. Plato cannot make this choice for you. No teacher, no guide, no philosopher can. The decision to turn away from the wall, to face the fire, to climb toward the light, belongs to each soul individually, but the possibility is always there, waiting, calling, inviting you to discover what is most real and most valuable, beyond all the changing particulars of daily experience. The forms are eternal. They will wait for you to notice them. The question is whether you will. Picture a warm Athenian evening in the month of Gamaliel, late winter of 416 before the Common Era. The sun has just set, painting the sky in shades of purple and gold. A group of men recline on couches in the spacious andron, the men's room, of the house belonging to Agathon, a successful tragic poet. He has just won first prize at the Lenaea festival, a significant achievement, and his friends have gathered to celebrate. These are not ordinary men. Among them is Aristophanes, the comic playwright whose satires of Athenian society remain hilarious 2 millennia later. There is Pausanias, a legal expert, and Eryximachus, a physician, both respected in their fields. And there, reclining somewhat awkwardly because he is perpetually uncomfortable with material comforts, is Socrates. He arrived late, as is his habit, having stopped in a neighbor's porch to think, standing motionless for who knows how long, lost in philosophical contemplation. They have eaten well. The servants have cleared away the dishes. Wine has been poured, mixed with water in the Greek custom. Normally this would be the time for serious drinking, for the symposium proper, the drinking party that follows the deepen or dinner. But Eryximachus makes a suggestion. They are all still recovering from yesterday's celebration, he points out. Perhaps instead of drinking to excess tonight, they should entertain themselves with speeches. Agathon agrees, and a topic is chosen. They will each deliver an encomium, a speech in praise of love, specifically in praise of Eros, the god of desire, of longing, of the force that draws one being toward another. What follows is one of the most remarkable conversations in philosophical literature. Each speaker offers a different perspective on love, and together these perspectives build toward a vision of love that is profound, challenging, and ultimately transformative. It is a vision that has shaped Western understanding of love for 24 centuries, a vision that remains as relevant today as it was in that Athenian andron all those years ago. We will not recount every speech, though each has its merits. Instead, we will focus on two contributions that illuminate Plato's understanding of love and its relationship to philosophy, to the forms, and to the good life. The first is the speech of Aristophanes, which presents love through myth and image, in a way that has captured human imagination ever since. The second is the speech of Socrates, or rather, the speech that Socrates attributes to Diotima of Mantinea, a wise woman who supposedly taught him about love years earlier. Together, these two speeches offer complementary visions. Aristophanes explains why we desire love. Diotima explains what love truly is and where it should lead us. Aristophanes begins with a myth, a story from the ancient past, when human nature was different from what it is now. Back then, he says, there were 3 sexes, not 2. There were males, females, and androgynes, a third sex that combined characteristics of both. But the appearance of these original humans was strange and wonderful. Each human being was spherical in shape, with 4 arms and 4 legs, 2 faces on opposite sides of a single head, and 2 sets of reproductive organs. These round people moved not by walking, but by rolling, spinning like wheels across the ground. And these original humans were powerful, terrifyingly powerful. They had twice the strength of modern humans, twice the speed, twice the capability, and they knew it. In their pride and confidence, they decided to challenge the gods. They attempted to storm Olympus, to scale the heights where Zeus and the other immortals dwelt, to overthrow divine rule and establish themselves as the new masters of the cosmos. Zeus was troubled. He could not allow this rebellion to succeed, but he also did not want to destroy humanity entirely, as he had other rebellious creatures in the past. Humans, after all, offered sacrifices to the gods, and Zeus appreciated the worship and honor these sacrifices represented. So he devised a clever solution. He would weaken humanity without destroying it. He would split each round human in half. Zeus called Apollo, god of medicine and archery, to execute this punishment. Apollo took his bow and arrows and carefully, precisely, split every spherical human down the middle, separating the 4-armed, 4-legged creatures into 2 2-armed, 2-legged beings. Then Apollo took the loose skin that resulted from this splitting and gathered it together at the front of each new creature, tying it off at what we now call the navel, leaving that peculiar scar as a permanent reminder of our original wholeness and subsequent division. But something unexpected happened after this splitting. The newly separated halves were miserable. Each half wandered the earth seeking its other half, the piece of itself that had been torn away. When 2 halves found each other, they would throw their arms around each other and cling together, refusing to separate even to eat or drink, content to starve to death if only they could remain united. They were dying of longing, dying of incompleteness. Zeus took pity on them. He moved the genitals around to the front of the body, allowing the halves to come together in sexual union. This provided some temporary relief, some momentary sense of completion, even though it could never fully restore the original unity. And from that day to this, Aristophanes concludes, love is the name we give to the desire and pursuit of wholeness. We are all seeking our other half, the piece of ourselves from which we were severed. And when we find it, or find someone who resembles it closely enough, we experience the overwhelming desire to unite with them, to become whole again, to overcome the separation that defines our existence. This is why love feels like recognition, Aristophanes explains. When you meet the right person, you feel like you have known them forever, like you are reuniting rather than meeting for the first time. This is why love creates such intense longing. You are not simply attracted to another person, you are reaching for the part of yourself that was taken away. This is why nothing else satisfies when you are in love. No amount of success or wealth or honor can fill the void left by separation from your other half. Only reunion can ease that primal pain. Aristophanes' myth is charming, humorous in its imagery of round people rolling across the ground, yet deeply serious in what it says about human nature. We are fundamentally incomplete. We are defined by lack, by absence, by the sense that something essential is missing. And we spend our lives seeking to overcome this incompleteness through connection with another. The myth of the soulmate, the idea that somewhere out there is the one person perfectly suited to us, the other half of our soul, originates here in Aristophanes' speech. But is this really what love is? Is it fundamentally about overcoming personal incompleteness? Is the goal of love to find someone who makes us whole? Socrates, speaking last among the symposiasts, offers a very different vision. He does so not in his own voice, but by recounting a conversation he once had with Diotima, a priestess from Mantinea, who initiated him into the mysteries of love. Socrates begins by challenging some assumptions made by earlier speakers. They have all praised love, as if love were a beautiful, perfect God. But Diotima asks, if love desires beauty and goodness, can love himself possess these qualities? We only desire what we lack. The hungry person desires food precisely because they do not have it. The poor person desires wealth precisely because they lack it. If love desires beauty, then love must not possess beauty. If love desires goodness, then love must not be good. So what is love then? Not a god, Diotima explains, but a daemon, a spirit intermediate between divine and mortal, between immortal and mortal, between wise and ignorant. Love was conceived, she tells Socrates, on the day of Aphrodite's birth. Poros, the god of resource, and Plenty, attended the feast celebrating the goddess's arrival. He drank too much nectar and fell asleep in Zeus's garden. Meanwhile, Penia, the personification of poverty and need, came begging at the feast's edge. Seeing Poros lying unconscious, Penia conceived a plan to ease her perpetual lack. She lay with the sleeping god and became pregnant with love. From his father Poros, love inherits resourcefulness, cleverness, the ability to devise means toward desired ends. From his mother Penia, love inherits neediness, longing, the constant awareness of lacking something essential. And this mixed nature defines what love is. Love is neither complete poverty nor complete wealth, neither total ignorance nor perfect wisdom, neither purely mortal nor purely divine. Love is in between, always seeking, always striving, always moving toward what it lacks, but never fully possessing it. This, Diotima insists, is what philosophers are. Philosophers are lovers of wisdom, which means they desire wisdom precisely because they do not possess it. The wise person, if such a person exists, would not philosophize because she would already have what philosophy seeks. The ignorant person, if truly and completely ignorant, would not philosophize because he would not know that he lacked anything. Philosophy exists in the space between ignorance and wisdom, perpetually reaching for understanding without ever fully grasping it, and this is the space that love inhabits. But what does love desire? What is the object of this perpetual longing? Beautiful things, Diotima answers at first, but then she probes deeper. Why do we desire beautiful things? What do we hope to gain from possessing them? Socrates fumbles for an answer, and Diotima guides him. We desire beautiful things because we want the good they provide, and we want the good because we want to be happy. And we want to be happy permanently, not just momentarily. What love ultimately desires is the permanent possession of the good. But mortals cannot achieve permanent possession of anything. We age, we change, we die. Everything we grasp slips away eventually. So how can love, this desire for permanent possession of the good, ever be satisfied? Through reproduction, Diotima answers. Through creating something that outlasts us. This is why animals and humans feel such intense drive to reproduce. It is not simply biological instinct. though biology expresses it. It is a spiritual need, a desire for immortality, for permanence, for creating something that will continue after our temporary existence ends. But reproduction is not only physical. There is spiritual reproduction, intellectual reproduction, reproduction in soul rather than body. And this spiritual reproduction is higher than physical reproduction, more noble, more valuable, because its offspring are more lasting and more beneficial than mere children of flesh. Consider Homer. Diotima suggests he died thousands of years ago, but his poems remain. They educate generation after generation. They shape souls and inspire virtue. Are these poems not better offspring than biological children, who themselves die after a single lifetime? Consider Lycurgus and Solon, the great lawgivers. Their laws brought justice and order to entire cities. These laws are their children, offspring of their minds rather than their bodies, and these children have granted them immortality in memory and honor. This begins to reveal the true nature of love. Love is not simply desire for another person. Love is desire for immortality through creative production, and the highest form of this creative production is giving birth not to bodies, but to ideas, not to physical offspring, but to wisdom, virtue, beauty, justice. The philosopher seeks to give birth to true ideas. The politician seeks to give birth to just laws. The artist seeks to give birth to beautiful creations. All of these are expressions of love in its highest form. But Diotima is not finished. She has described what love does and why. Now she reveals where love should lead, the path it should follow, the ascent it makes possible. And here the symposium's teaching explicitly connects with the theory of forms and the allegory of the cave. Love is the force that carries the soul, from the realm of shadows to the realm of forms, from the many to the one, from changing particulars to eternal perfection. The journey begins, Diotima explains, with attraction to a single beautiful body. A young person sees another young person and feels desire. This is love in its most basic, most accessible form. Physical attraction to physical beauty. There is nothing wrong with this beginning. It is where love naturally starts for embodied beings like us. But if the lover is wise, he will not remain at this level. He will notice that the beauty in this one body is similar to the beauty in other bodies. He will realize that beauty itself, the thing he responds to, is not unique to this one person, but appears in many persons. And gradually, his love will expand from this single body to beautiful bodies in general. He will love bodily beauty as such, not just this particular instance of it. Next, if he continues to ascend, he will notice that the beauty of the soul is more valuable than the beauty of the body. A person with a beautiful character, someone virtuous and wise, is more genuinely beautiful than a person with an attractive physique. And so the lover's focus shifts from physical beauty to spiritual beauty, from the body to the soul. He begins to love people not for their appearance, but for their character, their wisdom, their virtue. Continuing upward, the lover will discover beauty in activities and laws and institutions. He will see that a just law is beautiful, that a noble custom is beautiful, that a harmonious society is beautiful, and his love expands again to encompass not just individual beautiful souls, but the beautiful structures that souls create together. From here, the ascent becomes more abstract, but also more profound. The lover discovers beauty in different kinds of knowledge, in mathematics and science and philosophy. He sees that true ideas are beautiful, that understanding itself is beautiful, that knowledge possesses an attractiveness that transcends any physical or institutional beauty. And finally, if he persists, if he climbs the entire ladder of love, he will arrive at something extraordinary. He will have a vision of beauty itself, the form of beauty, eternal and perfect, unchanging and absolute. This beauty is not beautiful in some respects and ugly in others. It is not beautiful at one time and ugly at another. It is not beautiful to some people and ugly to others. It is simply, absolutely, eternally beautiful. It is the source and standard of all particular beautiful things, the reason anything else can be beautiful at all. And when the lover beholds this form of beauty, Diotima says, he will understand what he has been seeking all along. Every particular, beautiful thing he loved was beautiful only because it participated in this form, only because it imperfectly reflected this eternal beauty. His love was always for this form, even when he did not know it, even when he mistakenly believed he loved only the particular beautiful body or soul he first encountered. At this final stage, the lover can contemplate beauty itself and give birth, spiritually, to true virtue and wisdom. He becomes productive in a way he never was before, creating not mere images or opinions about goodness but actual virtue, actual wisdom, because he is now in contact with what is actually good and beautiful, rather than with pale copies of these realities. And because he is in contact with what is immortal and eternal, he himself achieves a kind of immortality. Not literal bodily immortality, but immortality through his spiritual offspring, through the wisdom and virtue he creates and passes to others, through his participation in something that transcends the mortal realm. This is love according to Plato, according to Diotima, according to the vision presented in the symposium. Love is not fundamentally about finding someone to complete you. It is not about overcoming personal inadequacy through union with another. It is about ascent. It is about using the natural human capacity for desire, for longing, for reaching beyond oneself, as a ladder that leads from the physical to the spiritual, from the particular to the universal, from the temporal to the eternal. Love begins with physical attraction, yes, but it should not end there. The lover who remains fixated on a single beautiful body is like the prisoner who remains focused on one particular shadow. He has mistaken the first step for the destination. He has stopped climbing when the ladder still stretches infinitely above him. The truly philosophical lover uses each level of beauty as a stepping stone to the next, never resting, always ascending, always seeking the beauty that lies beyond all particular beautiful things. And this explains the connection between love and philosophy. Philosophy is love of wisdom. Wisdom is knowledge of what is truly good and truly beautiful. Knowledge of what is truly good and beautiful requires ascending from particulars to forms, from the many to the one, from the physical realm to the intelligible realm. Love provides the motivation, the energy, the driving force for this ascent. Without love, without desire, without longing for something beyond what we currently possess, we would have no reason to climb, no motivation to question, no drive to seek truth. Philosophy is love directed toward its highest object, and love is philosophy's engine, the power that moves souls from ignorance toward knowledge, from the cave into the light, from shadows to reality. Now, as sleep begins to pull you under, consider your own loves. What do you desire? What attracts you? What do you long for with the intensity that defines genuine love? And more importantly, are you using these desires as a ladder, or have you mistaken the lowest rung for the top? Are you climbing toward beauty itself, toward goodness itself, toward the forms that give all particular things whatever beauty and goodness they possess? Or are you clinging to one particular beautiful thing, refusing to see that its beauty points beyond itself, refusing to climb higher? The ladder is always there. Diotima's teaching, Plato's vision, remains available to anyone willing to ascend. You do not need to abandon earthly loves. You do not need to reject physical beauty or deny your attraction to particular people. But you can learn to see these loves as beginnings rather than endings, as invitations to climb rather than destinations at which to stop. Love begins in the body. Love ends in eternity. The question is whether you will make the journey, whether you will trust love enough to carry you beyond the comfortable and familiar into the vast and frightening realm of perfect beauty that exists beyond all changing, dying, imperfect, beautiful things. The ladder stands before you. Diotima calls from above. And love, that resourceful and needy daemon, stands ready to guide you upward, if only you will let him.
Welcome back, dear friends. Before we begin, let me know where in the world you are watching, and please don't forget to subscribe and like to support the channel. Your presence here helps these quiet explorations of wisdom reach others seeking understanding in the stillness of evening. Picture, if you will, the southern coast of England in the spring of 1588. The Spanish Armada approaches across dark waters, the greatest invasion fleet the world has ever seen. Rumours race through villages faster than horses can carry them. War is coming. Terror grips the hearts of common folk who know their homes lie in the path of empires at war. In a small parish near Malmesbury, a vicar's wife goes into labour 2 months early, her body responding to the fear that saturates the very air she breathes. The child born that April morning would later write about his own arrival with characteristic bluntness. "Fear and I," he said, "were born twins together." The boy was Thomas Hobbes, and he would grow to become one of the most brilliant, controversial and misunderstood minds in the history of human thought. His enemies would call him the monster of Malmesbury. His books would be burned. Both sides of a civil war would despise him. Yet his ideas would change the world more profoundly than almost any philosopher before or since. Tonight, as you prepare for rest, we embark on a journey into the mind of a man who dared to ask the most uncomfortable questions about human nature, about power, about why we live together in societies at all. Hobbes witnessed his world tear itself apart in civil war. He watched a king lose his head on a scaffold. He lived through chaos that made him question everything people believed about government, about morality, about the very foundations of civilization. And from that darkness, he constructed a vision so stark, so unflinching, that it still has the power to disturb us more than 3 centuries after his death. But here's the mystery we'll unravel together as you drift towards sleep. Why would a philosopher who seemed to defend absolute monarchy actually plant the seeds of modern democracy? How could the man who wrote the most authoritarian-sounding political theory in Western philosophy also undermine every traditional justification for political power? And what did he see about human beings that was so terrible he believed only the most powerful authority could save us from ourselves? Settle in. Let your breathing slow. Tonight, we'll discover why Thomas Hobbes described human life without government in words that have echoed through history. We'll understand why he believed we needed what he called a leviathan, a great artificial monster of our own creation, to protect us from something even more terrifying. And perhaps, as you rest in the safety of your home tonight, doors locked, protected by laws you barely think about, you'll recognize that you're living proof of Hobbes's most controversial claim about what human beings truly need to survive. The story begins not with grand philosophy, but with disgrace and abandonment. Thomas Hobbes's father was a vicar, but not the sort of gentle shepherd of souls you might imagine. Thomas Hobbes Sr. was what people in Elizabethan England called a man of the cloth, only in the most technical sense. He was quick-tempered, uneducated beyond the basics required for his position, and apparently more comfortable with playing cards than with prayer. The biographical details that survive paint a portrait of a man fundamentally unsuited to the pastoral care of human souls. One Saturday night in 1604, after playing cards through the evening and into the early morning hours, the elder Hobbes stumbled into his church for Sunday services still half asleep. In the middle of the service, as parishioners bowed their heads in solemn devotion, the vicar's voice rang out clearly through the stone building. "Trafels is trumps! Clubs are trumps." He had cried out in his sleep, still lost in the card game that had occupied his Saturday night. If that had been the extent of his father's failures, young Thomas might have grown up in relative stability, the son of a merely incompetent clergyman in a small English town. But Thomas Hobbes Sr. had a temper to match his poor judgment. When another local clergyman, Richard Jean, criticised him, or perhaps simply crossed him in some way the details are lost to history, the vicar's response was not prayer or reasoned argument, but violence. In the churchyard itself, in sight of God and congregation, Thomas Hobbes Sr. struck Richard Jean, and then, realising the magnitude of what he had done, fled. He abandoned everything: his position, his home, his reputation, and most significantly, his 3 children. Thomas was 16 years old when his father disappeared from his life forever. The scandal, the whispers, the sudden poverty, the shame of being associated with a man who had brawled at the church door and then run away rather than face consequences, all of this marked young Thomas in ways that would echo through his later philosophy. But young Thomas was fortunate in one respect. His uncle, Francis Hobbes, was a wealthy glover in Malmesbury, a man who had done well in the emerging commercial economy of late Elizabethan England. Francis had no children of his own, and he recognized something in his disgraced brother's son: intelligence, a hunger for learning, a mind that could perhaps transcend the circumstances of birth and scandal. He paid for Thomas's education, first at a small school in Westport, then at a private school where the boys showed remarkable aptitude for languages, and finally, at age 15, at Magdalen Hall in Oxford. Oxford in the early 1600s was still dominated by scholastic philosophy, the elaborate system built over centuries by medieval thinkers who attempted to reconcile Aristotle's ancient wisdom with Christian theology. Students spent years learning to make fine distinctions between different types of causes, different categories of being, different modes of existence. They memorized authorities and learned to cite them in disputes that often seemed to have little connection to the actual world beyond the university walls. Young Thomas Hobbes was brilliant at this game. He mastered Latin and Greek. He could parse arguments and spot logical fallacies. But something in him rebelled against what he was learning. It all felt so empty, so divorced from reality, so useless for understanding the world he actually inhabited. Years later, he would write with barely concealed contempt about the philosophy he'd been taught, calling it little more than insignificant speech, and dismissing whole libraries of medieval thought as exercises in saying nothing with great elaboration. But if Oxford taught him what he didn't believe, it also gave him the tools he would later use to construct his own vision. The logical rigour, the attention to definitions, the systematic approach to questions, all of these he absorbed and would later deploy in service of a radically different kind of philosophy. Upon graduating in 1608, Hobbes entered the service of the Cavendish family, one of the wealthiest and most powerful noble families in England. He was hired as a tutor and companion to William Cavendish, who would later become the second Earl of Devonshire. This position changed everything. Suddenly, the son of a disgraced vicar was living among the aristocracy, travelling in their circles, observing how power actually worked rather than how philosophers said it should work. The Cavendish connection gave Hobbes something else invaluable: the opportunity for the grand tour of Europe. In the early 1600s, wealthy young Englishmen completed their education by traveling through France and Italy, visiting great cities, meeting scholars, seeing art and architecture that existed nowhere in England. Hobbes accompanied his student on these journeys, and they opened his eyes to a world far larger than provincial England. In Italy, Hobbes met Galileo Galilei, the brilliant scientist who was revolutionizing humanity's understanding of the cosmos. Galileo was using mathematics and observation to overturn beliefs that had stood for thousands of years. He was looking at the world not through the lens of ancient authorities, but through telescopes and careful measurement. He was discovering that the universe operated according to laws, mathematical relationships, mechanical principles that could be understood if one simply looked carefully enough and thought clearly enough. This encounter planted a seed in Hobbes's mind. What if human society could be understood the same way? What if politics and ethics weren't matters of interpreting ancient texts or appealing to divine will, but were instead subject to natural laws that reason could discover? What if you could study human beings the way Galileo studied falling bodies and planetary motion, finding the principles
that governed behavior with the same mathematical certainty? Hobbes also traveled in France, where he encountered a very different tradition of thought. French intellectuals were grappling with religious wars that had torn their country apart for decades. They were asking urgent questions about authority, about sovereignty, about what held a society together when people couldn't agree on fundamental questions of faith. These weren't abstract philosophical puzzles, but matters of life and death, questions that determined whether cities burned and whether neighbors slaughtered each other in the streets. Through all these experiences, Hobbes was developing a peculiar way of seeing the world. He noticed the gap between what people said and what they did. He observed that everyone claimed to seek justice and the common good, but somehow this seeking always seemed to align remarkably well with their own interests. He watched aristocrats maneuver for power while speaking of duty. He saw churchmen pursue wealth while preaching poverty. He witnessed scholars defend ideas not because they were true, but because their positions and reputations depended on those ideas being accepted. Hobbes was developing the cold eye of the observer who stands slightly outside the system he studies. The abandoned son of a disgraced father, the scholarship boy among aristocrats, the English scholar in continental courts, he was always positioned to see things others missed because they were too embedded in the structures they inhabited. This outsider's perspective would become one of his greatest philosophical assets. It would allow him to ask questions that seemed obvious once stated, but that most people never thought to ask because the answers seemed too settled, too natural, too much a part of the assumed background of life. What holds society together? Why do people obey laws? What makes one person's commands into legitimate authority rather than mere force? These questions haunted Hobbes as he moved through aristocratic households and travelled across Europe. And they would become urgent, desperately urgent, when everything he knew began to fall apart. Because Hobbes was about to witness something that most people, even most philosophers, only read about in history books. He was about to watch his own country descend into civil war. He was going to see firsthand what happens when the bonds of society break, when the structure that holds people together in peace collapses, when the question of who has the right to rule becomes a question answered not by tradition or law, but by force of arms. And that experience would forge his philosophy in ways that all his European travels and aristocratic observations never could. The boy born of fear was about to have his deepest intuitions about human nature confirmed in the most terrible way possible. By the 1630s, tensions between King Charles I and Parliament had been building for years. The issues were complex, tangled, webs of religious disagreement, constitutional principle, and simple struggles for power. Charles believed in the divine right of kings, the idea that his authority came directly from God and could not be legitimately questioned by mere human institutions. Parliament believed it had ancient rights and privileges that even kings must respect. Charles needed money for wars and governance. Parliament controlled taxation. Neither side was willing to bend. Hobbes watched all of this from his position as tutor and intellectual companion to powerful families with connections at court. He could see the crisis approaching like a storm on the horizon, dark clouds gathering that everyone noticed but few took seriously until the thunder began. By 1640, the situation had deteriorated to the point that thoughtful observers knew some kind of rupture was inevitable. The only questions were when it would come and how terrible it would be. In that year of 1640, Hobbes did something that would embarrass him for the rest of his life, but that also revealed his deepest instincts about political order. He fled. Before actual fighting began, before it was clear that England would descend into full civil war, Hobbes left for Paris. He would later be mocked as the first of all that fled, a philosopher whose theories about courage and fear were rather undermined by his own quick departure at the first sign of danger. But Hobbes was 52 years old, not a young man by the standards of the 17th century. He had no military training, no relevant skills for the conflict that was coming. And he understood something that many of his contemporaries did not yet grasp. Once civil war begins, there is no safe position, no neutral ground. The violence that follows the breakdown of political authority doesn't confine itself to battlefields. It spreads through society like a disease, destroying the innocent along with the guilty, consuming everything in its path. From his exile in Paris, Hobbes watched his country tear itself apart. The reports that reached France painted a picture of escalating horror. Neighbour turned against neighbour. Ancient loyalties dissolved. Men who had served together in peacetime found themselves facing each other across battle lines, each convinced that God and right were on their side. Towns declared for king or parliament, and then were besieged, starved, sometimes sacked. The ordinary business of life, the farming and trading and travelling that allowed people to live, all of it became impossible as armies marched back and forth across England, consuming resources, disrupting markets, turning productive land into battlegrounds. In Paris, Hobbes lived among other royalist exiles, men and women who had fled the conflict, leaving behind estates and positions and lives they had expected to pass on to their children. These were people who had never imagined that their world could collapse. They came from families that had held land for centuries, from positions that seemed as permanent as the stones of England itself. Now they were refugees, dependent on the hospitality of the French court, watching from across the Channel as everything they had known burned. Hobbes used these years in exile to write. In 1642, he published De Kiev, which translates as On the Citizen. It was his first systematic treatment of political philosophy, written in Latin for an educated European audience. In this work, Hobbes began to develop the ideas that would later shock England and Europe. He argued that political authority doesn't come from God or from ancient tradition, but from the consent of the governed. He suggested that without government, human life would be unbearable, a condition of constant warfare. And he concluded that only absolute sovereignty could maintain peace. But De Quive was just a preliminary sketch. As the English Civil War ground on, as reports of new battles and atrocities reached Paris, as the initial shock gave way to the grim realization that this conflict would not be resolved quickly, Hobbes worked on something more comprehensive, more systematic, more radical. He was writing Leviathan. Then came January 30th, 1649. King Charles I was led to a scaffold in London. In front of a crowd of thousands, the king who claimed to rule by divine right was executed by his own subjects. His head was severed from his body with a single blow of the axe. The monarchy, the institution that had ruled England for as long as anyone could remember, was abolished. England became a commonwealth, a republic led by Parliament and increasingly by one man, Oliver Cromwell. For Hobbes, the king's execution must have been a moment of pure horror. Not because he particularly loved Charles, not because he believed in divine right, but because it represented the ultimate failure of political order. The thing that should be impossible, the event that the entire system of government existed to prevent, had happened. The sovereign had been killed by his subjects. The centre had not held. Everything had proven as fragile as Hobbes suspected, but the execution also confirmed something else for Hobbes. It proved that all the traditional justifications for political authority were hollow. If a king could rule by divine right, if his authority came from God, then how could mere humans have the power to execute him? If tradition and ancient custom determined who should rule, how could those same customs be set aside when it became convenient? The old answers no longer worked. A new foundation for politics was needed, one that didn't rely on myths about divine appointment or appeals to ancient precedent that could be interpreted or ignored when pressure came. In Paris, Hobbes had an unusual position. He had fled England before the war began, so he wasn't tainted by participation in the conflict. He had royalist sympathies and connections, which gave him access to the exiled court. But he also had a mind too independent, too philosophical, too committed to following arguments wherever they led, to simply parrot royalist ideology. And this independence gave him something valuable: the freedom to think about politics without being trapped in the partisan categories of either side. During these Paris years, Hobbes took on a prestigious position. He became the mathematics tutor to the young Prince of Wales, the future Charles II, who was living in exile with his mother's court. This connection would later prove valuable when the monarchy was restored. But in the moment, it meant that Hobbes spent time teaching geometry to a teenage prince who would have preferred to be doing almost anything else, trying to convey the beauty of mathematical certainty to a student whose world had been defined by his father's execution and his own powerless exile. Hobbes also had a famous confrontation during these years. René Descartes, the great French philosopher who was developing his own revolutionary system based on doubt and deduction, published his Meditations on First Philosophy. The work was circulated among major European intellectuals for commentary before publication. Descartes' friend, the scholar Marin Mersenne, sent a copy to Hobbes asking for his objections and criticisms. Hobbes responded with what are now known as the third objections to Descartes' Meditations. They were sharp, probing, and fundamentally at odds with Descartes' entire approach. Where Descartes found certainty in the thinking self, the famous "I think, therefore I am," Hobbes questioned whether thinking required any immaterial substance at all. Where Descartes argued for a sharp distinction between mind and body, Hobbes suggested that everything, including thought, might be explicable in terms of matter and motion. Where Descartes appealed to God as a guarantor of knowledge, Hobbes's arguments seemed to work perfectly well without any such appeal. Descartes was furious. He responded with thinly veiled contempt, dismissing Hobbes's objections and making it clear he wanted nothing more to do with the English philosopher. The two men, perhaps the two most brilliant and original philosophical minds of their generation, never reconciled. They represented fundamentally different visions of how to understand the world, and neither could accept the other's starting point. But these intellectual disputes, fascinating as they were, remained secondary to Hobbes's great project. Throughout his exile, as England experimented with republican government under Cromwell, as the royalist cause seemed more and more hopeless, Hobbes worked on Leviathan. He was constructing a philosophical system that would explain not just why England had fallen into civil war, but why any society is always at risk of such collapse. He was developing a theory of human nature dark enough to account for the atrocities he'd witnessed, yet rational enough to offer hope that human beings could create lasting peace,
despite their dangerous inclinations. The book was finished in 1651. Hobbes arranged for its publication in London, not Paris. This decision tells us something important. Leviathan wasn't primarily addressed to royalist exiles or to European intellectuals. It was for England, for a country that had torn itself apart and was now trying to figure out how to live together again. It was a message to all sides of the conflict, an attempt to find foundations for political order that didn't depend on either side being right about the issues that had divided them. What Hobbes offered was something no one expected and almost no one wanted to hear. But it was also something remarkable. A way of thinking about politics that started not with tradition or divine revelation, but with the basics of human psychology, building up from there through careful reasoning to conclusions about what kind of government human beings need to survive. It was philosophy attempting to solve the most urgent, practical problem of its time, the problem of how to prevent societies from destroying themselves. As you rest tonight, imagine Hobbes in his Parisian exile, writing by candlelight, working through the implications of his dark vision of human nature. Outside, the world is at war. His country is torn apart. A king has been executed. Everything that seemed solid has revealed itself to be breakable. And in response, this brilliant, frightened, determined man is constructing a theory that will outlive him by centuries, that will shape how future generations think about power and politics, and the eternal question of how human beings can live together in peace. The stage is now set. We've seen the man and the crisis that formed him. Now we turn to the heart of his philosophy, to his shocking claims about what human beings really are beneath the veneer of civilization. To understand Hobbes's political philosophy, we must first understand his psychology, his theory of what makes human beings tick. And that understanding begins with a radical claim that offended almost everyone who read it. Everything is matter in motion. That's it. The entire universe, including human beings, including human minds, can be understood in terms of physical objects moving according to natural laws. This was not what people in the 17th century wanted to hear. The dominant view, inherited from centuries of Christian philosophy drawing on ancient Greek thought, was that human beings were special.
We had immortal souls, immaterial minds that transcended the merely physical world. Our ability to reason, to choose freely, to know truth and pursue goodness, all of this seemed to require something more than just matter pushing against matter. We weren't machines. We weren't just complex animals. We were created in God's image, rational souls inhabiting physical bodies, but not reducible to them. Hobbes rejected all of this. Not out of atheism exactly, though many accused him of it, but out of his
conviction that philosophy must build on the same foundations as the new science he'd encountered in Galileo and others. If we want to understand the world, we should look at what we can actually observe, not at what ancient authorities tell us must be true. And what we observe, Hobbes argued, is matter and motion. Consider what happens when you see something. Light, which is matter in motion, strikes an object. That creates more motion that travels to your eye. This motion affects the organs of sight, which are themselves just complex arrangements of matter. The motion is transmitted through nerves, which are physical structures, to the brain, which is a physical organ. All of this is just matter moving according to physical laws. Where in this process do we need to invoke an immaterial soul? Where does the physical chain of causation require something non-physical to intervene? Hobbes pushed this analysis to its radical conclusion. Sensations are just motions in our bodies caused by external objects. Thoughts are patterns of these motions. Imagination is what happens when the motions continue, even after the external stimulus is gone, like ripples continuing in water after the stone that caused them has sunk. Memory is just persistence of these internal motions, fading over time as all motions naturally dissipate unless renewed. Even reasoning, that ability that philosophers had always held up as evidence of humanity's special status, even reasoning could be understood mechanistically. Reasoning, Hobbes suggested, is really just a kind of computation. We add and subtract concepts the way we add and subtract numbers. When we reason that all humans are mortal, Socrates is human, therefore Socrates is mortal. We're really just performing operations on definitions. It's calculation, not mystical access to transcendent truth. This philosophical move, reducing everything to matter in motion, allowed Hobbes to claim he was doing something that philosophy had never successfully done before. He was putting the study of human nature on a scientific foundation, making it as rigorous as geometry, as demonstrable as physics. Whether he succeeded is debatable, but the ambition itself was revolutionary, and it shaped everything that followed in his political philosophy. Now, if humans are just complex physical systems, what drives human behavior? Hobbes's answer was startlingly simple: appetite and aversion. We're attracted to some things and repelled by others. We move toward what we desire and away from what we fear. That's the basic mechanism underlying all human action. But notice what's missing from this account. There's no built-in purpose, no natural end toward which human beings should aim. For Aristotle and the whole tradition of philosophy, Hobbes was rejecting. Everything in nature had a telos, a goal, a proper function. Humans were naturally aimed at happiness, at the good life, at flourishing in communities. And the virtuous person was someone who developed their nature properly, who actualized the potential built into human beings by nature or by God. Hobbes dismissed all of this. There is no final goal of human life, no ultimate satisfaction, no point at which we can say, I have achieved my purpose and can now rest.
Instead, there is only what Hobbes called felicity, which he defined as continual progress of the desire from one object to another. We get one thing we want, and immediately we want something else. We achieve one goal, and that achievement becomes the basis for setting a new goal. Desire is endless. Satisfaction is always temporary. Rest is impossible until death. Think about this for a moment. In your own life, have you ever reached a point where you wanted nothing more? Where you were completely satisfied and could imagine wanting nothing that you didn't already have? Perhaps for brief moments, but not as a stable condition. Achieving one thing opens up new possibilities, new desires, new goals. The person who gets the job they wanted starts wanting promotion. The person who buys the house starts thinking about renovation. The person who achieves fame starts worrying about maintaining it. We are, as Hobbes saw us, creatures of perpetual striving. But if desire is endless, if satisfaction is always temporary, then we need a constant supply of the things we desire. We need not just food for today, but the assurance of food tomorrow. Not just safety in this moment, but reliable security over time. Not just current satisfaction, but the means to future satisfaction. And that's where power comes in. Hobbes defined power as present means to obtain some future apparent good. Power is what enables us to satisfy future desires. Money is power because it can be exchanged for things we'll want. Strength is power because it lets us take or defend things. Intelligence is power because it helps us achieve goals. Friends are power because they can help us. Reputation is power because it makes others more likely to cooperate with us. And here Hobbes made the observation that would become one of his most famous and most disturbing lines. I put for a general inclination of all mankind a perpetual and restless desire of power after power that ceaseth only in death. Read that again slowly. Not some people, not the ambitious or the greedy, but all of mankind, a perpetual and restless desire for power, after power, more and more, never enough, ceasing only in death. This sounds like a condemnation of human greed, but Hobbes didn't mean it that way. He wasn't making a moral judgment. He was making what he thought was a simple observation about the logic of the human situation. If you can never be finally satisfied, if desire is endless, then you can never have enough power, because you can never be certain that your current power will be sufficient for all your future needs. The person who has a lot today might face unexpected challenges tomorrow. The person who is strong now will
Grow old and weak. The person with many friends today might find them gone when crisis comes. So the rational response is always to seek more power, more security, more assurance of future satisfaction. Not because we're evil, but because we're mortal, vulnerable, future-oriented beings who can never know for certain what we'll need or want tomorrow. The desire for power is just the flip side of perpetual desire itself, combined with the rational recognition of our own vulnerability. Now we get to what Hobbes identified as the three principal causes of conflict among human beings. He was very systematic about this, laying out three distinct sources of quarrel built into human nature itself. First, competition. When two people desire the same thing, and that thing cannot be shared or divided, they become enemies. This is simple scarcity. If there's only one piece of food and two hungry people, they will compete for it.
If there's one position of power and two ambitious people, they will struggle for it. Competition is the most obvious source of conflict, the one that anyone can recognize. Second, diffidence. Hobbes's word for what we might call distrust or insecurity. Even if there's no immediate competition over resources, people have reason to fear each other. If I have something valuable, I must worry that you might try to take it. If I'm not trying to harm you, I can't be sure you're not trying to harm me. And knowing that you're probably worried about me, I have even more reason to worry about you. This creates what we now call a security dilemma. Everyone takes defensive measures to protect themselves, but these defensive measures look like threats to others, who then take their own defensive measures, which look like threats to me, and so on. Distrust breeds more distrust in a self-reinforcing cycle. Third, glory. This one is more subtle. Even if there's no immediate competition, and even if we've somehow established security, people still compete for reputation, for status, for recognition. Hobbes observed that people will fight over insults, over perceived disrespect, over what he called trifles, like a word, a smile, a different opinion. Why? Because reputation is itself a form of power. If others think you're weak or foolish or contemptible, they're more likely to try to dominate you. If they fear or respect you, they're more likely to leave you alone or cooperate on your terms. So maintaining reputation becomes a constant struggle, and people will take enormous risks to avoid being disrespected. These three causes of quarrel aren't separate problems. They interact and reinforce each other. Competition makes people distrust each other. Distrust makes people try to dominate each other before being dominated. The struggle for dominance becomes entangled with glory and reputation. And all of it flows from the basic situation of beings with endless desires, limited resources, and the ability to harm each other. Which brings us to what Hobbes called the equality of ability among human beings. This is one of his most important and most easily misunderstood points. He wasn't claiming that all people are equally strong or equally intelligent. Obviously, some people are stronger, some smarter, some more skilled. What Hobbes meant was something more specific and more frightening. All human beings are equal in their ability to threaten each other's lives. The weakest, Hobbes wrote, has strength enough to kill the strongest, either by secret machination or by confederacy with others. Even the strongest man must sleep. Even the most powerful person can be poisoned, ambushed, or ganged up on. Physical superiority doesn't guarantee safety. Intelligence doesn't make you immune to violence. No individual human being is so superior to all others that they can simply disregard the threat everyone else poses. This equality in vulnerability is what makes human relationships so dangerous. If some people were genuinely invulnerable, like gods walking among mortals, then they could simply impose order, and the rest of us would have no choice but to submit. But that's not our situation. We're all vulnerable. We can all threaten each other. And that equality of ability to threaten means that no one is safe unless there's something beyond individual strength maintaining order. As you lie in darkness tonight, breathing slowly, feeling yourself sink into rest, consider how perfectly Hobbes had captured something about the human condition. We are creatures of endless desire and limited power, competing for scarce goods, unable to trust each other, constantly worried about reputation and status, and all of it taking place among beings equal enough in their ability to harm that no one can ever be truly safe, based on their own strength alone. That's the foundation. That's Hobbes's psychology in its stark essentials. Matter in motion, producing endless desire, producing perpetual competition, producing equal vulnerability. Now we can turn to his famous thought experiment, to the question he posed that has haunted political philosophy ever since. What would happen if there were no government at all? Hobbes asked his readers to imagine something most of them had never experienced: life without government. Not the temporary absence of a king when a new one is being chosen, not the breakdown of order in one region while other regions remain stable, but a condition in which there is no political authority at all, no laws backed by force, no one with the power to enforce agreements or punish wrongdoing. He called this hypothetical condition the state of nature, and he insisted it wasn't just a historical claim about how humans once lived before civilization. It was a thought experiment, a way of asking what human life would be like if you stripped away all the structures of law and authority we take for granted. What's left when you remove government? What are humans like without the artificial order that
Political authority creates? This was a brilliant philosophical move. Rather than arguing about which form of government is best or which laws are most just, Hobbes was asking a more fundamental question. Why do we need government at all? What problem does political authority solve? And the answer to that question, he argued, would show us what government must be like if it's going to solve the problem it exists to address. So, let's follow Hobbes's reasoning step by step, building the argument the way he did, watching how each piece follows from the last with a kind of terrible logic. We start with the psychology we've already established. Humans have endless desires. We seek power after power. We compete for scarce resources. We distrust each other. We fight over glory and reputation. And we're all equal enough in our ability to harm each other that no one is naturally safe. Now imagine that situation without any authority to enforce rules, without any laws that actually constrain behavior, without any punishment for violence or theft or breach of contract. What would rational people do in that situation? Hobbes's answer was chilling. Each person would pursue their own interests as best they could. And given the three causes of quarrel, given the equality of ability, given the absence of any authority to enforce agreements, the result would be inevitable: war. Not necessarily constant fighting every moment, but a condition in which everyone is ready to fight, where violence is always an option, where there's no security, no ability to plan for the future, no basis for trust. Think carefully about why this follows. If there's no authority to punish theft, then taking what I want by force becomes a rational strategy whenever I'm strong enough to do it. But that means you can't trust me not to take your things. So you need to take defensive measures, which means gathering your own power, maybe even attacking me before I can attack you. But now I see you gathering power and I have to worry that you're about to attack, so I need to attack first. Or maybe I just need to attack to take your resources before you can use them against me. The logic pushes toward constant conflict. What about agreements? In the state of nature, couldn't people just agree to cooperate, to respect each other's property, to not harm each other? The problem is that without an authority to enforce agreements, there's no guarantee anyone will keep their word. If I agree not to harm you, and you agree not to harm me, but then you see an opportunity to benefit by breaking that agreement, what's to stop you? Your conscience? Your sense of honor? Perhaps. But can I rely on that? Can I stake my life on your virtue when breaking the agreement might save your life or make you rich? And knowing that you're thinking the same way about me, knowing that you can't fully trust me to keep my word, why wouldn't you break the agreement first when it's convenient? The rational thing, in the absence of enforcement, is to break agreements whenever keeping them becomes costly and you think you can get away with it. But that means no agreements can be trusted, which means no cooperation is possible, which means everyone is thrown back on their own strength and cunning to survive. Hobbes anticipated that many readers would find this argument exaggerated. Surely people aren't that bad. Surely we're capable of cooperation without some powerful authority forcing us to behave. So he offered an empirical test, a way to check his reasoning against actual behavior. Do you lock your doors when you go to sleep at night? He asked. When you travel, do you arm yourself or travel in groups? Of course you do. Even though you live under a government, even though there are laws against theft and assault, even though there are police you can call, you still take these precautions. Why? Because you don't fully trust your neighbors. You know that even with law and authority present, there's some risk of violence or theft. You act as if others might harm you if they had the opportunity. Now, if you can't fully trust your neighbors, even with police and courts and prisons backing up the law, imagine how much worse it would be if there were no law at all, no police, no courts, no consequences for violence. If you lock your doors even when theft is illegal and punishable, what would you do if theft were neither? The precautions you take under government suggest how dangerous the state of nature would be without it. Hobbes also pointed to actual historical examples. When civil wars break out, when government breaks down, what happens? We've seen it, he said. We've watched England tear itself apart. And what we observe is exactly what the theory predicts. Neighbor turns against neighbor, violence becomes endemic, property becomes insecure, normal economic life becomes impossible. Civil war is a glimpse into the state of nature, a momentary return to the condition that exists when political authority fails. And then we come to the passage that has echoed through centuries, the words that appear in every introduction to political philosophy, the description that remains shocking even now when we've heard it so many times, it's become familiar. In such condition there is no place for industry because the fruit thereof is uncertain, and consequently no culture of the earth, no navigation, nor use of the commodities that may be imported by sea, no commodious building, no instruments of moving and removing such things as require much force, no knowledge of the face of the earth, no account of time, no arts, no letters, no society, and which is worst of all, continual fear and danger of violent death, and the life of man, solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. Let those words settle into your consciousness as you rest. Solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. Why no industry? Because if you can't be sure you'll reap what you sow, why plant? If someone stronger might just take the crops you've grown, why bother growing them? Without security of property, without some guarantee that your labor will benefit you rather than whoever can take it by force, there's no incentive to produce anything beyond immediate consumption. Why no navigation or trade? Because you can't trust agreements with strangers. You can't enter into contracts that will be honored. You can't send goods on a ship and trust they'll be paid for on the other end. Trade requires trust, and trust requires enforcement, and enforcement requires authority. Why no building, no tools, no technology? Because all of these things require sustained effort over time, cooperation among many people, division of labor, specialization. You need to be able to plan for the future,
to invest current effort in things that will pay off later. But in a condition of constant insecurity, where violence is always imminent, you can't plan. You can only react, defend, survive from moment to moment. Why no knowledge, no arts, no letters? Because these refined activities require leisure, security, institutions that preserve and transmit learning over generations. A person constantly worried about violent death has no time for philosophy or poetry. A society that cannot maintain order, cannot maintain universities or libraries, or any of the infrastructure that makes intellectual and artistic life possible. And notice Hobbes's phrase, no society. In the state of nature, there aren't even stable social relationships. You can't have families that last, communities that endure, friendships that transcend immediate advantage. Everything is provisional, temporary, always ready to dissolve when interests diverge. The word solitary is key. We are, each of us, alone in the state of nature, unable to form genuine bonds with others because we can never fully trust them and they can never fully trust us. This is Hobbes's vision of freedom without government, of the natural condition of humankind when stripped of political authority. And it's important to understand what he's not saying. He's not saying that human beings are naturally evil. He's not claiming that we enjoy violence or take pleasure in others' suffering. Some people might, but that's not necessary for his argument. What Hobbes is saying is that the situation itself, the structure of interaction among beings with our characteristics, necessarily produces conflict. Put self-interested creatures with endless desires and limited power together in a condition where there's no authority to enforce rules, and they will come into conflict regardless of whether they're virtuous or vicious. The problem isn't human nature in a moral sense. The problem is the logic of the situation. This is actually a strange kind of optimism buried within the pessimism. If the problem is structural rather than moral, then changing the structure can solve the problem without requiring people to become better than they are. We don't
Need saints to have peace. We just need the right institutions. But before we get to the solution, let's sit with the problem a moment longer. Hobbes has shown us, or tried to show us, that total freedom is total insecurity. That natural liberty, the right to do whatever we think necessary for our survival, becomes the right to nothing because everyone else has the same right and will exercise it against us. That equality of power among vulnerable beings creates not mutual respect, but mutual threat. The state of nature is Hobbes's answer to anyone who romanticizes the past, who imagines that humans were once free and happy before governments constrained them. He's also answering anyone who thinks we could just dispense with political authority and live by voluntary cooperation alone. The state of nature is what happens when there's no Leviathan, no common power to keep everyone in awe, and it's unbearable. As you sink deeper into rest tonight, protected by walls and locks and laws you barely think about, consider how radical Hobbes's insight was. He saw that the freedom to do anything is the freedom to be secure in nothing. He understood that rights without enforcement are just words. He grasped that the absence of authority doesn't produce liberty, but chaos. And from that dark vision, he was going to construct an argument for political obligation that would change how we think about government forever. But that comes next. For now, rest with the problem clearly in view. Humans, as Hobbes described them,
rational enough to see what they need, but not powerful enough to secure it alone, social enough to benefit from cooperation, but self-interested enough to betray it, equal enough to threaten each other, but not equal enough to trust. In the state of nature, there is no peace, only fear, only insecurity, only the grim struggle for survival that consumes everything human beings might otherwise be or create. And the question that will occupy us next is this: how do we escape? What could possibly convince rational, self-interested people to give up their natural liberty and accept constraints on their behavior? What kind of authority could maintain peace among beings so dangerous to each other? Hobbes has shown us the disease. Now we'll examine his cure, which many have found as disturbing as the disease itself.
Hobbes has painted a grim picture. Life in the state of nature is unbearable, a condition of constant fear and insecurity that makes everything we value about human existence impossible. But here's the remarkable thing. Hobbes believed that human reason itself could show us the way out. The same rational capacity that lets us see how terrible the state of nature would be also shows us how to escape it. He called these rational principles the laws of nature, though it's crucial to understand what he meant by that phrase. These aren't laws in the sense of commands issued by a lawgiver. They're not moral obligations in any traditional sense. They're what Hobbes called theorems, or precepts of reason, rational conclusions about what conduces to self-preservation. They're discovered by thinking clearly about what rational self-interest requires in the human situation. The first law of nature is the most fundamental. Seek peace, if you have hope of obtaining it. If you can't obtain peace, then you may use all the advantages of